So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Harry became the Shadow Monarch of the Wizarding World. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Approximately late evening after the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. The night sky pressed down on Harry like a weight he couldn't escape. A chill clung to his robes, and somewhere nearby, an owl hooted an ordinary sound in the midst of an extraordinary horror. Moments ago, he had been in the graveyard, surrounded by Death Eaters. Moments ago, he had dueled Voldemort come back to life, and Cedric was gone. He stood alone in a small stone antechamber off the Hogwarts grounds, because returning straight to the dormitory felt impossible. His mind swirled with the memory of the flash of green light and Voldemort's triumphant hiss. Every inch of him screamed that he should have saved Cedric, that he should have done something more. Instead, he had barely escaped with his own life. When a sudden bolt of pain shot through his scar, Harry staggered. He clenched his jaw as white-hot agony burst behind his eyes. It was so intense he thought he might black out. Then, just as quickly, it vanished. He gasped for breath, blinking sweat out of his eyes. "Not again," he muttered. "Just leave me alone." But the night didn't answer. The corridor remained silent, except for the low hum of torchlight flickering down the walls. He forced himself to stand upright, preparing to trudge back to the hospital wing or at least somewhere warmer, when a sharp, chiming noise rattled in his ears. System booting, initializing. Harry froze. The text in front of him glowed pale blue, as if floating in midair. He instinctively reached out his hand, passed through it like mist. For a moment, he wondered if he'd gone completely mad. Welcome, user. Harry James Potter, new quest, survive and overcome. He jerked away, heart pounding. He had enough bizarre magic in his life without strange illusions popping up. Yet the words remained, crisp and undeniable in the air. He swallowed, willing his breathing to steady. Hogwarts Infirmary. Late night Madame Pomfrey had insisted Harry stay here for observation. After all, he had returned from the graveyard battered and shaken. Normally, he'd have given in to rest, but insomnia clutched him. Staring at the shadows dancing on the wall, he turned his head to ensure no one was watching. Ron slept in a nearby cot, snoring softly. Hermione had been with them earlier, but she'd been ushered out. Quietly, Harry propped himself up and looked for any sign of that glowing text again. The moment he thought about it, a faint bell-like tone chimed. Quest. Survive and overcome. Objective. Endure the emotional and physical trauma inflicted by your enemy. Demonstrate the will to continue your fight. Reward. Failure. Potential loss of consciousness, magical stagnation. Harry's mouth went dry. Magical stagnation? He whispered. Was that even a thing? He rubbed at his temples. A quest system? It reminded him of a game Dudley might play on his console, except it was in his face, impossible to ignore. He glanced around again, making sure no one else saw. But Ron just mumbled something in his sleep and rolled over. The ward was silent. Harry exhaled shakily. This must be some messed up side effect, he muttered under his breath. Maybe the Dark Lord did something to me. It didn't feel dark in nature, though. If anything, it felt neutral, as if it were simply there to guide or record progress. He pressed his palm against the floating text. It vanished, leaving him with an uneasy calm. Gryffindor Tower. Early morning. He escaped the infirmary just before dawn, ignoring Madame Pomfrey's protests. She could only protest so much once Dumbledore gently insisted Harry be allowed some space. The headmaster's sad, weary gaze followed Harry out, but Harry walked as if refusing to meet that look. He didn't want pity, he didn't need it. His footsteps echoed in the corridor leading to the Gryffindor common room. The entire school was hushed, as if mourning Cedric all at once. Harry clenched his hands into fists, guilt gnawing at him. The system's bizarre interface flickered at the corner of his vision, almost like it was trying to catch his attention. He tried to ignore it, but words formed again. Quest update. Accept your burden. Fine, he snarled under his breath. I accept I'm stuck with this. The text winked out. A second later, the portrait of the fat lady swung open. He stepped inside the warm, fire-lit space. No one else was awake. He half expected Hermione to be there, ready to scold him for leaving the infirmary, but there was only quiet. He sank onto a sofa by the dying embers and buried his face in his hands. His mind raced. Cedric's death, Voldemort's resurrection, the Ministry's likely refusal to believe him, this bizarre new system. For once, he felt an odd calm in the midst of swirling chaos, as if some part of him had hardened overnight. He'd spent so long being afraid of rejection, of failing others, but what had fear gotten him? He lifted his head, staring at the fireplace with fierce green eyes. "I won't let anyone else die," he murmured. "I'll do whatever it takes." A gentle cough drew his attention. He twisted around, wand half raised. It was Hermione, hair messy from sleep, hugging a blanket around her shoulders. "Harry," she said quietly, stepping closer. You're out of bed already?" "Couldn't sleep." He forced a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Shouldn't you be in bed?" "I was worried about you." She sank onto the couch beside him, blanket still around her. Her gaze flicked down to his shaking hands. "Harry, are you?" "I'm alive," he said, cutting her off. There was an edge to his voice even he hadn't expected. It must have come from the swirl of emotions and the pounding reminder that he needed to be stronger. "That's enough for now." She pressed her lips together. "I know Cedric's death is weighing on you, but it wasn't your fault. I heard about what happened." He opened his mouth to snap back that she didn't understand, but forced himself to stay calm. He'd spent years being timid about his own feelings. Now, something in him told him to stop caring so much about how others judged him. "I tried to help him. I couldn't. And now." Hermione slid a hand over his. "We'll get through it together, whatever you're going through." "It's more complicated than you think," Harry said, fighting the urge to mention the glowing text. He wasn't ready to share that. "But thanks. Just, let me handle this, okay?" She studied him, uncertain. Finally, she gave a small nod and squeezed his hand. "All right. Just don't shut me out, Harry." He gave a quiet scoff. He didn't want to shut her out entirely, but everything was changing, and he suspected sharing the system's existence would only pull her into danger. "Promise," he said, though he wasn't sure he could keep it. Hogwarts grounds. Later that day, rumors flared around the castle. Some claimed Cedric had been killed by a rogue curse. Others whispered that Harry had done it. The official statement from the Ministry was that Cedric's death was a tragic accident. But Harry's stony face and the cold fury in his eyes told a different story to anyone brave enough to look at him. He walked through the courtyard, ignoring the stares. A hush fell wherever he passed, as though students expected him to either break down or lash out. He did neither. Inside, he was reeling. Outside, he was composed an iron shell around swirling chaos. Over by the stone arches, he saw Cho Chang. Her eyes were red from crying, and she turned away when she spotted him. A pang of guilt stabbed his chest, but he kept walking. If he let himself get bogged down in remorse and pity, he'd be useless. And if he learned anything from that graveyard, it was that being zealous cost lives. Suddenly, that faint chime rang again in his head. He jolted, looking around. No one else seemed to hear it. Quest complete. Survive and overcome. Rewards unlocked. Access to status window. +1 to all base stats. Harry froze for half a second as an odd warmth swept through his limbs. It was like a pleasant rush of adrenaline, but there was no direct cause. He felt lighter, more balanced. He frowned, forming a silent thought. "Show me my status?" A translucent display materialized in front of him. Name: Harry James Potter. Level 1. Title: None. HP: 100 100ths. MP: 80/80th Strength, 10 Agility, 10 Vitality, 10 Intelligence, 14. Magic Power: 15 Skills. None active. His brow furrowed. He had no idea how these numbers compared to a typical wizard. Was 15 magic power high or low? Even so, a stirring of excitement crackled through him. This was something new, something he could explore that might give him an edge against Voldemort. He forced himself to keep walking, eventually heading toward Hagrid's hut, hoping for a bit of quiet away from prying eyes. Despite everything, an unexpected rush of determination filled his chest. "I'll use this system," he thought, "whatever it is. I'll become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone left who matters to me." Near Hagrid's hut, later afternoon. Hagrid wasn't around. The curtains were drawn and the door locked. Harry guessed he was off on some order business or tending to a new, interesting creature. That was fine. Harry found a secluded spot among the boulders by the lake, took a seat, and tried to make sense of the interface. "Open, system?" he said under his breath. In response, a new prompt appeared. Available menus. Status window, quests, inventory. He tried inventory and nearly jumped when a grid-like space materialized with various slots. One displayed his wand, though it was physically still in his pocket. Another was empty, labeled Cloak of Invisibility. Did that mean the cloak was stored? No, he knew it was locked in his trunk at the moment. Maybe the system recognized items bound to him. Next, quests. Main quest. Unknown. Daily quests. Inactive. He sighed. It was all so cryptic. The only thing that made sense was that the system's purpose was to make him stronger like a game would. If that's the case, maybe he could find or fight something to gain experience. The idea of fighting anything right now made his stomach churn, but a small flame of resolve burned in him. He remembered the looming presence of Voldemort, those cold red eyes mocking him. Never again, he swore. If that meant using this weird interface to become a wizard no one dared threaten, so be it. A light rustling in the grass caught his attention. He looked up, wand sliding out of his pocket instinctively. "Hey, are you okay?" came a soft voice. Harry tensed, but recognized the speaker. Luna Lovegood. She stood just a few paces away, dreamy-eyed as always, head tilted slightly. "Just needed some space, Luna," Harry said, lowering his wand. She stepped closer, her expression unreadable. "You keep glancing at something in front of you that isn't there," she noted. "It's like you see Raxperts, but you don't." Harry considered her for a moment, uncertain how to respond. Luna had a knack for spotting things others missed, but she also believed in bizarre creatures most people said were imaginary. "It's nothing, just thinking," he lied. She nodded vaguely, her eyes flicking around the empty air. "You're changed, Harry," she said softly. "Death changes people. I just hope the changes help you find your strength." He blinked. She could be oddly perceptive. "I appreciate that," he managed, forcing a small smile. She turned to go, her radish earrings bouncing. "If you ever want to talk, I'll be around," she offered, then wandered off, humming to herself. Harry took a deep breath. She'd left him with a strange sense of calm. As eccentric as Luna was, she had a way of making him feel less alone. Shaking off the lingering tension, he rose to his feet and decided to test something. If this is a game system, I need to do something that might give me experience. Or see if there's a skill I can learn. He aimed his wand at the lake. "Accio, stone?" he murmured, just wanting to practice. The stone quivered but didn't quite come to him. His focus was off. The system responded. "You have attempted a basic summoning spell. Would you like to designate this as a skill to train? N?" Harry's heart jumped. "Yes," he whispered. "Skill created. Summoning, LV. 1. Increases efficiency and speed of summoning charms. MP cost decreases with level. Skill synergy with magic power and intelligence stats." He stared at the text, a grin tugging at his lips. He conjured another stone from the lakeside, feeling his magical energy pulse through him in a clearer way. Normally, summoning charms were about focus and correct pronunciation. Now, a tingle told him how to refine his wand movement, how to direct his intent. The stone soared into his hand. He felt unstoppable. "This is incredible," he said under his breath. At the same time, the glimmer of excitement was tempered by the memory of Cedric. If he'd had these abilities a day earlier, would Cedric still be alive? The guilt gnawed at him again. "I will make this right, one way or another." Hogwarts corridor. Dusk returning to the castle, Harry found the halls quiet. Students likely at dinner or gathered in the common rooms to whisper about the Triwizard tragedy. Instead of heading to the Great Hall, he slipped away to an unused classroom near the Charms corridor. He pushed open the door. Dust motes swirled in the last rays of twilight. This would be his training spot, somewhere private to experiment with the system. He placed his wand on a desk and rolled his sleeves. "Let's see if I can figure this out systematically," he said, voice echoing softly. Thinking about the strange text, he mentally commanded, "Show me possible quests." Main quest. Survive the next confrontation with he who must not be named. Side quest. Summon 10 objects within 10 minutes. Reward. Summoning skill express. A small timer started counting down. Harry smirked. He flicked his wand at various objects around the room: a dusty globe, a broken quill, a tattered set of robes left behind. One by one, they flew across the room into his arms. He finished with seconds to spare. The system chimed. Side quest complete. Summoning skill +1 level. Current summoning, LV, 2. He felt a tiny surge, like his magic responded more fluidly to his will. A grin split his face. So that's how this works. Emboldened, he tried to replicate other spells. He conjured a small stream of water from his wand, directed it into a bowl. He attempted a mild levitation. Each time he repeated a spell enough, the system offered to create a skill. Skill created. Water creation, LV. 1. Skill created. Levitation charm, LV. 1. He was so absorbed that he barely noticed the door creak open. A quiet voice broke through. Harry. He spun, wand up, then lowered it at the sight of a petite figure with long blonde hair and a Slytherin crest on her robes. Daphne Greengrass. She gave him a wary look. They'd rarely spoken, but she was known for being part of the more neutral faction in Slytherin. How long have you been there? He asked coldly. He wasn't in the mood for interruptions, especially from a Slytherin. She crossed her arms. Long enough to see you summoning random junk. Honestly, Potter, have you finally lost it? He snorted. Why do you care? Daphne's gaze darted to the swirling water in the bowl behind him. Then she seemed to steel herself. I heard you might be planning some dangerous stunts. My father is aligned with certain people. Death Eaters? Harry asked bluntly. Her eyes narrowed. He's no Death Eater, but he doesn't believe in your story about the Dark Lord's return either. His jaw tightened. Then he's an idiot. Daphne bristled, but she didn't loss out. Instead, she studied him carefully. I'm not here to defend him. Frankly, I'm not here for you either. But if you are telling the truth, maybe it's time certain houses came together. A flicker of interest crossed Harry's face. He'd expected mockery or threats. So, you're saying you believe me? Let's just say I trust my instincts more than I trust the Ministry, and you don't look like you're lying. She paused, her gaze flicking to the wand in his hand. You also look different. Not the same scrawny boy who bumbled around school before. Harry's temper flared. Bumbled? She gave a half shrug. You used to be all about doing the right thing, but half of it was luck. Now I don't know, you're intense. He wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult, but a faint smirk pulled at his lips. Maybe it's time to stop relying on luck, he said. A charged silence hung between them. Finally, Daphne exhaled. Look, you do you. Just, if something big is coming, maybe the rest of us need to prepare. Slytherin isn't all Death Eaters, kids. Some of us can think for ourselves. She turned to go. Before she disappeared through the doorway, she glanced over her shoulder. Be careful, Potter. You might look unstoppable, but you can still bleed. Harry watched her vanish into the corridor, his heart still pumping with adrenaline. Something about that exchange was strangely exhilarating, like he'd just faced off with someone who could be an enemy or an ally, and he hadn't cared which. He sank into a chair, letting out a breath. So many things were shifting. Could he trust a Slytherin like Daphne? Probably not. But the possibility of allies outside his usual circle was appealing, especially if he was going to challenge the Ministry's denial and Voldemort's threat. Then the system's chime sounded again. Hidden quest. Form an alliance. Objective. Gain an ally who is not from Gryffindor. Reward. Harry raised an eyebrow. It thinks I should be forging alliances. I suppose that's logical if I want to stand against Voldemort. But it's a big ask to trust random Slytherins. Despite his reservations, he closed the prompt, deciding to keep it in mind. He had bigger issues at the moment. The day had been long, and the fiasco with Cedric's death weighed heavily. As unstoppable as he wanted to be, reality was still raw. Gryffindor Common Room. Late night. Harry returned to find the place nearly empty. The Triwizard Tournament had ended in tragedy. Students were emotionally exhausted. An uneasy hush had fallen over Hogwarts, thick as fog. In a corner, a small group of fifth-year Gryffindors murmured among themselves. Harry spotted Ron among them, looking anxious. Hermione was perched next to him, her gaze scanning the room until she spotted Harry. Harry. She waved him over. I was worried. Where have you been? Training, he said, settling on an armchair beside them. He didn't elaborate. Ron frowned. Training for what? Blimey, you need rest after what happened. Tomorrow, you can talk to Dumbledore. I don't plan on sitting around, waiting, Harry cut in, his voice firm. Voldemort's back, whether the Ministry admits it or not. A hush fell, and even Seamus and Dean lurking by the fireplace shifted uneasily. Ron swallowed. I know, mate, but you look absolutely knackered. Harry shrugged. The shadows under his eyes probably told the truth, but he still felt that slight hum of energy from the system. Tired or not, I'm not letting anything like last night happen again. Hermione's eyes flicked between him and Ron. She took Harry's hand, ignoring how tense he felt. We believe you, but you don't have to do this alone. Harry gave her a meaningful look, a swirl of warmth crossing his features. He appreciated her concern, but part of him balked at burdening them with the truth about the system. I know, he said simply, not adding more. There was a short pause before Hermione spoke again. Look, let's just call it a night. Tomorrow, we can decide, I don't know, if we need to form a group or talk to Dumbledore. Harry nodded. Right. Tomorrow. Inside, though, he was already thinking a dozen steps ahead. He'd check the system for more quests, find a way to raise his stats, push his limits. Because if Voldemort returned in full force, if the wizarding world refused to mobilize in time, it might all fall on Harry's shoulders. He caught Hermione's concerned gaze. For a moment, he let himself soften. He was touched by her unwavering loyalty. Gently, he squeezed her hand before rising to head up to the dormitory. I'll see you in the morning, he said. Hermione released his hand slowly, as if reluctant to let go. All right, good night, Harry. He gave a faint smile and trudged upstairs, ignoring the curious look from Ron. Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Past midnight the others slept. Harry lay on his bed, curtains drawn around him. Moonlight filtered through the tall windows, painting silver lines across the floor. He repeated the mental command. Status. The window appeared, floating above him in the dark. Name. Harry James Potter Level 1, Express. 70%, Title, None. HP. 100 100ths of a megapixel. 80 80ths Strength. 10 Agility. 10. Vitality. 10 Intelligence. 14 Magic Power. 15 New text scrolled by. Skill list. Summoning, LV. 2. Levitation Charm, LV. 1. Water Creation, LV. 1. He tapped the Express. 70% line, curious how to fill that bar. The system's explanation popped up. Defeat foes or complete quests to gain Express. Leveling up increases all stats by 1 and grants skill points. So, he needed to defeat something or complete more quests. A dark thought tugged at him. Maybe if he fought magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, he could gain experience. But that risked a lot, not least of which was explaining why he was sneaking into the forest. Still, the possibility lingered. Fight monsters, get stronger. He closed the window. For a moment, exhaustion washed over him. The day had been too long, and the memory of Cedric's lifeless eyes refused to fade. He clenched his fists. Cedric, he whispered, voice choked. I'm sorry. A tear slipped out before he angrily scrubbed it away. Emotional storms brewed behind his stern expression. Yet beneath that, the raw determination to never fail again. Then, faintly. Quest. Confront your guilt. Objective. Accept responsibility without blaming yourself for circumstances beyond your control. Reward. +1 willpower. He let out a shaky breath. The system was prodding him at the worst possible time, but also perhaps at the best. He had to do this, had to come to terms with Cedric's death, or he'd be stuck in a spiral forever. All right, he said aloud in the darkness, voice low and resolute. I accept my guilt, but I won't let it destroy me. I'll become someone who can prevent more deaths. There was a gentle chime. Quest complete. Reward. +1 willpower, remains locked. He felt a subtle calming effect, as though some tight band around his chest loosened. A wave of fatigue finally rolled over him, and he slumped back on the pillow. Through half-lidded eyes, he stared at the canopy of his bed. I don't care what I have to do, he thought. I'll become strong enough to protect them all. His last conscious thought was that the system might be the one advantage that could change everything. Darkness closed in, and he sank into uneasy dreams. Hogwarts. Dawn. Harry woke to the sounds of Neville rummaging around, muttering apologies for knocking over a shoe rack. Ron groaned from his bed, telling Neville to quiet down. Harry sat up slowly, blinking away the night's restless dreams. He dreamed of a vast graveyard filled with shadowy creatures, all bowing to him. Voldemort had stood in the distance, crimson eyes locked on Harry with fury. Then a voice whispered, "Shadow Monarch." Rubbing the chill from his arms, Harry rose. His dorm mates Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Dean were preparing for breakfast. They gave guarded looks of sympathy, as if unsure how to address the tragedy. Harry forced a nod of greeting, not wanting to dwell on that right now. He tossed on his uniform and robe, noticing the slightest difference in how he carried himself. Confidence buzzed in his veins, fueled by the knowledge he held a secret power. He still felt sorrow, still felt anger, but it was underpinned by a sense of purpose. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. "So, ready for breakfast?" Harry shrugged. "Sure. Might as well eat." Neville gave Harry a tentative smile, as if relieved. "We'll stick together, yeah?" "Yeah," Harry said quietly, but his mind drifted to the system. Already, an itch nagged him. I should be training, or leveling up. Great Hall. Morning. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was subdued. Black drapes hung, signifying mourning for Cedric. Students spoke in hushed tones. The sky above in the enchanted ceiling was gray and somber. Harry slid into a seat at the Gryffindor table, ignoring the curious stares. He could practically hear the whispers. "There's Potter. They say he dueled you-know-who. I don't believe that nonsense. But Cedric's dead." Hermione arrived, gently touching Harry's shoulder before sitting across from him. He managed a small smile, thankful for her steady presence. "Eat," she said firmly, pushing a plate toward him. "You need your strength." He forced down some toast and eggs, not tasting any of it. Across the hall, he spotted Daphne with a group of Slytherins. Her expression was unreadable, but for a moment, their eyes met. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. An alliance? Maybe. Hermione followed his gaze but said nothing. A flurry of wings announced the arrival of the post. Dozens of owls swooped overhead, dropping letters, packages, and the Daily Prophet. Harry stiffened, anticipating the worst. Ron grabbed a copy of the paper and scanned the front page. He grimaced. "Harry, it's not good." Hermione took the paper from him, reading aloud softly so only they could hear. "Harry Potter's Delusions. The Boy Who Lies. Ministry officials claim Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident." Her voice shook with anger. "They're painting you as an attention seeker again." Harry slammed his hand on the table, making the cutlery rattle. Heads turned in their direction, but he didn't care. "Unbelievable," he muttered. A swirl of icy anger coiled inside him. "I tell them Voldemort's back, and they call me a liar. Fine. Let them. I'll prove them wrong soon enough." Hermione reached out to calm him, but he was already rising to his feet. "Harry," she whispered, "where are you going?" "To walk," he said tersely, then marched out of the Great Hall. He didn't care about the stairs behind him. A few weeks ago, he might have wanted to hide. Now, something in him had snapped. He didn't fear them, or their gossip. He only feared losing anyone else. Corridor near the Room of Requirement, late morning. Harry paced back and forth, thinking of a place to train. A place no one would find him, a place to practice spells until he was unstoppable. The Wizarding Castle seemed to answer him in the form of the Room of Requirement, a hidden chamber that appeared when someone truly needed it. Dumbledore had mentioned it once offhand, or maybe it was Dobby. He paused near the blank stretch of wall. 3 times, he walked past, concentrating on the need. A room to train. A place to grow stronger. A place to master new abilities. A door materialized. He pushed it open. Inside was a wide, vaulted space lined with shelves of practice dummies, protective wards, and even a few targets for spellcasting. Gasping quietly, Harry stepped in and shut the door behind him. "Perfect," he breathed. At once, the system's interface flickered. New environment detected. Training hall. Would you like to engage in a skill challenge? Why, N? Harry pressed. Why? Curiosity piqued. Suddenly, Illusions sprang to life, dark, wraith-like forms shaped like dementors or perhaps vague human silhouettes. They circled the room, swaying like shadows. A timer appeared. 60 seconds. A message floated. Defeat the illusions using your current spells. Earn express for each illusion destroyed before time runs out. Harry set his jaw, a spark of anticipation flaring. Time to see if this system is truly going to make me stronger. He raised his wand. Stupefy. A flash of red light slammed into the nearest illusion, dispersing it into wisps of smoke. He whirled on the next, firing hexes in rapid succession. His movements were sharper than ever, guided by an almost instinctive knowledge of spacing and aim. One illusion launched itself at him from behind. He dodged, pivoting on reflex, and hammered it with a blasting curse. The training wards in the room prevented any real damage, but the illusions shattered like glass. The timer ticked down. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he kept casting. The final 3 illusions rushed him, and he let out a snarl. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm lanced through one, and he spun to cast a second. Time beeped. The illusions vanished, leaving Harry breathing hard in the sudden silence. Then the system displayed. Training challenge complete. 12 illusions destroyed. Express gained. Plus 12%, level up. He stumbled as raw energy coursed through him. The interface updated. Level 2 strength, 11 agility, 11 vitality, 11 intelligence, 15. Magic power. 16. He felt the difference. It wasn't like a giant leap, but a subtle sharpening of senses, a slight increase in his magical reserves. The aches in his muscles eased. A grin spread across his face. If each level gave him even a slight edge, then over time, he could become fearsome, unstoppable. Let the Ministry call me a liar. Let Voldemort come. I'll be ready. Yet even as he reveled in the rush, a small voice whispered caution. This power came with a price. Power always did. And the question remained, what does the system really want from me? Harry shook his head, pushing aside the doubt. For now, he had a clear path. Keep leveling up, keep pushing. The quiet vow repeated in his mind. No more victims, no more dead friends. Outside the room of requirement, noon he slipped out, scanning the corridor in case anyone had noticed. He was startled to find Hermione leaning against a statue, arms folded, expression unreadable. His heart lurched for a moment, but he schooled his features. Hermione, you were following me? She straightened, cheeks faintly flushed. You just stormed out of breakfast. I was worried. Then I remembered. Well, you seem to know a lot of hidden places. And I heard a bit about a rumor of a room that only appears when you need it. Harry wondered how much she'd seen or heard. Did she see illusions vanish behind the door's cracks? I'm fine, he said, a bit too brusque. Her eyes narrowed. Are you sure? You're different, Harry. More intense, more. She took a breath, stepping closer. I'm on your side, you know. Whatever's happening, you don't have to hide it from me. He hesitated. Part of him wanted to confide in her about the system. But a larger part insisted that if too many people knew, it could put them at risk or scare them. I appreciate that, Hermione, he said softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. In that moment, he noticed the slight pinkness in her cheeks when his hand lingered. It was a detail he'd never paid much attention to before, but now he did. Strange warmth fluttered in his chest. She gazed up at him, voice catching. Then trust me. Whatever this is, you don't have to carry it alone. He forced a small, crooked smile. I know, but let me figure out a few things first. Hermione sighed. All right, she said, though it was clear she wasn't fully satisfied. Then, surprising him, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed a brief, soft kiss to his cheek. You're important, Harry. Don't forget that. His eyes widened. They'd hugged before, but this was more intimate. He caught a flash of emotion in her eyes, concern, affection, maybe more. She quickly stepped back, flustered, as if realizing what she'd done. She mumbled, I'll see you at lunch. Then she practically fled down the corridor. Harry stood there, heart thumping. That was unexpected. A strange blend of confidence and warmth spread through him. He smirked faintly. Once upon a time, he might have panicked or blushed furiously. But something in him was calmer, surer. Maybe I've changed more than I thought. Black Lake. Late afternoon classes had been cancelled in the immediate aftermath of the Triwizard events. Most students milled around gloomily or locked themselves in their dorms. Harry took the opportunity to walk along the lakeshore, letting the fresh air clear his head. He reflected on the new tension in his friendship with Hermione, a tension he didn't entirely dislike. There was also a flicker of memory of Daphne's challenging gaze, Luna's soft reassurance. The swirl of possibility unsettled him in a strangely exciting way. He found a secluded spot beneath a willow, safe from prying eyes. The lake's surface gleamed under the waning sunlight. Pulling up the system, he whispered, "Show me any new quests." Side quest. Tame the shadows. Objective: defeat your first shadow beast. Reward. Penalty. Harry's spine tingled. Shadow beast. That sounded ominous, but if it was something that advanced his powers. Suddenly, the surface of the lake rippled, and a patch of darkness flickered at the edge. It was broad daylight, but a creeping black shape slithered up from the shallows, forming into a vague silhouette with glowing purple eyes. Harry snapped to his feet, wand drawn. What in Merlin's name? The shape hissed, a watery growl escaping it. The air around it warped with shadowy energy. Shadow beast detected. He swallowed hard. Is this part of the quest? It must be. He tried to calm the hammering of his heart. All right, he said through gritted teeth, let's do this. He fired a stunner. The beast evaded with liquid grace, slithering around the spell. It lunged, claws raking across the grass. Harry rolled to the side, adrenaline surging. Expelliarmus. The red jet collided with the beast, staggering it. Another flick of his wand brought a cutting hex slicing into the creature's form. Wisps of black vapor spilled out, making it shudder. The beast roared, part of its body melting away only to reform. Its eyes burned with some unholy light. Harry grit his teeth. Fine, you want more? He conjured a bright slash of light from his wand, a variant of the severing charm. The beast howled, then dissolved into shadows, sinking back into the ground. The system chimed. Shadow beast defeated. Express gained. Plus 15%. Quest complete. Tame the shadows. Reward. Skill, Shadow Summoning, LV. 1. Harry's breath caught. Shadow Summoning, a wave of dizziness hit. In a flicker, he saw a swirl of black shapes behind his closed eyelids. Then he opened them to see a new skill window. Shadow Summoning, LV. 1. Grants the user the ability to conjure or command shadows as protective or offensive entities. His pulse thundered. I can command shadows. That was borderline dark magic, wasn't it? But the potential was massive. He looked around. The lake was calm again. The patch of darkness had vanished. Testing the skill, he held out his wand and thought, summon shadow. A swirling wisp appeared, barely the size of a small dog. It resembled the beast's shape but miniature, with faint purple eyes. It floated near him, silent. Cautiously, Harry reached out. The shadow nuzzled his hand, lacking the hostility of the beast. A thrill ran through him. He had just gained a new power, one that might be considered dark. But the system didn't label good or evil, it was just power. He let the shadow dissipate, heart pounding. The entire confrontation had lasted maybe a minute, but it opened a world of possibilities. Hogwarts corridor. Evening. On his way back to the castle, Harry nearly collided with Professor McGonagall. He jerked back, quickly hiding any sign of the system windows. She fixed him with a stern look. Potter, the headmaster would like a word, immediately. Harry tensed. Did Dumbledore sense what just happened by the lake? He forced composure, meeting her gaze steadily. All right, Professor. She turned, leading him down twisting hallways toward Dumbledore's office. They passed the gargoyle sentinel, ascending the spiral staircase until they reached the headmaster's door. Dumbledore's office. Minutes later, the office was filled with its usual assortment of whirring silver instruments and softly dozing portraits. Fawkes the Phoenix watched Harry from his perch, letting out a low croon as if in sympathy. Dumbledore stood behind his desk, hands clasped, eyes grave. He nodded to McGonagall, who closed the door and took a seat. Harry, Dumbledore said gently, I'm sorry to summon you at such an hour, but circumstances demand it. Harry's jaw tightened. It's about Cedric, isn't it? Dumbledore sighed. Partly. The Ministry is refusing to acknowledge Voldemort's return. They want to question you, potentially even challenge your accounts. I must ask, are you prepared for that? The swirling anger Harry felt toward the Ministry flared again. I'll do whatever it takes to make them see the truth, he said, his voice cold. Dumbledore studied him, as though noticing the new steel in Harry's voice. I see. He hesitated. Harry, I do sense a change in you. Grief can do that, but there may be more. If you ever feel overwhelmed, please know you can come to me. Harry stared back, unyielding. He respected Dumbledore, but something about the old man's secrecy grated on him now. Thank you for the offer, Harry said evenly. I'll keep it in mind. McGonagall cleared her throat. Harry, we only want what's best for you. The coming months will be difficult. The prophet's already printing false stories. I'm aware, Harry said, and I'll handle it. The tension in the room was palpable. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Fawkes, then back to Harry. Very well. For now, I won't push further. But be cautious, my boy. Power gained in desperation can lead us astray if we're not careful. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. Does he suspect something? He forced a polite nod. Understood, Professor. With that, he was dismissed. He left the office feeling the weight of Dumbledore's scrutiny. The headmaster definitely knew Harry was changed, more driven, less fearful. But the old wizard didn't know about the system. Gryffindor common room. Late-night exhaustion threatened to drag Harry under. Yet the itch to keep pushing, keep training, wouldn't leave him alone. At this rate, he'd burn himself out. But the memory of Cedric's lifeless body kept him awake. Ron and Hermione had gone to bed. The fire crackled low in the hearth. Alone in the common room, Harry stared at the embers. He tested his new shadow skill again. A tiny swirl of black drifted from his fingertips, flickering before disappearing. He tried not to think about how that might be labeled dark magic by the Ministry, or how Dumbledore might react if he found out. All that mattered was that it could help him fight back against Voldemort. His mind drifted to Hermione's kiss on the cheek. He found himself smiling, a rare moment of warmth. Then he remembered Luna's cryptic words, Daphne's challenging stance, the swirl of conflicting emotions. Focus, he told himself. I'll figure that out later. Right now, I have to become stronger. He opened the quest window one last time for the night. No new immediate quests. The main quest still read, survive your next confrontation with he who must not be named. Survive, Harry murmured. That wouldn't be enough, he had to win. Dormitory. Moments later, drawing the hangings around his bed, Harry cast a simple Muffliato charm to ensure privacy. He summoned the system window. User Harry James Potter. Level 2. In 2 days, he'd gone from powerless grief to discovering a source of unimaginable potential. If he embraced it fully, he might become unstoppable, someone Voldemort feared more than anything. A swirl of conflicting emotions coursed through him. Determination warred with a nagging worry. What if I lose myself in this power? But he set aside the worry. Right now, the weight of destiny was on his shoulders. If the wizarding world refused to act, if Dumbledore only offered cautious guidance, then Harry would forge his own path. He closed his eyes, letting the day's adrenaline subside. Tomorrow he'd delve deeper. Tomorrow he'd push further than ever. If that meant confronting the darkest parts of magic, so be it, as long as it meant no more innocent lives lost. In the quiet hush of the dormitory, Harry Potter, fresh from witnessing Voldemort's return, burdened by tragedy, and gifted with a strange, evolving system, resolved to become the savior the world needed, even if it meant walking a shadowed road. Sleep finally claimed him, but the moment he drifted off, a faint voice rumbled at the edge of his mind. Shadow Monarch, the path of darkness and light converge. Harry's dreams were filled with swirling black shapes that bowed before him, and in the distance, a figure with red eyes raged. The final flicker was Cedric's face, smiling faintly as if urging him onward. When he awoke the next day, he'd remember only the faint sensation of unstoppable power and a promise he'd made to himself in the night. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Secrets behind the system. Privet Drive. Early July. Harry sat on the edge of his narrow bed in the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive, glaring at the closed door as if it were Voldemort himself. The Dursleys, predictably, wanted nothing to do with him. They'd greeted him with a grumbled order to stay out of the way, then slammed the door. Fine. He preferred it that way now he had bigger concerns. He exhaled, opening the system menu in his mind. A translucent panel popped up. Name: Harry James Potter. Level 2, Express, 42%, Title, None. HP: 110 1/10ths of a megapixel, 88 Strength, 11 Agility, 11 Vitality, 11 Intelligence, 15 Magic Power, 16 Skills, Summoning, LV. 2, Levitation Charm, LV. 1, Water Creation, LV. 1, Shadow Summoning, LV. 1. He surveyed the numbers, trying to figure out how to raise them. After defeating that mysterious shadow beast, he'd gained access to shadow summoning. But he hadn't tried it much since returning home yesterday. Aunt Petunia would freak out if she saw a swirling black creature anywhere near her pristine kitchen. The memory of the last few weeks at Hogwarts filled him with restless energy. Cedric's funeral had been painfully solemn. The Ministry had refused to believe Harry's warnings about Voldemort. Students had left Hogwarts in a haze of fear, uncertainty, and gossip. Dumbledore had only given Harry a cryptic apology and instructions to endure the summer quietly. A part of Harry bristled at that. He wasn't going to stay quiet when Voldemort was out there gathering forces. He clenched a fist, pressing it into the worn bedsheet. Focus, he told himself. He still had no clue what the system ultimately wanted from him, but it was clear it responded to conflict, to training, to self-improvement. Maybe that was all. It was some cosmic tool enabling him to grow stronger. His wand lay on the desk beside an unfinished summer essay for Snape's class. He eyed it. No sense in letting time go to waste. Leaning forward, he concentrated on the intangible presence that was the system. Open skills. A small list scrolled in front of him. Shadow Summoning, LV. 1. Allows user to manifest or command minor shadow entities. Power scales with magic power stat. There was a note that shadow summoning could evolve under certain conditions. He ran a hand through his messy hair. Evolve how? He muttered. Perhaps more practice would reveal its secrets. A sharp rap on the door startled him. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice cut through the wood. Are you doing something unnatural in there, boy? He rolled his eyes. Just reading, he lied smoothly. Homework. A sniff. Then come down for dinner, and don't let your nonsense float about. She hissed the last words as though he might whip out a cauldron at any second and brew something vile over her stovetop. Harry didn't bother replying. He stood and stretched, feeling that subtle hum of strength in his muscles. He was in better shape than he ever remembered, maybe from the system's small stat increases. His time on the Hogwarts grounds, training alone, had changed him. He wasn't scrawny anymore. He was still lean, but there was a coiled readiness in his limbs. Confidence. He opened the door to see Petunia's pinched expression. She took one glance at him and visibly flinched, as if there was something in his eyes that unsettled her. Well, get on with you, she snapped before hurrying away. Harry shook his head and followed. As he descended the stairs, he caught a glimpse of Dudley eyeing him from the living room. Beady gaze wary. Even Uncle Vernon, who normally would puff out his chest at Harry, seemed more cautious. Perhaps they sensed he wouldn't be cowed by them anymore. The thought gave him grim satisfaction. He took a seat at the table. The Dursleys ate in stiff silence. The only sounds were the clink of utensils and the occasional grunt from Dudley. Harry forced down a few bites, mind wandering to the possibility of sneaking out later. Grimmauld Place awaited. He knew he'd have to show up at headquarters soon for order-related matters. Dumbledore had insisted he'd be fetched when the time is right. But Harry had no intention of sitting idle. He could apparate if he practiced the skill enough. Though, he wasn't of age yet, and the Ministry would track underage magic. Another complication. Something funny, boy? Vernon growled, noticing Harry's smirk. Just thinking, Harry replied coolly, not bothering to elaborate. If they tried to push him around, he'd walk out. Let them deal with the consequences. Vernon harumphed and went back to his meal. Harry's bedroom, later that evening. He'd slipped upstairs right after dinner, ignoring Vernon's muttered threats about lazy brats. Ensconced in his cramped space again, he pulled the curtains shut to block out the street lamps. Then, wand in hand, he focused on his new favorite skill. Shadow summoning. With a murmur, he extended a hand. Darkness from the corners of the room rippled, coalescing into a small creature about knee-high, a vaguely canned shape with wispy edges and glowing purple eyes. It flickered in and out, as if unsteady in the real world. "Easy," Harry whispered. The shadow creature bared intangible fangs, though it didn't strike. Instead, it hovered near his bed. He could feel its presence like an extension of himself. The bond thrilled him. This was no ordinary conjuration, it was a piece of the darkness he now commanded. He moved his hand, and the creature followed the gesture. When he flicked his fingers sharply, it leapt forward, phasing through the bed as if intangible. Then it reformed on the other side, tail wagging in slow, smoky arcs. Suddenly, a system message glowed in the corner of his vision. Shadow Summoning, LV. 1, activity detected. Skill proficiency plus 1%. He clenched his jaw in excitement. So the more he practiced, the stronger this skill became. But how far can it go? Another faint chime interrupted. Quest generated. Develop Shadow Summoning. Objective: increase Shadow Summoning to LV. 2. Reward. Penalty for failure: stagnation of shadow skills. Harry frowned. Stagnation sounded ominous. He mentally confirmed the quest. The line stating reward was maddening. He hated not knowing. But in a way, it spurred him on. For the next hour, he commanded the shadow creature to perform small tasks. Fetch a quill, phase through the door, stand guard. Each time it obeyed, that subtle ring of the system announced incremental progress. By the time he collapsed onto the bed, perspiration beading his forehead, the system indicated 72% progress toward shadow summoning. LV. 2. He'd need more time or maybe more intense usage to fully level it up. Before drifting to sleep, he allowed himself a moment to think of Hermione, how she'd given him a gentle kiss on the cheek before the school year ended, eyes brimming with concern for him. He smiled wistfully in the darkness. Whatever the future held, at least he had some people who truly cared. Grimmauld Place. 1 week later, a battered old broom closet. That's where Tonks finally ushered Harry after collecting him from Privet Drive on Dumbledore's orders. She was her usual bright self-pink hair, playful grin, but there was a tension in her eyes as she whispered, "Let's go, Watcher Harry." A portkey whooshed them to the doorstep of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Stumbling inside, Harry found the place as dreary as ever. Peeling wallpaper, a moldy smell, and that blasted portrait of Mrs. Black screeching if you so much as coughed too loudly. No sooner had he regained his footing than the portrait's shrill voice erupted. "Filthy half-breeds, scum." Tonks cursed, tripped over an umbrella stand, and accidentally set off the portrait again. Bloody, she wrestled with the curtains until they finally closed, muffling the shrieks. Harry gave her a slight grin. "Good to see you too." She heaved a breath. "Sorry, this place is a nightmare. Come on, the others are waiting in the kitchen." They descended the creaking stairs. The corridor was dimly lit, and the tension in the air was palpable. Grimmauld Place housed the Order of the Phoenix, a secret group dedicated to fighting Voldemort. But it also felt like a prison sometimes. Sirius was dead. No, Harry reminded himself fiercely. Sirius is still alive at this point. He pushed down the flicker of dread. He had to remember the canon timeline carefully, but the user said, "Follow the canon," so it was heading into the events of Order of the Phoenix. Let's keep Sirius around for now. Rounding the corner, he spotted several familiar faces around a worn wooden table. Mrs. Weasley was fussing with a pot of stew. Mr. Weasley sipping tea, and across from them, Remus Lupin sat with tired eyes but a warm smile. "Harry," Lupin greeted. "We've been expecting you." Harry took a seat. He noticed that Hermione was there too, perched next to Ron and Ginny. Hermione's eyes lit up with relief when they locked on his. She gave him a tiny wave. "About time," Ron muttered, but his tone was affectionate. "You all right, mate?" Harry shrugged. "Better than at the Dursleys." "Which isn't saying much," Hermione added under her breath, earning a small chuckle from Harry. Mrs. Weasley quickly ladled stew into bowls. She thrust one into Harry's hands. "Eat," she commanded, voice softer than usual. "You look peaky." Harry forced a smile. "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley." Tonks joined them, patting Harry's shoulder. "We can't talk official order business with you here." She shot a quick glance at Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. "Underage, you know. But we'll fill you in on what we can soon." Harry's eyes flickered to the head of the table. "Where's Sirius?" he asked, voice quieter than he intended. Lupin sighed. "In his room. He's not in the best mood." Grim lines creased around his eyes. "Being cooped up here is hard on him, especially with the Ministry hunts." Harry nodded. He understood that Sirius was a wanted fugitive in the Ministry's eyes, forced to lie low in his own family's grim ancestral home. He felt a pang of sympathy, wishing he could do something more. "All right," he said, setting his half-eaten stew aside. He wasn't that hungry. "Maybe I'll talk to him later." Mrs. Weasley fussed. "Eat, dear, you need your strength." But Harry shook his head gently. "I appreciate it. Really." He turned to Ron and Hermione, gesturing for them to follow. "Let's go to the drawing room. Catch up?" Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Mrs. Weasley started to protest again, but Lupin waved a hand. "Let them be, Molly. They need some time." She relented, and the trio headed upstairs, footsteps echoing on the worn carpet. Grimmauld Place. Drawing room. The large, dusty chamber was cluttered with moth-eaten curtains and cracked glass cabinets. Ron quickly cleared a space on a threadbare sofa, flopping down. Hermione perched on an old armchair, smoothing her skirt. Harry paced near a coffee table, eyes distant. "So, mate," Ron began. "Summers are always rubbish, but this year's something else, yeah?" Harry ignored the small talk. He looked at them both, noticing the concern in Hermione's eyes. "They're refusing to believe Voldemort's back. The prophet's painting me as a liar again." Ron frowned. "Yeah, we've seen the articles." Hermione leaned forward. "I've been reading them carefully. They're calling Dumbledore an alarmist, a disturbed boy who's cracked under pressure. It's disgusting. But the Ministry, the public is eating it up. People don't want to believe the worst." Harry raked a hand through his hair. "Let them. In time, they'll have no choice but to see the truth." His voice was harder than before, surprising both his friends. A flicker of raw anger shone in his eyes. "We'll have to prepare ourselves. Voldemort won't wait." Ron exchanged a wary glance with Hermione. "We? Yeah, we," Harry said, crossing his arms. "Not to drag you into danger, but I can't do this alone. And I won't let the Ministry's stupidity slow me down." Hermione lifted her chin. "We'll stand by you, of course, but you seem different, more driven," he said, finishing for her. A sardonic twist of a smile curved his lips. "I've had a lot to think about. Cedric's death taught me I can't rely on others to fix things. If I have to become the strongest wizard around to stop Voldemort, then that's what I'll do." Ron looked both impressed and slightly unsettled. "Blimey, Harry." Harry's gaze softened. "Listen, I'm still me. I just can't stand back and watch. I want to ask you both. If I do something unconventional, will you trust me?" Hermione hesitated. "I trust you, Harry, but promise me you won't do anything blindly reckless." "Same," Ron added, though less firmly. "We don't want you going off the deep end." Harry nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude. Part of him yearned to explain the system, but something still held him back, fear that they'd try to talk him out of it or worry about its dark undertones. Instead, he changed the subject. "Any idea what the Order's planning?" Ron shrugged. "We're out of the loop mostly. All we know is that they're on guard duty for something about a prophecy." He lowered his voice. "They keep dropping hints about the Department of Mysteries." Hermione sighed. "But they won't tell us more. We might have to do some digging." Harry set his jaw, remembering the system's main quest. Survive your next confrontation with he who must not be named. Surviving wasn't enough. He intended to crush Voldemort. But the mention of a prophecy tugged at him. He knew from glimpses of conversation that there was a prophecy about him and Voldemort. Maybe the system tied into that somehow. He forced a small smile for Ron and Hermione's sake. "Thanks for telling me, and thanks for sticking with me." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded. "Always, Harry." Ron glanced between them, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. Harry's bedroom at Grimmauld Place. Late night. The door squeaked closed behind Harry as he slipped into the small room set aside for him. He was grateful the Order at least gave him his own space. Grimmauld Place was crammed with members and Weasleys, but they found a dusty guest bedroom for Harry. A battered old lamp sat on a rickety desk, illuminating a musty oak shelf and a narrow bed. He tossed his trunk in a corner, then flopped onto the bed. The day's tension weighed on him. He'd had half a mind to corner Sirius, but apparently Sirius was in a foul mood and not taking visitors. Tomorrow, perhaps. He summoned the system window, feeling the now familiar rush. Level 2. Express. 42%. Asterisk Shadow Summoning. LV. 1, 79% to next level. Nearly there. He considered practicing, but Grimmauld Place's walls were thin, and he didn't fancy explaining shadow beasts to a suspicious Moody or worried Mrs. Weasley. Instead, he let the system idle. A knock came at his door. He tensed, quickly willing the system screen to vanish. Come in. To his surprise, Hermione slipped inside, shutting the door behind her. She looked a tad nervous. Sorry, I wanted to talk privately. Is this okay? Harry raised an eyebrow. Sure, everything all right? She approached the bed, hesitant, then perched on the edge next to him. Her eyes flicked around as if verifying they were alone. Listen, I've been worried about you all summer. You've barely owled me. Your letters were short and, I don't know, reserved. He sighed. I'm sorry. The Dursleys aren't exactly conducive to open conversation, and there's a lot on my mind. She nodded, eyes softening. I understand that you're grieving Cedric, that you feel the weight of this war. She hesitated, cheeks coloring. I need you to remember you're not alone. Harry gently placed a hand over hers. I know, honestly, Hermione, you've been a rock for me. He offered a wry grin. Sometimes I worry I'll pull you into too much danger. Her grip tightened. I'd rather be in danger with you than safe and blind to reality. Warmth bloomed in his chest. Impulsively, he leaned in and pressed a light kiss against her cheek. She froze, eyes going wide, then turned her head so their gazes met in a moment of breathless tension. He heard her heartbeat quicken. Maybe it was his own. It was easy to forget they were just teenagers in the middle of a war. Her voice shook. Harry. He silenced her by brushing his lips to hers in a soft, tentative kiss. She let out a quiet sound of surprise, then melted into him, one hand coming up to his shoulder. The kiss was brief but enough to send sparks through his system. When they broke apart, she was breathing hard, eyes shining. She swallowed. Well, that's new. Harry smirked softly, adrenaline thrumming. I don't want to hide how I feel, he murmured. I appreciate you, Hermione. More than I can say. She pressed her forehead to his, whispering, I feel the same. We should probably, figure this out. But with everything going on, let's take it slow. He nodded. Slow. Right. Still, the air between them crackled with unspoken possibilities. Her face was flushed as she stood. I should go before someone like Ron wonders where I am. Good night, Harry. He caught her hand and squeezed. Night. After she slipped out, he let out a shaky breath, a rush of excitement mingling with guilt. He wasn't sure how Ron would take it if he found out. But a bigger part of Harry felt an undeniable thrill. Hermione was his closest friend and maybe more now. For a moment, he let himself bask in that warmth. Then, forcing himself to focus, he reopened the system. Another line had appeared at the corner. Emotional surge detected. Willpower +1. He almost laughed. The system was measuring his emotions now? Or awarding him for them? The notion was bizarre. Still, a plus in willpower. He'd take it. He lay back, pressing his fingers to his lips where Hermione's warmth lingered. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but for now, he allowed a rare moment of contentment. The next morning, kitchen of Grimmauld Place breakfast was a chaotic affair. Mrs. Weasley chased Fred and George around with a spatula while they tried to test new joke products. Ginny tossed annoyed looks at her brothers. Ron was hunched over the table, devouring sausages. Hermione was quiet, though she shot Harry a quick, shy smile that made him grin into his teacup. Mad Eye Moody shuffled into the room, mechanical eye spinning. He greeted Harry with a gruff nod. Potter, been well? Best as I can be, sir, Harry answered politely. Moody growled. Heard you had a run-in with Dementors last year. That should have taught you about constant vigilance. He took a seat, rummaging for toast. Harry resisted, rolling his eyes. The conversation might have gone on if Lupin hadn't cleared his throat, motioning for calm. We're having a meeting soon. Harry, you're still too young. I know, Harry interrupted. I'll wait upstairs. He tried to sound respectful, but inside, impatience festered. They still wanted to treat him like a child. Fine. He'd gathered his own power through the system. He rose to go, but the moment he left the kitchen, he nearly collided with Sirius climbing up from the basement. Sirius's dark hair was disheveled, and shadows ringed his eyes. He managed a grin at Harry. "Pup, you're here. Good. Sorry I didn't see you last night." Harry suppressed a jolt of guilt at how he'd been avoiding confronting Sirius's mood. "It's fine. Are you okay?" Sirius let out a harsh laugh. "As okay as I can be, locked in my old house. Come, let's talk." He guided Harry toward a quieter corner of the hallway, leaning against peeling wallpaper. They stood in uncomfortable silence for a moment. Then Sirius sighed. "I heard you fought him that night with the Triwizard Cup. I can't tell you how proud and terrified I am at the same time." Harry swallowed. The memory of the graveyard, Cedric's body, and Voldemort's mocking tone flickered through his mind. "I did what I had to do." Sirius's gaze sharpened. "You're so like James, it's unreal. But it worries me, too. Because the Ministry's calling you a liar, and you're stuck with these burdens." Harry set his jaw. "I can handle it, Sirius. I'm not the scared kid I used to be." A faint smile pulled at Sirius's lips. "No, you've changed. Maybe too quickly." He reached out, ruffling Harry's hair in a gesture that was half-hearted. "Just promise me, if you need anything, you won't isolate yourself. I can't do much from here, but I'm still your godfather." Harry's chest tightened. "Thanks." He paused, fiddling with a loose thread on his sleeve. "And, I'm sorry you're cooped up here. If it were up to me." Sirius waved it off. "We're all stuck in a war we didn't choose. I just hope we win this time." His tone turned bitter. "This house is suffocating. But if it keeps me close to you and helps the Order, so be it." Harry mustered a brave smile. "We'll get through it, together." Sirius clapped him on the shoulder, nodded, then moved past him. An unspoken tension lingered. Sirius was both relieved Harry was growing stronger and worried about the darkness forming in him. Harry felt it, too. But no matter. He'd continue down this path, no matter the cost. Drawing room. Afternoon. While the Order conducted their meeting downstairs, Harry sat in the drawing room with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Hermione was flipping through old books, trying to glean anything about the Department of Mysteries. Ron tapped his wand on a dusty table in boredom, while Ginny toyed with a snitch she'd confiscated from Fred and George. "So," Ginny ventured, eyes on Harry, "any new wild adventures planned for the summer? Aside from being locked in a musty house?" Harry shrugged. "Not sure. Maybe we'll train. Prepare. If Hogwarts reopens safely, that is." She caught the edge in his voice and tilted her head. "You're different, you know. Not that I mind. Seems like you've outgrown a few things, or people." Ron rolled his eyes. "He's just had a rough year." Harry kept his gaze on Ginny. Her words were loaded, though he couldn't quite decipher the meaning. Was she hinting at so-ething? But then Hermione cleared her throat, obviously uncomfortable with the shift. An awkward silence fell until the door opened and Luna Lovegood peeked in, her wand stuck behind her ear. She had apparently arrived with her father, who was meeting with someone about the Quibbler. Luna's presence was as unexpected as it was oddly comforting. "Hello," she said dreamily. "Your mother said I could come say hi." She gave a soft wave to Ginny, then to everyone. "I thought I'd find you here, Harry." He gave a small smile, remembering how Luna had that uncanny way of seeing things no one else did. "Nice to see you, Luna." She drifted into the room, her gaze wandering across the dusty cabinets. "There are so many creatures that must be lurking in this place. I can feel them." Ron suppressed a snort. Hermione gave him a warning glare. Harry, intrigued, asked, "What sort of creatures?" "Oh, you know, ephemeral gloom crawlers, rackspurts. Possibly even a nest of humdingers behind the walls." She said it all so earnestly that it was hard to dismiss outright. Harry found himself drawn to her calm presence. She wasn't rattled by gloom. She just accepted it with airy grace. "So, are you staying a while?" "Just for a bit," she answered, turning her dreamy eyes on him. "Daddy wanted to talk about the news with your godfather. He thinks the Quibbler could help." Hermione perked up. "That's actually a good idea. The Prophet is being controlled by the Ministry's narrative. Maybe an alternative paper could tell the truth." Luna nodded sagely. "Yes, though Daddy insists on balancing the coverage of the crumple-horned Snorkick as well. Ron rolled his eyes. But Harry smiled softly, actually grateful someone might spread the truth of Voldemort's return. After a bit more small talk, Luna drifted away to find her father. An odd hush followed her departure. Hermione cleared her throat, snapping her book shut. Let's see if we can do any practical training while we wait. Maybe upstairs in the bedroom, a few wards to practice charms? Ron shrugged. Better than sitting here. They trooped upstairs. Ginny lingered behind, giving Harry a speculative look. You have a way of collecting interesting people around you, she remarked softly, then followed the others. Harry wasn't quite sure how to take that, but he let it go, mind already pivoting to the next opportunity to push his magic forward. Harry's room. Late afternoon, they cleared a small space in Harry's cramped bedroom. With curtains drawn, Hermione lit a single lamp. Ron perched on a trunk, arms folded, while Ginny leaned against the wall, tapping her wand. Okay, Hermione announced. I've been looking at advanced shielding spells. We can at least practice the wand movements and incantations. Ron made a face. Shielding? Can't we try some hexes, or disarming practice? She frowned. Ron, the world's bigger than just dueling hexes. Shields can be crucial, especially if the Ministry or Death Eaters come knocking. Ginny smirked. I'm game. Show us. Hermione demonstrated the wand motion for a new variant of Protega. Harry watched carefully, but half his mind was on the system. He wondered if it would register a new skill if he practiced enough. Deciding to try, he traced the motion with his wand and voiced, Protega Maxima. A shimmering barrier flickered around him, slightly larger than a normal Protega. Ron whistled. That's a neat trick. Hermione's eyes widened. That's the advanced form I mentioned. Did you read about it? Harry gave a one-shouldered shrug, not wanting to reveal he was guided by the system's subtle hints about synergy. Must have come naturally. She gave him a curious look, but before she could press, Ginny tried it too. Her shield was smaller but held for a few seconds before flickering out. They took turns. The walls shook with the reverberations of misfired spells as they tested hexes against each other's shields. Soon, Hermione insisted on a break, panting slightly. Ginny wiped sweat from her forehead. Ron shook out his wand arm. Harry, feeling an adrenaline rush, tried a more daring move. He conjured a quick stunner at Ron, who barely raised his shield in time. A flash of red collided with Ron's Protega, making him stagger. Oi, Ron said, though he grinned, at least warn me. Harry grinned back, an unfamiliar energy dancing in his veins. Sorry, he shot a second stunner, faster than expected. Ron's shield collapsed, and the stunner nearly hit him except at the last second. Harry yanked his wand aside to miss on purpose. Hermione's eyes snapped wide. Harry, be careful. But Harry was near laughing. He felt unstoppable, like his reflexes were sharper than ever. The system must have been giving him an extra edge. He dialed back his aggression, trying not to scare them, but the excitement lingered. This was just a fraction of his potential. If only they knew about his real power. A faint chime resonated in Harry's mind. New skill created. Shield Charm, LV. 1. Due to synergy with magic power, you gain plus 5% effectiveness. He swallowed a grin, quickly hiding it. Hermione gave him a questioning glance as if sensing something unspoken. What's with you today? She asked, voice gentle but insistent. Just feeling alive, Harry answered, letting a bit of truth slip. Knowing we can fight back is empowering. Hermione studied him with a mix of admiration and worry. Ron just shook his head, muttering about mad bloke, while Ginny arched an eyebrow in amusement. Later that night, after a tense dinner with the Order members, who shared no real new information, the group scattered. Harry retreated to his room again. He was certain the system had more to offer if he could just complete the quest to level shadow summoning. But practicing that skill here would draw unwanted attention. He locked his door, tossed on his invisibility cloak for extra security, and considered a silent exit. Grimmauld Place was a fortress, but maybe he could slip onto the small walled courtyard out back. A quick look out the window confirmed that with careful maneuvering, he might reach it. Moody was probably on guard, though. The man's magical eye could spot a gnat in a broom closet. Then again, Harry felt a reckless surge. Let's test ourselves. Without further hesitation, he slid open the window and climbed down a narrow wrought iron drainpipe, cloak fluttering around him. He landed in the tiny stone courtyard behind the house, overshadowed by tall fences and thick ivy. The air smelled of damp earth. "Lumos," he whispered, lighting his wand. The courtyard was empty. Good. Quest. Develop shadow summoning, 79% complete. He closed the prompt. Carefully, he conjured the shadow creature from last time. A swirl of black that solidified into that dog-like shape with glowing purple eyes. "All right, time for some real training," Harry murmured. "Let's see if you can move on your own." He willed the shadow to dash across the courtyard, leap over obstacles, and return to him. It obeyed, though sometimes it flickered or wavered at the edges. The entire time, he sensed the system's unseen bar inching closer to 100%. He tried to ignore the twinge of guilt for practicing what felt suspiciously like dark magic in an order-safe house. If it protected them in the long run, it would be worth it. Suddenly, a new presence brushed against Harry's awareness. He spun, wand raised, cloak swirling. Standing at the courtyard gate was none other than Nymphadora Tonks. She stared, wide-eyed, at the swirling shadow creature. "Harry," she hissed, stepping forward. "What in Merlin's?" For one breathless second, Harry feared she'd think he was doing something sinister. He flicked his wand, dismissing the shadow creature. It melted away into the night air. Tonks advanced carefully, pink hair luminous in the wandlight. "That looked like, well, it looked like you were controlling a living shadow. Since when can you do that?" Harry's heart thundered. He could lie or brush it off, but she'd seen it, and Tonks was an Auror in training. She'd definitely be suspicious. "It's complicated," he said cautiously. "I've been experimenting with new spells." Her gaze was sharp. "That's not any standard defense or charms magic I know. Feels darker." He swallowed. "Maybe it's borderline, but it's not evil. It's just look, I need an edge against Voldemort, and I found some leads on advanced conjuration." She stared at him, searching his eyes for deception. He forced himself not to flinch. The old, timid Harry might have cowered, but the new Harry met her gaze head-on. Slowly, Tonks exhaled, tension draining from her posture. "Merlin's beard, you remind me of Sirius," she said. "Reckless, but with good intentions." She chewed her lip. "You know the Ministry would freak if they caught wind of this." Harry nodded. "I know. That's why I'm keeping it quiet." Tonks cast a glance around the courtyard as if double-checking no one else was there. "Just be careful, yeah? Don't lose yourself." She hesitated. "Is that creature dangerous to you?" He shook his head. "No, it's under my control, I promise." She pressed her hand to her forehead, then grimaced. "All right. I'm going to pretend I didn't see this. But if you ever need help, or if you think you're in too deep, come to me or Remus, got it?" Relief flooded him. He'd expected a lecture or for her to drag him to Dumbledore. "Thanks, Tonks. I appreciate it." She gave him a crooked grin. "Your trouble, Potter. Try not to bring the house down." Then, to his surprise, she winked. "Kids your age get up to all sorts of mischief, but summoning shadows in the middle of the night is a new one." He shrugged, matching her grin. She left quietly, and Harry's mind buzzed with relief. She wasn't going to rat him out. He inhaled the cool night air. At least one more person knew about his advanced conjuration. If he wasn't careful, rumors would spread. Need to keep it secret unless necessary. Skill progress. 94%. He eyed the system prompt. Almost there. One more push. Gathering his nerve, he summoned the shadow again, commanding it to shift forms from a dog to a wolf-like silhouette. It flickered, resisting the transformation. Gritting his teeth, Harry poured more magic into it. Darkness churned, swirling into a fiercer shape. Its purple eyes flared. With a final push of will, the creature solidified. At that moment, a triumphant chime rang in his mind. Shadow summoning leveled up to LV. 2. New ability unlocked. Minor shadow storage. You may store small objects within a personal shadow space for retrieval at will. You have completed Develop Shadow Summoning Quest. Reward. +1 to magic power. Unlocked. Harry's pulse soared as knowledge flowed through him. Shadow storage. He could hide items in the darkness, pulling them out whenever. That was brilliant, like a hidden pocket dimension. More importantly, there was another line. Unlocked. Raise Shadow Soldier. Basic, * allows user to attempt reanimation of fallen creatures as loyal shadow soldiers. Success rate depends on target's vitality and user's magic power. He froze, heart pounding. Reanimation? That was no mere conjuration. This was necromancy territory, a line the wizarding world found taboo. But if it's used against monsters or Death Eaters? The moral complexity weighed on him. Still, the potential advantage was enormous. A new wave of confidence and trepidation washed over him. Raise Shadow Soldier, he whispered into the night. A chill ran through him. Was this how he'd build an unstoppable army to face Voldemort? The concept was terrifying and thrilling. He dismissed the Shadow Wolf, letting it dissipate. Darkness in the courtyard returned to normal. Pocketing his wand, Harry pulled the invisibility cloak tight around his shoulders and climbed back up the drainpipe to his window. Once inside, he sank onto the bed, chest heaving. So much power, and it was only growing. He wasn't naive enough to think he could do no wrong. He was playing with forces that skirted the edges of dark magic. But the war demanded extraordinary measures. As he steadied his breathing, he caught his reflection in a dusty mirror. He barely recognized the intensity in his own green eyes. A voice inside him whispered, "This is only the beginning." The next day, Grimmauld Place drawing room. Sirius had emerged from his self-imposed isolation and now sat with Harry, Lupin, and the Weasley twins. The older men were discussing safe house expansions and new wards. The twins were half listening, half scribbling ideas for their joke shop. Harry hovered near them, trying to glean any bits of order activity they might let slip. So, basically, Sirius concluded, the Ministry is doubling down on their stance that you know who is not back. Which is, of course, insane. We have to proceed in secret. That means limited mobilization, only those who can handle themselves and keep quiet. Lupin sighed. We could do with more allies, though. Not everyone in the Ministry is blind. Fred and George exchanged mischievous looks. Say, we might have some ways to slip certain truths around the Ministry censors, Fred said cryptically. George wiggled his eyebrows. Exactly. Some well-placed pranks, a few cameo appearances at the right offices. Sirius gave them an amused grunt. You two are incorrigible, but that might come in handy. Harry, arms crossed, asked, what about actual combat readiness? Is the order training? Because if Voldemort's out there. Easy, pup, Sirius said, raising a hand. We do what we can. Moody runs drills. Kingsley trains some of us. But we can't exactly hold a public recruitment session. Lupin gave Harry a thoughtful look. Why do you ask? You want in on the drills? Harry shrugged, trying to sound casual. I just want to be prepared. Sirius and Lupin exchanged a glance. Finally, Sirius said, we'll see what we can arrange, maybe some private lessons. But not now. Things are too tense. Harry's frustration simmered, but he masked it. If they wouldn't help him become stronger, he'd do it himself through the system. Just then, Hermione slipped in, carrying a stack of old books. She paused, eyeing the cluster of people. Am I interrupting? Not at all, Lupin said politely. We were just wrapping up. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair in passing. Later, pup. He moved off with Lupin. The twins trailed behind, whispering conspiratorially. Hermione approached Harry. You all right? He nodded, ignoring the tension in his jaw. Same old story, adults telling me to wait. She set the books down. I found some references to ancient conjuration that might interest you. A spark lit in her eyes. The spells are borderline dark, though. Harry's heart skipped. He hoped she wouldn't mention actual necromancy. What do they say? Hermione hesitated. It's more about harnessing magical creatures or elementals. But certain branches discuss shadow-based magic used centuries ago, lost after it was deemed too dangerous. She studied him carefully. I was going to warn you not to dabble in it, but now I'm not so sure. He schooled his face into neutrality. Why not? She sighed, leaning closer. Because you're strong enough to handle it, I think. And, I trust you, Harry. If you ever do go down that path, be careful, please. He swallowed, touched by her faith in him and a bit uneasy. She was too perceptive. I will. She pressed a note into his hand. These are references I couldn't find here but might be at the Hogwarts library or other places. It might help you if you need more advanced spells. Her eyes flicked away, a little red. Harry felt warmth flood him. She might suspect he was exploring the edges of dark magic, yet she still supported him. He tucked the note away and gently touched her arm. "Thank you." She looked back at him, half smiling. "Don't make me regret it." Black Family Library. Late evening Grimmauld Place had a musty old library filled with unsettling tomes. Most were from the Black family's questionable heritage. After dinner, Harry slipped away from the noisy kitchen to comb through the shelves. Worn covers boasted titles on pureblood lineages, hexes, and curses. He was searching for anything on shadow conjuration or necromancy. Every so often, he felt the system's subtle hum, like it was guiding him to discover more. Then he froze, fingers trailing across a large black tome with silver lettering. Secrets of the Abyssal Arts. "Sounds promising," he muttered. He pulled it out. The pages were yellowed, the language archaic. Skimming the table of contents, he found references to shadow manipulation and binding of souls. His pulse hammered. He flipped to a passage describing a technique to bind the essence of a defeated enemy, forging a loyal phantom. The runes were complex, and the text glowed faintly under the lamp. Goosebumps prickled his skin. This was definitely dark magic. Was it akin to the system's Ray's shadow soldier? A voice startled him. "What are you doing?" He spun, shutting the book. It was Ginny, standing at the library door, arms crossed. "Research," he said curtly. She arched a brow, stepping closer. "You sure it's not dark magic? That book looks dangerous." He pocketed his wand, meeting her gaze. "It's knowledge. I need it to fight Voldemort. Isn't that the point of the order?" Ginny frowned. "Yes, but you have to be careful. Messing with dark spells can come at a cost." She paused, expression softening. "Look, I'm not here to lecture you. I worry." Harry felt a pang. Ginny had once been possessed by Voldemort through a diary. She knew the dangers of dark magic intimately. He sighed, placing the book under his arm. "I understand better than you think. But this war won't be won by half measures." She studied him in silence. The lamp's light played across her red hair, casting shadows across her face. "Then I won't stop you. But promise me you won't do anything alone that puts you in mortal danger. At least let me know." Harry's lips curled into a faint smile. "You're braver than people give you credit for." She shrugged, cheeks coloring. "Just don't be stupid." Then she turned, leaving him alone with the ominous tome. He stared after her, mind churning. The web of relationships around him was growing more complex. Hermione's cautious support, Tonks's reluctant acceptance, Ginny's worried curiosity, Luna's dreamy empathy, even Daphne Greengrass back at Hogwarts who'd hinted at potential alliances. All these connections could shape him in different ways. The thought made his pulse race in a peculiar mix of excitement and apprehension. Finally, he set the tome aside. He'd glean what he needed eventually, but right now, he'd had enough for the night. The system in his mind glowed with potential, as if urging him on. Patience, he told himself. Step by step. A few days later, kitchen meeting word reached Grimmauld Place that strange incidents were cropping up across Wizarding Britain. Unexplained disappearances, sightings of Dementors. Even the Muggle newspapers reported freak storms and bizarre accidents. The tension in the house skyrocketed. Mrs. Weasley tried to keep them out of the loop, but overheard snippets painted a grim picture. Lupin and Tonks discussed how the Dementors seemed out of the Ministry's control. Dumbledore's name kept surfacing. He was working behind the scenes, presumably rallying allies. Harry found himself pacing the drawing room with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, waiting for scraps of information. When Moody finally emerged from the kitchen, they pounced. "What happened?" Ron asked, voice breathless. Moody glowered, magical eye spinning. "Not your concern." Harry stepped forward, crossing his arms. "We have a right to know if Dementors are prowling the country." Moody's scarred face twisted into a grudging scowl. "Hell. Fine. The Dementors are drifting from Azkaban. Possibly responding to you-know-whose call. The Ministry is losing control." Hermione looked alarmed. "They'll start attacking innocents." Moody grunted. "That's the fear. Now let the Order handle it." He turned away. Harry felt outrage surge. This was exactly the kind of crisis he wanted to be trained for, to confront. He caught Hermione's eye, saw the same frustration mirrored there. She touched his shoulder lightly, a silent plea not to pick a fight with Moody. Moody stomped upstairs. The four exchanged grim looks. Ron finally muttered, "This is insane. Dementors on the loose?" Harry exhaled slowly. "We have to be ready to fight them, if it comes to that." In the back of his mind, he recalled the feeling of summoning shadows. Could they drive off Dementors? Or even overshadow them? Ginny shuddered. "Dementors are horrifying. I remember how they were at Hogwarts. I hate them." Hermione pursed her lips. "Maybe we should practice the Patronus charm. Harry, you were the one who taught us in 3rd year." He nodded. "Yes. Good idea. Let's do that tonight, if we can find a place. Maybe the drawing room. I doubt we can produce real Dementor illusions, but we can practice the incantation." Ron rubbed the back of his neck. Better than nothing. They split to gather supplies. Harry, as he headed for his room, thought again of the raise shadow soldier skill. A crazy idea crept into his mind. If I had a Dementor's body, even though they don't really have bodies, could I turn it into a shadow soldier? The notion was both horrifying and strangely tempting. He shook his head to dispel the thought. That was too extreme. Probably impossible, but still. Drawing room. Patronus practice. They managed to scrounge up some privacy in the large, dusty space. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny formed a loose circle around Harry. He held his wand firmly, recalling the exact words and feelings needed. "Expecto Patronum," he said softly, conjuring a bright silvery stag that sprang forth, illuminating the gloom. Hermione gazed in awe. "It's still beautiful, Harry." Ginny closed her eyes, mustering a happy memory. "Expecto Patronum." A faint shimmer emerged from her wand, forming a nebulous shape that quickly fizzled. She sighed. "I need a stronger memory." Ron tried next. His was a wisp of light, no clear form. "Blimey, I can't focus with everything that's going on," he groaned. Harry turned to Hermione. "Your turn." She set her jaw, eyes shining with determination. "Expecto Patronum." A shining otter burst into view, swirling gracefully around the room. Ron grinned, giving an appreciative whoop. Ginny clapped softly. Hermione beamed at Harry. Their gazes locked, and for a moment, their shared knowledge of that recent kiss crossed both their minds. She blushed, but her Patronus glowed even brighter, as if fueled by the memory. "That's brilliant, Hermione," Harry said, voice warm. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. "All right, you two. Let's keep practicing." They repeated the spells, each time refining their technique. Though Harry's Patronus was by far the strongest, Hermione's was stable and luminous, and Ginny managed to produce a smaller but definite horse-shaped form on her 3rd attempt. Ron's improved marginally. They ended with a sense of accomplishment, if not absolute confidence. As they wrapped up, Hermione said, "I wish the rest of the DA were here. We could all practice together." Harry exhaled. "Yeah, but next term, maybe we can restart it assuming Hogwarts reopens normally." Ron shot a concerned glance at Harry. "You reckon it will? With the Ministry so deep in denial, who knows what they'll do?" Harry shrugged. "Whatever happens, we'll fight." That hard note returned to his voice, and the others nodded, albeit with some trepidation. Late that night, Harry's bedroom. Harry lay on his bed, mind buzzing with the day's events. The Patronus practice had helped channel some of his anxiety, but he still felt a gnawing sense of urgency. Dementors roaming the country, the Ministry's refusal to act. Someone had to step up. The system's interface hovered when he closed his eyes. User: Harry Potter, Level 2, Shadow Summoning, LV 2. Raise Shadow Soldier, Basic. He tapped on the newly unlocked Raise Shadow Soldier ability, reading its description in more detail. Must have a corpse or remains of a fallen creature. Incantation required. Success rate depends on difference in power. The moral dilemma churned in his gut. But in war, especially a war with undead like Dementors, maybe this was a necessary edge. A soft knock jarred him. He quickly dismissed the window. "Yes?" The door opened a crack, revealing Hermione's face. She slipped inside, cheeks pink. "Hey," she whispered. His heart thudded. "Hermione? Something wrong?" She shook her head, shutting the door. "No, I couldn't sleep. Thinking about everything. The war, the Dementors, us." Harry pushed himself upright. "Come here." She crossed the room and sank onto the bed beside him, fiddling with her wand. For a moment, they just looked at each other, the hush of the house pressing in. Then she let out a trembling sigh. "I'm scared for you, Harry. You're so focused on getting stronger that I worry you'll," she hesitated, tears threatening, "lose yourself." He placed a hand gently on her cheek, brushing aside a stray tear. "I won't, because I have you. And Ron, and the others. But especially you." His voice was a soft rasp, laden with sincerity. "I promise I won't become a monster." She leaned into his touch, eyes closing briefly. "I believe you." Slowly, she slid her arms around his neck, and he pulled her close, lips finding hers in a tender, lingering kiss. It was more than just teenage desire, there was desperation, fear, and hope all tangled together. After a moment, she broke away, breathing fast. "We have to be careful, if Mrs. Weasley finds me here." Harry's lips twitched into a wry smile. "Right, don't need that lecture." She curled beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Just a minute. Let me be here for a minute." He nodded, heart full in spite of the grim circumstances. They lay in silence, comforting each other with the warmth of their presence. His arm wrapped around her waist, her breath soft against his neck. For a fleeting moment, the weight of the world lifted. Then, with reluctance, Hermione eased off the bed, smoothing her messy hair. "I should go," she whispered. "We'll figure this out, yeah?" He nodded, tangling his fingers with hers briefly before letting go. "Yeah, we will." She slipped out the door, leaving him with the faint scent of her shampoo. He lay back, exhaling shakily. The system hummed quietly in his mind, and he ignored it. Tonight, he allowed himself that small measure of peace. Morning. Unexpected news. "Everyone to the kitchen." Mrs. Weasley's urgent voice echoed through Grimmauld Place. Harry scrambled out of bed, still groggy, and nearly collided with Ron in the hallway. "What's going on?" Ron mumbled, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "No idea," Harry said, pulse kicking. If it was enough for Mrs. Weasley to shout the house down, it had to be serious. They joined Hermione, Ginny, and the twins, hurrying downstairs. The kitchen was buzzing with tension. Moody, Lupin, Tonks, and Sirius stood at the table, discussing in hushed tones. Mrs. Weasley had that mother-hen look of distress, arms folded tightly. Finally, Sirius turned to address them. "We've just received word. The Dementors attacked a small wizarding settlement near Canterbury last night." Gasps rippled among the group. Harry's stomach dropped. "Were there casualties?" Hermione asked, voice trembling. Lupin nodded gravely. "A few. Some are in St. Mungo's, severely kissed souls sucked out. Others escaped. The Ministry's official line is isolated rogue Dementors, but we know better." Harry's fists clenched. "We have to do something." Moody barked, "We're doing something, Potter. The Order is dispatching teams to set up wards and try to herd them away from populated areas." Harry bristled. "That's not enough. Dementors are unstoppable for most people. We're going to lose more lives unless." "Unless what?" Moody demanded, magical eye swiveling. "Unless we wave a wand and vanish them all. Patronuses are the only real defense. People can't cast them if they've never been taught, and the Ministry refuses to let us educate the masses. That's the reality." The frustration in the room was palpable. Sirius's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Tonks shifted uncomfortably, glancing at Harry as if recalling his shadow conjuration. She quickly looked away. Ron broke the silence, his voice cracking. Is there anywhere safe?" Mrs. Weasley hugged him. "We're making Hogwarts as safe as possible when term starts. That's all we can do for now." Harry stared at the floor, rage simmering in his chest. More innocents lost, more tragedy. The Ministry's failure was costing lives. He felt a cold conviction settle in him like a blade sliding into place. That afternoon, Harry's silent resolve the hours blurred. Grimmauld Place was rife with tension as the Order rushed about, preparing to leave for Canterbury or coordinate with other safe houses. Harry was barred from joining them, leaving him cooped up again. He retreated to the library, the black tome clutched in his arms. His shadow summoning skills might fend off Dementors if he could figure out how to shape them effectively. He'd never tried it against a real Dementor. But the thought of passively waiting while people were kissed made his blood boil. He flipped through the tome, searching for a reference to shadow consumption, or something akin to draining negative energy. He remembered seeing a line about that earlier. Sure enough, he found it. The art of merging shadow essence with draining creatures. The text was incomplete, referencing an ancient practice to bind or banish malevolent spirits. Perhaps it might work on Dementors. A new system quest flashed. Quest: confront the darkness. Objective: develop a means to combat the Dementors directly. Reward: failure, widespread despair and potential fatalities. The gravity of it made his heart pound. This is real. The system recognized the threat Dementors posed. If it offered him a new pathway, he'd take it no matter the cost. He swore under his breath. He needed a place to test, some actual contact with Dementors or similarly negative creatures. That alone was insane. But if it worked. The door creaked open. Tonks stood there, expression grave. Harry, we're leaving soon to help with wards. You stay here, you hear me? The last thing we need is a hot-headed teen in a war zone. He closed the tome, sliding it behind his back. I understand. Her gaze flicked to the hidden book, but she didn't comment. Sighing, she moved closer. Look, I don't like it either. But orders are orders. Harry forced a nod. Stay safe. She gave a wry smile. I'm an Auror. Danger is the job description. As she turned to leave, her voice softened. And you don't do anything stupid, yeah? He watched her go, jaw set. No promises, he thought grimly. If he discovered a solution to the Dementors, he'd seize it. The system's quest demanded it, and so did his conscience. Nightfall. Grimmauld Place courtyard. Again. Harry stood alone under the moonlight, invisibility cloak draped around him. Everyone else was either asleep, out on missions, or too exhausted to care what he was up to. Perfect for some clandestine practice. He conjured a shadow wolf, feeding it more magic than before. Its form grew denser, eyes gleaming a brighter violet. Good, he muttered, circling it. Northwest, can you respond to my thoughts? He envisioned the wolf leaping a short wall. It sprang over the obstacle smoothly. Another mental image had it sprinting a figure 8 around the courtyard. It obeyed with fluid grace. The link between them was deepening. If only he had a Dementor to test a binding spell on. The idea was ludicrous and horrifying, but a twisted logic in him whispered that if he could enslave one Dementor, maybe he could find a way to neutralize them. Perhaps the shadows can devour them, he mused. A system prompt flickered. Your shadow summoning skill resonates with external negativity. Over time, you may unlock additional sub-skills related to gloom or fear manipulation. Continue practice for synergy. Harry exhaled, letting the wolf vanish. So many moral lines were blurring. But each line he crossed, he reassured himself, was in service of saving lives. Even if I become a monster in the eyes of others, I'll be a monster that fights Voldemort. His eyes flicked upward to the moonlit sky. I'm doing this for Cedric, for everyone who's died, for everyone who still could. The unwavering resolve settled deeper in his bones. Tomorrow, he'd press on. Tomorrow, he'd find a way. And if the world wasn't ready to accept his methods, that was their problem. He would bear the consequences, as long as no more innocents fell. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Return to Hogwarts, New Threats. Outside the Hogwarts Express, the early September air felt charged with tension. Summer had ended in a swirl of whispered rumors, Dementor attacks, clandestine operations by the Order, Ministry denials. Now, anxious students milled on platform 9 3/4, hugging parents goodbye and hauling trunks aboard. Harry stood amid the bustle, taking it all in. The rattle of luggage carts, the hoots of owls, the low hum of conversation. He noticed the uncertain looks on some faces, that collective worry that something was deeply wrong in the wizarding world. This was no ordinary back-to-school atmosphere. He glanced around for familiar red hair. Sure enough, the Weasleys were gathered by the train. Mrs. Weasley wrapped Ron in a crushing hug. George and Fred teased him relentlessly until Mrs. Weasley rounded on them, brandishing a finger. Ginny hung back, her expression somber. She met Harry's eyes over the crowd, managed a small, brave smile. Hermione stood close to Harry, her arm brushing his as she tried to corral her trunk and Crookshanks's basket. She eyed him critically, as though evaluating his state of mind. She'd been doing that all morning, ever since they left Grimmauld Place. You sure you're okay? She asked under her breath, pressing a warm hand to his shoulder. He gave a faint nod. "I'm just ready to get on with it. Being cooped up all summer, not allowed to fight back, drove me mad." Her lips twitched in understanding. "At least here, we'll have some measure of control, maybe, unless the Ministry meddles." His scar twinged, as if in agreement about the Ministry's interference, but he forced away the flicker of pain. "We'll handle it," he murmured. They boarded the train. Students parted for Harry more than usual, some with curiosity, some with open distrust. A swirl of rumors about him, lying, or being unhinged, had obviously reached Hogwarts as well. Ron and Ginny helped stow everyone's trunks. Fred and George bustled off toward the back of the train, muttering about merchandise opportunities. Luna Lovegood drifted by, her wand tucked behind her ear, greeting them all with a dreamy smile. "Lovely day for a new school year," she said, voice melodic, then noticed the tension in Harry's features. "Try not to worry, Harry. Raxperts can sense anxiety and make it worse." He actually chuckled. "I'll keep that in mind." Luna beamed and sauntered down the corridor, humming. Hermione shook her head fondly. "She's something else." Harry nodded. "But she's got a good heart." Back in a more private compartment, Harry settled in with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. The train whistle screeched and the platform fell away. Conversation was subdued, none of them quite sure how to address the collective knot of worry in their chests. Harry half listened to Ron rant about Quidditch but soon found his thoughts drifting to the system's interface. He mentally opened it. Name: Harry James Potter. Level 2, Express, 82%. Magic Power: 17 Shadow Summoning, LV 2, Raise Shadow Soldier, Basic. Shield Charm, LV 1. He was close to leveling up again. One good fight or major quest completion would push him to level 3. He exhaled, wondering if he'd get that chance soon, though he felt guilty for hoping conflict would arise. But with Voldemort out there, conflict was inevitable. He caught Hermione watching him. She tilted her head in silent question. He managed a reassuring smile, reaching for her hand beneath the table. She gave him a gentle squeeze back, cheeks coloring as Ron and Ginny debated the Chudley Cannon's abysmal performance. No one else seemed to notice the small display of affection. Time crawled until the snack trolley rattled by. Ginny and Ron argued over chocolate frog cards, Hermione read through a thick arithmancy text, and Harry dozed fitfully, half dreaming of swirling shadows and purple-eyed creatures bowing before him. A voice in the dream hissed "Shadow Monarch," and he jolted awake, chest tight. They reached Hogsmeade Station under darkening skies. The usual horseless carriages waited, drawn by thestrals invisible to some but not to Harry and a few others who'd witnessed death. He wasn't sure how many students saw them this year. Probably more, given the war's encroaching presence. A sudden hush fell when Harry's group approached the carriages. He felt stares prickling his back. Students whispered. "Potter sees monsters." "Stop it, that's just a rumor." "He claims you know who is back." Harry ignored them. Hermione shot him a concerned glance but said nothing. They piled into a carriage and set off toward the towering silhouette of Hogwarts. Entering the Great Hall, Harry felt a swirl of nostalgia and unease. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the stormy sky outside, flickers of lightning illuminating rows of candlelit tables. Students chattered in subdued tones. Even the sorting seemed muted, the first years stepping forward with trepidation. Harry glimpsed a flash of silvery blonde hair at the Slytherin table. Daphne Greengrass, watching him from the corner of her eye. She held his gaze briefly, then looked away, expression unreadable. Beside her, Draco Malfoy wore his usual sneer, though there was a sharper edge to it this year. At the staff table, Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair, face lined with gravity. McGonagall and Flitwick chatted quietly. Hagrid was absent, likely on one of Dumbledore's missions. And in a seat near the end, a plump, toad-faced witch decked in pink. Dolores Umbridge. The very sight of her made Harry bristle. He remembered the warnings about a new, Ministry-appointed defense against the dark arts teacher. This must be her. "Oh no," Hermione muttered under her breath, noticing Umbridge. "She's from the Ministry, isn't she?" Ron scowled. "Yeah, definitely. This can't be good." Harry felt a tightness in his chest. A Ministry plan would try to undermine any mention of Voldemort's return. This year was about to get complicated. After the Sorting Hat's song, an ominous tune urging unity in troubled times, Dumbledore began the start of term announcements. He addressed the standard rules, feasts, and scheduling details. Then he paused, letting his gaze sweep the hall. And finally, I'd like to introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Dolores Umbridge, Dumbledore said. Polite applause rippled, though it was half-hearted. When Umbridge stood, the pink bow in her hair bobbing, the applause died awkwardly. Thank you, Headmaster, she simpered, voice falsely sweet. I am delighted to be here at dear old Hogwarts. Her eyes slid over the students with a cloying smile that made Harry's skin crawl. I look forward to guiding you all in the proper defense methods, to ensure the Ministry's standards are upheld. Hermione stiffened. Ministry's standards, right. Harry caught Dumbledore's cool expression. He gave a polite nod, letting Umbridge finish. Her speech droned on about preserving tradition, ensuring appropriate conduct, and maintaining discipline. She pointedly did not mention practical defense or the growing darkness outside. Harry exchanged grim looks with Ron and Hermione. This year's defense class was going to be a farce, and they all knew it. Once the feast concluded, the prefects led first years away. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny walked with the throng of Gryffindors toward the tower. Halfway there, Malfoy's drawl cut through the corridor. Potter, Malfoy sneered, sidling up with Crabbe and Goyle. Nice performance at the feast. Didn't see you giving a speech about the Dark Lord. Getting shy? Harry's temper flared. Shove off, Malfoy. Malfoy smirked. I wouldn't be so rude if I were you. The Ministry's got its eye on you, after all those lies you've been spewing. Ron bristled. You slimy. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm. He's baiting you. Ignore him. But Malfoy's gaze slid to Harry, eyes glittering with malice. You might fool some people, Potter, but not me. I know you're just an attention-seeking. Try finishing that sentence, Harry said coldly, stepping forward. He felt his magic churn, a dangerous shadow flickering in his peripheral vision. Malfoy's smirk faltered for a split second, as if sensing the raw power behind Harry's glare. Then, with a quiet sniff, he turned on his heel. Crabbe and Goyle followed, looking uncertain. Hermione tugged Harry gently. Don't give them the satisfaction, she whispered. Harry exhaled, forcing down the surge of adrenaline. Right, let's go. As they headed to the common room, he noticed Ginny glancing back at him with a thoughtful expression. She'd clearly seen that flash of darkness in his eyes. He avoided her gaze, not wanting to explain. The Gryffindor common room was as warm as always, a comforting swirl of red and gold drapes. Lively chatter filled the space. No matter how tense the outside world got, Hogwarts had its own brand of cozy normalcy, at least for the moment. Harry took a seat near the fireplace, sinking into a plush armchair. Ron flopped onto the couch, eyes half closed. Hermione perched by Harry, while Ginny claimed another chair. The four of them exhaled in unison, as if shedding the weight of the day. Soon, Neville Longbottom joined them, looking nervous but determined. Hi, Harry, he said softly. Crazy stuff, huh? With her Umbridge and all? Harry gave a tight nod. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Neville's round face scrunched in worry. I overheard some older Ravenclaws saying the Ministry doesn't want us practicing spells in class. They think it's dangerous to do actual defense training. That's insane, Ron snapped. What's the point, then? Hermione folded her arms. It's exactly what they want. No advanced defensive magic, no talk of Voldemort. If you keep people ignorant, they're easier to control. Harry frowned. We'll just have to teach ourselves again, like the DA. Neville perked up. You'd do that? Ginny's eyes gleamed. I'm in. They all looked at Harry. He let out a slow breath. We might not have a choice. We can't rely on the Ministry, and we sure can't rely on Umbridge. Ron cracked a grin. Dumbledore's Army, Part 2? Hermione offered a grim smile. Let's keep it secret this time, though. More secret. We might not have Marietta to worry about, but Umbridge could plant spies anywhere. They agreed to plan carefully. For now, they needed to gauge Umbridge's approach in class. But a renewed sense of purpose stirred in them all. If the Ministry refused to equip them, they did it themselves. Late that night, Harry and his friends dispersed to their dorms. The boys' dormitory was the same as ever, though Seamus Finnegan gave Harry a wary look while unpacking. Apparently, Seamus's mum believed the Daily Prophet's slander. Harry ignored him, focusing on the swirl of new goals. Bolster the DA, keep leveling up with the system, and watch out for new threats. Lying in bed, curtains drawn, he opened the system in his mind. Quest update. Unite your allies. Objective. Form a secret defense group to prepare for imminent threats. Reward. +1 level, bonus. His heart quickened. So the system wants me to gather allies, too. He recalled the Raise Shadow Soldier skill, feeling both apprehension and excitement. Allies might be living, or not. He stared at the velvet canopy overhead. I'll protect them, with any power necessary. The vow burned in him like an ember. Eventually, exhaustion pulled him under. Morning light spilled through the tall windows of the Great Hall as they lined up for breakfast. Harry trudged in with Ron and Hermione, eyes gritty from poor sleep. At the staff table, Umbridge beamed like a cat with a new bowl of cream. Dumbledore's gaze flicked over her but revealed nothing. While eating, Harry felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find Luna behind him, holding a copy of the Quibbler. She gave him a wide, earnest smile. Daddy published an interview with a witch who claims the Ministry is covering up attacks. I thought you'd want to see it. Harry's eyebrows rose. Really, thanks, Luna. He accepted the magazine, ignoring some mocking snickers from nearby Ravenclaws. The Quibbler might not have the best reputation, but at least it printed alternative viewpoints. Hermione leaned in to read over Harry's shoulder. It says here that the Ministry seized documents about Dementors going rogue. This actually matches some of the rumors we heard at Grimmauld Place, she whispered. Ron glanced at the staff table. We better be careful who sees us with that. He nodded toward Umbridge, who was now chatting with Flitwick in an uncomfortably sweet tone. Harry nodded, sliding the Quibbler into his bag. Thanks, Luna. She smiled dreamily. No problem. Also, I wanted to see if the DA might restart. Her voice dropped. You taught me so much last time, and we all need it. He exchanged a look with Hermione and Ron. Hermione nodded slightly. Harry turned back to Luna. We're planning something. We'll let you know soon. Her eyes lit up, and she drifted off, humming. Defense against the dark arts took place after lunch. Students filed into the classroom, eyeing the pink lace curtains, the jars of decorative kittens, and the large Ministry proclamations posted on the walls. Harry sank into a seat beside Hermione, tension coiled in his gut. Umbridge swept in, pink cardigan straining over her broad frame. Good afternoon, children, she chirped. The class mumbled a half-hearted reply. She frowned. I said good afternoon, she repeated in a syrupy tone that brooked no argument. They replied more loudly. Lovely, she said, picking up a clipboard. Now, I have prepared a theoretical approach to defense that will ensure you pass your OWLs, free from dangerous practical elements. Murmurs rippled. Hermione's hand shot up. Professor, how can we truly learn defense without practical spells? Umbridge's eyes hardened even as her voice stayed sweet. My dear, real defense is about understanding the rules. We mustn't risk injury by flinging spells around. Harry grit his teeth. What a load of rubbish. He raised his own hand. But the outside world is dangerous right now. I see no reason to believe that, Umbridge interrupted, her voice rising. The Ministry assures us everything is under control. We certainly do not need you know whose name invoked, she added pointedly. Harry bristled. He's out there. People have died. Lies, Umbridge snapped, her voice losing its sweetness for a split second. You will cease this disruptive talk, Mr. Potter, or face consequences. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm under the desk, pleading silently for him not to explode. He forced himself to breathe, but his anger seethed. The entire class sat in stunned silence, some looking shocked, others smirking, like Malfoy in the corner. Today's lesson, Umbridge continued, pretending calm, is Chapter 1. Why Theory Matters More Than Reckless Wand-Waving. Please open your books. Harry's knuckles turned white as he flipped open the text. He hardly saw the words. All he could think was, we have to fight back, or we'll be defenseless. That evening in the Gryffindor common room, tempers still ran high. A group of fifth years had gathered around Harry, Neville, Seamus, Dean, Lavender, and Parvati. All were outraged at Umbridge's refusal to let them practice spells. Hermione sat on an armchair, arms folded, listening. Are you going to confront her again? Neville asked, voice wavering. Harry shook his head. Won't do any good, she has the Ministry's backing. Ron frowned. So, DA again, but in secret. We can't just meet in the open, or we'll get expelled. Hermione set down a piece of parchment. We'll form a schedule. Keep it small at first. Invite only those we trust. We'll use coded messages to call meetings. Ginny leaned against a table. We should find a hidden spot. The room of requirement worked last year. Hermione nodded. That's our best option. They agreed to gather a handful of trusted friends, Luna. Maybe a few Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs who believed Harry. It wouldn't be easy, but it was the only way they'd learn real defense. A few days later, the first covert meeting took place. They slipped inside the room of requirement after classes. The door appeared in the corridor's blank wall, opening to reveal a spacious chamber lined with cushions and target dummies. Students trickled in: Luna, Neville, Ginny, Dean, Parvati, and a couple of others. Hermione cast privacy wards. Harry stood at the front, scanning the small group. The memory of the original DA warmed his heart, but now they faced even greater stakes. All right, he began softly, we all know why we're here. Umbridge won't teach us to defend ourselves, and with Voldemort. He paused at the collective flinch. On the loose, we can't afford to wait. We'll practice spells, share knowledge, and watch each other's backs. Luna's eyes shone with quiet resolve. Neville, though trembling, nodded. Harry glanced at Hermione, who gave him a supportive smile. Then he summoned the confidence that had been growing in him all summer. We'll start with disarming and shield charms. Then we'll move on to Patronuses, if we have time. Everyone pair up. They launched into practice. Harry moved around, correcting wand movements, offering tips. His own spellwork felt sharper than ever, the system's quiet presence guiding him. Each hex or shield came with a sense of precision. After an hour, they paused, panting and energized. Hermione recorded notes on who needed extra help. Neville looked more confident than ever, having successfully blocked Dean's stunner. The atmosphere in the room was electric. Once the meeting ended, the group filed out in small batches to avoid suspicion. Harry lingered behind, ensuring the room cleared of any evidence. Hermione waited with him, wand still in hand. Her eyes sparkled with pride. That was brilliant. You really have a knack for teaching. He shrugged but smiled. I just want us all to survive. They stepped close, the hush of the empty chamber wrapping around them. She reached for his hand. We'll do more than survive, Harry. A soft tension coiled between them. He leaned in, pressing a light kiss to her lips. The swirl of relief and affection made him forget, for just a moment, the darkness beyond these walls. When they broke apart, she had that gentle glow in her eyes. Then the door creaked open, and they jumped apart. Ginny stuck her head in. You two coming? She paused, taking in their flushed faces. An unreadable emotion flickered in her eyes, but she just gave a small, wry grin. Right, I'll wait outside. She left them to gather themselves. Hermione sighed, cheeks burning. We should be more careful. Harry nodded, though his heartbeat still pounded. Yeah. They followed Ginny out into the corridor, shutting the room of requirement behind them. The corridor was empty, the flickering torches revealing no prying eyes. In the distance, a suit of armor rattled. They hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, hearts still pounding from more than just the training. The next few weeks fell into a tense rhythm. In Umbridge's class, they read chapters and wrote endless lines about defensive theory, but never once practiced a practical spell. In the corridors, new educational decrees appeared daily, restricting clubs and gatherings. Whispers spread that Umbridge was forming an Inquisitorial Squad to enforce Ministry policies. In secret, the DA expanded. Cho Chang joined, along with some Hufflepuffs. Each meeting felt like a breath of fresh air, where they could actually cast spells that might save their lives. Harry gained a reputation as a formidable instructor, calm, decisive, sometimes stern, but always pushing them to improve. He also discreetly tested his system skills, seeing if the lessons triggered skill improvements. Sure enough, his shield charm, LV1, advanced in small increments each time he demonstrated or used it in practice. Summoning and raising shadows, though, he kept hidden from everyone except for occasional glimpses that Hermione might suspect. Late one evening, after a particularly draining DA session, Harry slipped away for some solitude. He cut through the courtyard, heading for the abandoned classroom where he'd once practiced alone. The moon cast silvery beams across stone walls. Inside the empty classroom, Harry locked the door and cast a Muffaliato charm. Then he closed his eyes, focusing on the skill that had haunted him all summer, Ray's Shadow Soldier. A swirling darkness gathered in his palm. He had no corpse to practice on, which was a twisted relief. But he wanted to understand how the skill worked. Was he truly prepared to cross that line? He hesitated, recalling the quest or the suggestion that he'd eventually command an army of shadows. Is that any different from what Voldemort does with Inferi? The thought chilled him. This was meant to be a tool, not a horror. But power rarely cared about moral boundaries. His concentration wavered, and the darkness fizzled. He exhaled shakily, shoulders dropping. I have to be careful. If I open that door, I'd better be ready to handle the consequences. Yet some part of him whispered that this might become necessary if Dementors or Death Eaters attacked in force. Soft footsteps in the hall startled him. He extinguished the swirling magic and unlocked the door. Peering out, he found Daphne Greengrass. She froze upon seeing him, her Slytherin robes trailing behind her. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, voice cautious rather than hostile. Harry tensed. "None of your business. Why are you wandering around at this hour?" She lifted her chin. "I could ask the same, Potter. You're suspicious enough as it is. The Inquisitorial Squad is sniffing around." She paused, studying him. "But I'm not here to rat you out. I'm here because I can't stand the drama in my common room." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You're saying Slytherin is a mess?" Daphne shrugged, stepping closer. "People are divided. Some families side with the Ministry, others secretly believe you. Then there are the dark purebloods who, support the other side." Her eyes flicked over him. "I don't want to be a puppet to either faction." Harry nodded slowly. "So you're neutral? Or are you looking for an alliance?" She gave a small, mirthless laugh. "Why would I trust you? And why would you trust me?" She glanced at the door behind him. "But maybe we both need to keep our options open, yeah?" He recalled the system quest about alliances. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Maybe we do. Just stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours." Daphne's expression flickered with something like amusement. "Fine. For now." She brushed past him down the corridor. Halfway, she paused, turning back. "Be careful, Potter. If you're caught doing whatever it is you're doing, Umbridge will ruin you." Then she disappeared around the corner. Harry exhaled, heart still thudding. Another reminder that the walls were closing in. Allies came in unexpected forms, but so did threats. He returned to Gryffindor Tower, unsettled and determined in equal measure. A crisp October morning brought unwelcome news. Educational Decree Number 24. In the Great Hall, Umbridge pinned up a new notice. All student groups are disbanded unless approved by the High Inquisitor. Students read it in dismay, exchanging worried looks. This was clearly aimed at the DA. Harry met Hermione's alarmed gaze across the Gryffindor table. Ron cursed under his breath. Luna, sitting with the Ravenclaws, stared at the notice, then glanced at Harry with apprehension. Umbridge must have gotten wind of their clandestine activities. Or at least suspected. Now, any meeting could be grounds for expulsion. They had to be more careful than ever. That evening, the DA tried to gather in the room of requirement, only to find the corridor monitored by Filch. Harry and Hermione barely escaped detection by ducking behind a tapestry. They called off the meeting, hearts pounding. In the days that followed, Umbridge's reign tightened. She introduced the Inquisitorial Squad Slytherins like Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, and others who were given authority to dock points and snoop. Paranoia spread. Students whispered about a rebellious group forming, but no one dared speak openly. Harry's frustration boiled. The system glowed with unfulfilled quests, urging him to continue building his alliance. Yet the risk of being caught escalated every day. Whenever he locked eyes with Umbridge in class, he sensed her cunning suspicion. She wanted an excuse to pounce on him. One afternoon, she cornered him after class, voice saccharine. "Potter, I hear rumors you've been trying practical defense outside my classroom. Surely that's a misunderstanding?" He clenched his jaw. "I wouldn't know what you're talking about, Professor." Her smile was a predator's grin. "Make sure you don't. We wouldn't want Trouble, would we? Her eyes flicked to his scar. She turned away, leaving a cold knot in his stomach. That night, back in his dormitory, Harry paced like a caged animal. He couldn't keep letting Umbridge stifle their preparations. He pulled open the system. Quest. Unite your allies. Progress. 40%. Objective. Establish a secure DA network. Reward. +1 level. Bonus. They'd started, but the threat of expulsion loomed. Another line caught his eye. Side quest. Overcome the Inquisitorial Squad. Reward. Failure. Possible collapse of your DA group. He needed a plan. Could the shadows help? Summoning them in school was risky, but what if they provided a stealth advantage? Maybe a shadow minion could tail-filter the squad, warning them in advance. Heart racing, he resolved to test that idea soon. He'd find a safer corner of the castle or the Forbidden Forest to practice. Let Umbridge set her rules, he'd find ways around them. By the next weekend, the tension in the castle had reached a boiling point. Late Saturday evening, Harry slipped out under his invisibility cloak, determined to refine his shadow skills. He quietly exited through one of the secret passages near the Whomping Willow, heading into the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The skies were moonlit, revealing towering dark trees. He found a small clearing shielded by thick undergrowth, removed his cloak, and steadied his breathing. The forest hummed with nocturnal life, rustling leaves, distant howls. Ignoring the shiver of fear, he focused on the system's shadow summoning. Darkness coalesced at his feet, forming a smoky wolf shape. Harry pressed a hand to its head, forging the mental link. "Scout the area," he whispered. The wolf bounded off, silent as a ghost, weaving among the trees. Through his mind, Harry sensed flickers of the wolf's awareness, shapes, scents, presences. This was more than an ordinary conjuration. He was forging a tangible bond. Excitement pulsed through him. If he could maintain a shadow scout, he could outmaneuver Umbridge and her squad. He commanded the wolf back, and it materialized in front of him, eyes glowing purple. He was about to dismiss it when a low hiss made his blood run cold. Near the base of an oak, something slithered in the shadows. Harry snapped his wand up, tension coiling. A huge serpentine figure emerged, reptilian eyes gleaming. It wasn't the basilisk he'd killed that. Some sort of large forest serpent, perhaps drawn by the magic. Heart hammering, Harry directed the shadow wolf with a sharp motion. The creature lunged, tangling with the serpent in a swirl of fangs and black mist. The serpent hissed, striking at the intangible form. Harry seized the opportunity. Stupefy. A blast of red light struck the serpent. It thrashed, colliding with a tree trunk, then collapsed, unconscious or dying. The clearing fell silent except for Harry's ragged breathing. He approached cautiously, wand out. The serpent's side rose and fell in shallow breaths. It wasn't quite dead, but severely wounded. Should he finish it off? The moral question flared in him. This was a wild creature, not a Death Eater. No, he decided, stepping back. He'd only defend himself, no point in killing it. He commanded his wolf to dissipate. Darkness melted away. Then, as he turned to leave, the system beeped. Defeated a hostile creature. EXP plus 10%, level up. A surge of energy coursed through Harry, warming his limbs. He felt a subtle shift in his magic, like stepping from one plateau to the next. Level 3, he thought with a savage satisfaction. Another quiet chime followed. Raise shadow soldier opportunity detected. Wild serpent, nearly deceased. Proceed? N. Harry froze, staring at the serpent's limp form. The skill was offering him a chance to create a soldier, from this dying creature. His heart pounded. If he bound it, he'd cross a line, one that might haunt him. But the power to command a shadow serpent could be invaluable. He wrestled with indecision, sweat beading on his brow. The serpent's eyes fluttered, weakening. I can't just let it suffer. Another part of him whispered that putting it out of its misery and repurposing it might be pragmatic. His hand shook. With a clenched jaw, he gritted out, no, and cancelled the prompt. He had enough blood on his hands. This was a line he wasn't ready to cross. Not yet. He turned away, swallowing the knot in his throat, and hurried back toward the castle. Hours later, safe in his dorm bed, he couldn't shake the memory. The system's merciless prompt had hammered home the truth. It cared only about growing his power, not the moral cost. It was a constant temptation. Yet, for now, he'd held onto his conscience. He stared at the canopy overhead, haunted by the serpent's eyes. If it were a Death Eater instead, would I hesitate then? The question churned in him as he drifted into uneasy sleep. The following morning, he woke early and slipped into the common room, mind still heavy. To his surprise, Hermione was there, perched in a window seat, reading. She glanced up at his approach. Couldn't sleep either? He shook his head, flopping onto a nearby armchair. Had a rough night. She pursed her lips. You want to talk about it? His eyes flicked to the flickering embers of the fireplace. He didn't want to burden her with everything shadow conjuration, raising soldiers from the dead. But he remembered she'd seen the references in that old book. Maybe she had suspicions already. I went to the forest, he admitted quietly. Practiced some spells. Ran into a creature. It attacked me. I stunned it. Nothing major. He left out the darkest details. She frowned. You're lucky you weren't hurt. That forest is full of acromantulas, centaurs, who knows what else. He offered a humorless smile. I can handle myself. She studied him, clearly worried. Harry, I know you're strong, but you're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to shoulder everything alone. A surge of affection and guilt washed through him. He reached for her hand. I know, and I appreciate you. Really? But right now, I feel like, if I don't keep moving, we'll be swallowed by all this darkness. She squeezed his hand. I understand, but be careful, okay? We need you in one piece. He forced a lighter tone. That's the plan. She closed her book and moved to his armchair, leaning in for a soft, tentative kiss. He let himself sink into the warmth of it, banishing the night's horrors for a moment. When they broke apart, she rested her forehead on his. I just don't want to lose you. You won't, he vowed, though a flicker of uncertainty gnawed at him. The shadows he commanded were only growing. And with the war escalating, who knew what lines he might cross? They sat there for a while, hands entwined, the morning sun creeping through the windows. Outside, Hogwarts teetered under Umbridge's iron grip and the looming threat of Voldemort. Inside, two teenagers clung to each other, determined to forge their own path. October gave way to November. Chill winds swept the grounds, swirling leaves across the Quidditch pitch. The DA continued meeting in secrecy, though with fewer sessions due to Umbridge's patrols. Despite the obstacles, the group improved. Neville's confidence soared, Ginny's hexes gained deadly precision, and Luna's unorthodox style puzzled sparring partners. Word trickled through the cracks, and more students discreetly asked to join. Meanwhile, the Inquisitorial Squad sniffed around relentlessly. Harry spotted Malfoy lurking near the library at odd times, Pansy prowling the corridors with a smug grin. He knew it was only a matter of time before they tried to corner him. But with the help of the Marauder's map and his Shadow Wolf Scout, summoned discreetly in hidden corners, he managed to stay a step ahead. Umbridge unleashed weekly humiliations, investigating random rooms, ordering surprise bag checks. She even made an announcement forbidding discussion of he who must not be named or other lies. Every day felt like a slow burn toward an inevitable confrontation. One cold evening, as frost sparkled on the windows, Harry found himself alone again in the hidden corners of the castle. The corridor was dim, torches sputtering. He just finished a quick check of the DA's meeting area for next time. A hush lay over the stone walls. Footsteps echoed. He tensed, pulling out the Marauder's map. But before he could check, an all-too-familiar voice snapped. Well, sneaking about, Potter? Malfoy stepped from the shadows, Inquisitorial Squad badge glinting on his robes. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him. Harry's wand hand tightened. Malfoy sneered. Professor Umbridge would love to know you're skulking around after curfew. Unless, of course, you fancy handing over a little bribe. His eyes flicked to Harry's wand. You've got to have something valuable on you. Harry's anger boiled. I'm not giving you anything. Malfoy shrugged. Then I'm sure she'll love to hear about the secret club you're running. Harry's heartbeat thundered. You don't have proof. Not yet, Malfoy retorted, but I'm sure she'll appreciate the tip. Enjoy your last moments at Hogwarts, Potter. He turned to leave. Harry saw everything unraveling the DA discovered, his friends in danger. Without thinking, he conjured a silent hex, slamming it into Malfoy's back. Malfoy staggered, shouting. Crabbe and Goyle lunged at Harry. Adrenaline surged. Harry ducked a wild punch from Goyle, then whipped his wand up. Stupefy, Goyle crumpled. Crabbe roared and hurled a curse, which Harry barely sidestepped, sparks scorching the wall. Harry's eyes flashed with fury. Another stunner took Crabbe down. Malfoy, regaining his footing, spat, "You'll pay for that." He raised his wand, but Harry was faster. Expelliarmus! Malfoy's wand flew away, clattering on the floor. Fear flickered in Malfoy's eyes as Harry advanced. "You think you can blackmail me?" Harry's voice was cold. He could sense a swirl of darkness in the corner of his vision, the system responding to his raw anger. He fought it down, chest heaving. Malfoy's bravado cracked. "Go on, then," he taunted in a shrill voice. "Show everyone who the real Dark Wizard is." Harry pressed his wand to Malfoy's chest, face twisting with conflict. He pictured the raised shadow soldier prompt, the temptation to hush Malfoy forever. It terrified him how easily that thought slipped in. No, he wouldn't kill a classmate. But letting Malfoy run to Umbridge meant doom for the DA. With a sharp flick, Harry used a memory charm variant one he'd read in passing. Not a full obliviate, but a confusion hex that might muddle Malfoy's recollection. Confundo. A wave of shimmering light hit Malfoy's eyes. He jerked back, blinking rapidly. Harry prayed the partial memory fuzz was enough. Malfoy teetered, brow furrowed. "I what?" Harry cast a quick incantation to ensure Crabbe and Goyle would be similarly disoriented when they woke. Then he snatched Malfoy's wand and tossed it down the corridor. "Find your wand," Harry said coldly. "We never met tonight." He stepped over the groaning Crabbe and Goyle, adrenaline racing. His hand shook on his wand. That had been too close, dangerously close to crossing lines. But if I hadn't. He fled, cloak billowing, mind spinning with a potent mix of fear and savage triumph. The system's silent presence pulsed, as though awarding him for the confrontation. He hated how part of him enjoyed that surge of power. Back in Gryffindor Tower, he collapsed onto a sofa, chest tight, trying to calm his racing heart. Ron, who just emerged from the boys' dorm, noticed Harry's ashen face. "Mate, what happened?" Harry tried to form words but couldn't. Hermione, stepping in from the staircase, saw his state and rushed over. "Harry?" He clenched his eyes shut, swallowing the urge to vent the entire, dark truth. Finally, he muttered, "Malfoy tried to catch me. I managed to get away, it's fine." Hermione's hand cupped his cheek, her eyes brimming with concern. "You're shaking." He forced a smile. "Just adrenaline." Ron scowled, "That ferret's a menace." They helped him to his feet, guiding him upstairs. In his dorm, he sank onto his bed, trembling. Hermione lingered in the doorway. "I'll give you space," she whispered, clearly wanting to comfort him more but aware of the limits of the boys' dorm. Harry nodded, mustering gratitude. "Thanks." When he was finally alone, he opened the system, half dreading what it might say. Quest updated. Overcome the Inquisitorial Squad, partial success. Reward. Plus 5% express, he almost laughed bitterly. Reward for dueling classmates. Everything was turning darker than he'd imagined. He closed the window, exhaling unsteadily. If this was what it took to protect his friends, so be it. But the cost weighed heavier each day. Days slipped by. Malfoy recovered, apparently disoriented but with no clear memories of the confrontation. He muttered contradictory stories, which only made Umbridge suspicious but offered no proof to act on. The DA continued in secret, though caution reigned. Meanwhile, Harry's nightmares grew more vivid, visions of shadowy armies clashing with snake-eyed wizards. Sometimes he dreamt of Cedric, face pale, asking Harry why he wasn't strong enough yet. Each morning he woke with the same VW. "I will be." Early December arrived, bringing snow-capped turrets and a biting chill. The tension around Hogwarts felt close to snapping. Umbridge's meddling had reached its peak. Students muttered about revolt. The DA did their best to prepare, but anxiety gnawed at them. Would they be strong enough if real evil struck? One night, Harry caught a fleeting glimpse of Dumbledore in the corridor, speaking in low tones with McGonagall. The headmaster's eyes met Harry's, sorrowful yet determined, before he turned away. Harry understood that Dumbledore was fighting a larger battle with the Ministry. Yet frustration lingered. Why can't he do more to help us right now? Seated in the common room later, Hermione approached quietly. "Harry, she whispered. "We just got word from Hagrid. He's returned tonight. He wants to see us after hours if we can manage it. Something about the giants not working out well, but that he's got news." Harry's spirits lifted momentarily. At least Hagrid was back. Perhaps his half-giant friend had some insight into Voldemort's movements or the forest's creatures. "All right. Let's go after curfew. Invisibility cloak?" She nodded, pulling it from Harry's bag. "I'll get Ron and Ginny. We'll meet you by the portrait." He raised an eyebrow. "All four of us? That's risky with Umbridge." Hermione smirked softly. "At this point, everything's risky." Harry's lips quirked. "Good point." They parted. Harry felt an odd spark of relief. Maybe Hagrid's news could turn the tide somehow. Gathering the cloak, he inhaled, preparing for another covert excursion. He glanced at the system one last time, its silent prompts urging him to keep forging alliances, keep growing stronger. "I will," he thought. Because the storm was coming, and he refused to be caught unprepared. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Ministry showdown. The air around Hogwarts felt tense enough to snap. Students had vanished into their dorms for the night, leaving the corridors ominously quiet. Harry clutched the invisibility cloak in one hand and motioned for Ron, Hermione, and Ginny to follow. No prefects or Inquisitorial Squad guards roamed here yet, but Umbridge had a habit of appearing when least expected. One small misstep, and detention would be the least of their worries. They slipped out of the castle, the cloak barely covering 4 people. The cold wind bit their cheeks. In the distance, the forbidden forest loomed, a jagged silhouette under the moonlight. Hagrid's outline was just visible at the edge of the grounds, his massive frame dwarfing the trees. He waved a shovel-like hand. "Harry, come on, quickly." Harry glanced around, scanning for any sign of Filch or a Slytherin patrol. Satisfied, he jogged forward, the others close behind. Once they reached Hagrid, the half-giant checked to make sure no one else was around, then ushered them toward his cabin, where Fang barked softly in greeting. Hagrid's small home felt cramped as soon as the 4 stepped inside. He lit a lantern, its glow illuminating the anxious lines on his face. His coat smelled of damp soil and stale smoke, evidence of some recent harrowing journey. Hermione perched on a rickety stool. "Hagrid, where have you been? We heard rumors you went to speak with giants." He nodded, grim. "I did. Dumbledore's orders. Tried to parley the giants. See if they'd stay out of you-know-whose clutches. But it didn't go well." He sighed heavily. "Some giant clans have already been approached by Death Eaters. There's fights among them. They're too scattered to help us." Harry frowned, leaning on the rough wooden table. "Did you see any of Voldemort's followers directly?" Hagrid grimaced. "Caught a glimpse of some suspicious wizards in black robes, but we left quick. He stopped short, as though the memory pained him. Then he shook himself. "Point is, the giants won't be allying with us anytime soon. That's the bad news." Ron traded worried looks with Hermione. "So there's no help from them?" Hagrid slowly shook his head. "Afraid not." His massive hand scraped across the back of his neck. "But that might not be the worst of it. Rumor is, you know who's setting up plans for the Ministry. He's hunting for something locked in the Department o' Mysteries." Ginny's eyes went wide. "We heard bits about a prophecy. Is that what he wants?" Hagrid's gaze flickered toward Harry, guilt etched into his features. "Dumbledore hasn't told me all the details, but if it's true, that prophecy might have the means to, well, decide the outcome of this war. If you know who gets it, he'll twist it somehow, or maybe learn a secret that gives him an advantage." Harry's stomach dropped. His scar twinged, that familiar burn of dark magic. "So, he's going after the prophecy." Hagrid nodded, face grim. "Aye, that's the rumor. Dumbledore's trying to guard it. But the Ministry's in denial, and Fudge ain't listening. I heard the order might move soon if they get a whiff of Death Eaters mobilizing." Harry's mind spun with possibilities. The memory of the dreamlike corridor in the Department of Mysteries rose unbidden. He'd had flickers of it in his sleep. Now, that dream might be real. Ron shifted uncomfortably. "What do we do?" Hagrid rubbed his face. "Nothin' rash, all right. The order's watchin'. Professor Dumbledore's got his own ways. Just keep her head down, watch out fair Umbridge, and be ready if," he trailed off, glancing at Harry again, "if you get called on." Harry's pulse throbbed in his temple. Being stuck in inaction grated on him. Right, he muttered, though every instinct screamed to do more. They left Hagrid's cabin soon after, hearts heavier than before. The wind whipped at their robes as they snuck back to the castle. Once inside the entrance hall, Hermione paused, voice low. He's basically saying we can't rely on the giants, and if Voldemort gets that prophecy, it's over. Ginny bit her lip. We can't just wait. Something's bound to happen soon. Harry swallowed his frustration. We keep preparing. The DA needs to be sharper than ever, and if we get any sign Voldemort is making a move on the prophecy, we go. His tone was hard, final. Ron eyed him worriedly. Do you think Dumbledore wants you to get involved? Harry glanced away. The old doubts churned. I don't know what he wants, but last time I stayed out of things, Cedric died. Not again. Hermione squeezed Harry's arm gently, her eyes full of concern. They retreated upstairs, each lost in their thoughts. Several days later, Hogwarts reeled under another wave of ministry edicts. Umbridge had begun sacking teachers deemed unfit, starting with Trelawney. Rumors circulated that she had her sights on Hagrid next, labeling half-giants as security risks. Tension ran so high that fights erupted in the corridors between disgruntled Gryffindors and smug Slytherins. Amid the chaos, the DA met whenever they could slip away. They pushed themselves relentlessly. Harry led them through disarming drills, advanced shield spells, and even practiced Patronuses for those who struggled. A sense of urgency crackled in every session. They were preparing not just for OWLs but for war. Late one evening, Luna arrived with fresh word from the Quibbler. Daddy's hearing from his sources that Death Eaters are active around London. They might be scouting the Ministry. She handed Harry a tattered page with half-legible scribbles. I know it's not the Prophet, but my father's contacts are more reliable than you'd expect. Harry read it, a knot forming in his gut. If they're scouting the Ministry, then it's just a matter of time. We might have to. Hermione placed a calming hand on his shoulder. We have to wait for confirmation. If we rush in without real evidence, we'll be walking into a trap. He nodded, forcing himself to stay level-headed. The system flickered in his peripheral vision with no new immediate quests but a sense of building tension, as if anticipating a grand confrontation. Neville approached, looking more resolute than ever. Harry, if something does happen at the Ministry, I want to help. There was a steel in Neville's voice that made Harry proud and uneasy at once. He clapped Neville on the shoulder. We'll see. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But he suspected it would. A muffled dispute broke out one snowy afternoon in a dimly lit corridor near the Great Hall. Harry had just finished dodging Umbridge's Inquisitorial patrol when he stumbled upon Draco Malfoy and Daphne Greengrass in heated conversation. He ducked behind a pillar, listening. Malfoy hissed, "You should be with us, Greengrass. The Ministry's on our side. If you're not careful, you'll end up like the rest of the blood traitors." Daphne crossed her arms, voice cold. "You don't scare me, Malfoy. And I don't blindly follow anyone, especially not you or your father's circle." Malfoy's face twisted. "Suit yourself. But when the time comes, don't expect mercy." He stormed off, robes billowing. Daphne huffed in frustration. As she turned to leave, she spotted Harry lurking. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't look surprised. "Eavesdropping, Potter?" He stepped out, unfazed. Not intentionally, heard raised voices. She regarded him warily. "You think I'm about to run to Umbridge or the Death Eaters with your secrets?" "Should I?" He fired back, crossing his arms. A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, but she kept her voice low. "I'm not on Malfoy's side, if that's what you're asking. But that doesn't mean I'm on yours. I look after myself." She hesitated, then added, "Though, it doesn't mean I won't be open to negotiation if something bigger goes down." Harry studied her. A part of him sensed an opportunity an ally within Slytherin who wasn't fully loyal to Malfoy. He recalled the system's quest about forming alliances. Still, trust was precarious. "Fine. Keep your distance, Greengrass. But if you do decide to negotiate, you know where to find me." She gave him a final, cryptic look before turning on her heel. "Be careful, Potter. Dark times. People do desperate things." He watched her leave, unsettled by the swirl of new tensions. Malfoy's threat, Daphne's potential neutrality, it all hinted that Slytherin House was splintering. That might be useful, or it might spell disaster. Time jumped forward when, on a raw, windy evening, everything erupted. A frantic owl arrived in the middle of dinner, soaring through the great hall to drop a note in front of Harry. Students gawked as it circled overhead and shot back out. Hermione leaned in to read over Harry's shoulder. Her brow furrowed. "It's from Sirius." Harry's heart lurched. He scanned the short message. "Harry, trouble at the Ministry tonight. We suspect Death Eaters are making a move on the prophecy. Order members on alert. Dumbledore is away. Be ready. If you can get there, do it." Harry's blood ran cold. The letter didn't say how to get there or what exactly they'd face. But the meaning was clear. The prophecy, the key to everything, was under threat right now. He looked to Hermione, who stared back in horror. Ron clutched the table. "They're attacking tonight?" Ginny's eyes widened. "What do we do? We can't just leave Hogwarts, can we?" Harry swallowed. "Sirius is telling me to go. Maybe he can't. Maybe the order's scattered." His pulse hammered. "I can't ignore this. If Voldemort gets that prophecy." Hermione shook her head, speaking quickly. "We have no transport, no idea how many Death Eaters." Ron cut in. "We do have the flow in Umbridge's office, but that's guarded." Neville, seated nearby, overheard. He blanched but spoke up. "I'll help distract if you need it. That's what we do, right? We don't let you know who win." All eyes turned to Harry. Fear and resolve churned in his stomach. This was madness breaking out of Hogwarts to storm the Ministry with only a handful of students. But the alternative was letting Voldemort snatch the prophecy unchallenged. His voice came out rough. "We do it. Tonight." Hermione inhaled sharply. "We gather whoever we can trust to fight. Just our core group, no one else needs to risk it." Ginny looked more determined than frightened. "Count me in." Ron grimaced but nodded. "We can't let you go alone." Neville steeled himself. "I'm with you." Harry's gaze flicked to Luna at the Ravenclaw table. She'd also read the tension in his face, already rising to her feet. He motioned subtly, and she dipped her head in understanding. His heart hammered as he realized they were truly doing this. So be it. We're not kids anymore. They had the DA training, and he had the system. If the prophecy was at stake, Harry refused to stand by. After curfew fell, they regrouped in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, and Neville. A skeleton crew of the DA. Everyone else was either too far away or not quite ready for an all-out confrontation with Death Eaters. The entire tower was quiet, most students asleep or too rattled to wander. Harry paced by the fireplace, adrenaline thrumming. "All right. We need to get to Umbridge's office. Use her flow to reach the Ministry. If we're lucky, she won't be there." Hermione wrung her hands. "If she is, we'll figure something out." Ron tugged at his collar. "We best hurry before she locks it down. Ready?" Neville swallowed. "Yeah." Luna's dreamy tone sounded oddly steady. "This is scary, but we're in this together, right?" Harry nodded. "Together." He checked his wand one last time, heart pounding. "Let's go." They slipped into the corridor under cover of the invisibility cloak, though there were more of them than it could fully hide. At times they had to break into pairs, relying on careful timing around corners. Every step made Harry's pulse spike. If they were caught, expulsion would be the least of their worries. Finally, they reached the closed door of Umbridge's office. A pink sign with frilly kittens greeted them. Through the cloak, Harry tested the handle. Locked. Hermione quietly used an Alohomora. The door clicked open. Moonlight spilled into a room festooned with porcelain plates. Each showed a wide-eyed cat. In the corner stood an ornate fireplace, clearly connected to the flow network. Harry's heartbeat thundered in his ears. "We do this fast," he whispered. Hermione moved first, tossing powder into the flames. "The Ministry of Magic, Atrium," she whispered. The fire flared green. Harry stepped forward but froze at a sudden shriek. A lamp crashed behind them. Umbridge herself stood in the doorway, eyes bulging with fury. "How dare you?" she screeched. "Trying to use my flow without authorization. That's treason." She whipped out her wand. Ron dove aside, pulling Ginny with him. Luna let out a gasp. Harry turned, wand raised, but Umbridge already had her sights set on him. "I knew it," she snarled. This time, Potter, you're finished. A savage wave of anger coursed through Harry. She was the last obstacle. If they failed now, the prophecy fell to Voldemort. Everything they'd worked for would be undone. His magic surged, the system's presence flickering at the edges of his vision. Umbridge shrieked a stunning spell. Harry batted it aside with a shield, returning a silent disarming charm. She dodged, cat plates shattering under the impact. Neville threw a hex at her ankles, forcing her to stumble. Ginny hurled a stunner that grazed her arm. Enough! Umbridge bellowed, spraying red bolts wildly. One caught Neville's shoulder, spinning him into a table with a grunt. Hermione dove to shield him. Ron and Ginny split on either side, trying to flank her. Harry pressed the attack, wand lighting up the room with crackling energy. He unleashed a power FL disarming spell combined with a burst of raw magic. Umbridge blocked it sloppily, her wand whining under strain. She had skill, but nothing close to the intensity surging in Harry. Her eyes flicked with genuine fear at the unstoppable force he radiated. For a fraction of a second, Harry saw the reflection of a swirling shadow in the glossy plates behind her. Calm down, he told himself. He needed to subdue her, not kill her. With a final decisive move, he whipped his wand in a wide arc, conjuring a swirling wave of pure magical force that knocked Umbridge into a cabinet. Plates crashed down, cats meowing wildly. She slumped, blinking in dazed fury. Go! Harry shouted. In the flow now. Ron, Ginny, Luna, and Neville scrambled for the fireplace. Hermione paused, eyes on Umbridge, who was struggling to rise. Harry, come on. He hesitated, meeting Umbridge's glare. She spat, filthy liar conspirator, I'll see you in Azkaban. Her voice broke into a wheeze. She staggered to her feet, wand raised again, face twisted in hatred. Harry! Hermione screamed. With no time left, Harry pointed his wand. Stupefy! A bright red jet struck Umbridge squarely in the chest, and she collapsed, unconscious. The entire office smelled of burnt paper and shattered porcelain. Harry didn't spare her another glance. He whirled to see Hermione stepping into the green flames. She reached out for him. He seized her hand, heart pounding, and together they spun away in a roar of emerald fire. They stumbled into the Ministry of Magic's atrium, disoriented by swirling flow powder. Ron, Ginny, Luna, and Neville emerged a breath later, coughing on soot. The grand marble hall stretched before them, eerily quiet. Water trickled from the golden fountain of magical brethren. No bustling witches or wizards. It was the dead of night. Harry drew a shaky breath. This was the heart of the wizarding government, yet it felt abandoned. The usual security desk was empty, gates left ajar. A strange hush pressed in. Hermione glanced around. Where is everyone? Ron gripped his wand. Probably at home asleep, or else, locked down. The Death Eaters might be deeper inside. Harry nodded. The Department of Mysteries is below. Let's move. Their footsteps echoed on polished floors. The hush was unsettling, not even a security guard in sight. It felt like a trap. Harry's scar prickled with a faint burn Voldemort's aura. He exchanged worried looks with Hermione. They descended via the lift, metal grating squealing. Each level blinked past. Department of Magical Games and Sports, Department of International Magical Cooperation, until the recorded voice chimed, Department of Mysteries, and the doors slid open. A chill draft swept in. Neville breathed out. Is it always this creepy? Ginny gave a shaky laugh. I wouldn't know. They stepped into a dark corridor lit by blue torches. The air carried a low hum, as if the walls themselves vibrated with secret magic. Harry felt the system stir, like it recognized a place of great power. They navigated twisting hallways until they found a large black door. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed it open. The room beyond was circular, lined with identical doors. Once they stepped inside, the walls rotated, making it impossible to track which door led where. Ginny cursed under her breath. Brilliant, we're going in circles. Hermione kept her voice low. This is the entrance puzzle. Dumbledore mentioned something like this. We have to pick a door and keep moving until we find the Hall of Prophecy. They tried a door at random. It led into a long, shadowy chamber filled with odd timepieces and bell jars swirling with shimmering liquid. The air crackled with strange temporal magic. No sign of Death Eaters, but a faint scuttling sound made them jumpy. Ron spotted something fluttering overhead, an old hummingbird emerging from a jar, aging and then reversing in an endless loop. He shuddered. This place is messed up. Harry pressed on. Another door. Another chamber, this one full of gently floating planets. Neville nearly knocked into a suspended miniature Jupiter. Everywhere they turned, mysteries and bizarre spells loomed, but not the prophecy. Finally, they found a door leading to a massive hall lined with rows of towering shelves. Glass orbs sat on each shelf, flickering with internal light. The hush felt sacred, oppressive. Harry's scar ached fiercely now. This must be it, he whispered. The Hall of Prophecy. They moved warily between the shelves. Luna hovered near the back, wand at the ready. Neville's eyes darted. Ron and Ginny flanked Harry, scanning for signs of movement. Then Harry saw it. One glass orb labeled with his name. Harry Potter, Lord Voldemort. His mouth went dry. This is the prophecy. He reached out, hand trembling. Hermione grabbed his wrist. Are you sure? He set his jaw. We came all this way. This is what Voldemort wants. I can't let him take it. Carefully, he lifted the orb from its cradle. A soft glow flickered inside, voices whispering on the edge of hearing. A wave of foreboding rolled through him. Potter. A voice slithered through the darkness. Lucius Malfoy stepped out from behind a shelf, Death Eater mask pushed up to reveal his cold sneer. How predictable. Shapes melted out of the shadows. Bellatrix Lestrange, her wild eyes gleaming with mad glee. A half-dozen other robed figures wearing white, bone-like masks. They fanned out, blocking any escape. The tension snapped like a wire. Ginny raised her wand. Ron, Neville, and Luna scrambled into defensive stances. Hermione sidled closer to Harry, eyes fierce. Harry clutched the prophecy orb, heart-hammering. Malfoy's voice dripped superiority. Hand over the prophecy, Harry, and we might let your little friends go. It's all you have to do. Bellatrix giggled, wand trained on Neville. Or perhaps we torture a few until you cooperate? Harry's grip tightened on his wand. Fury rose, the memory of Cedric's death slamming into him like a wave. The system interface flickered in the corner of his vision. High-level threat detected. He pushed down fear, letting adrenaline sharpen him. Hermione whispered, Harry, we can't face them all. He ignored her caution, voice steady. You're not getting this prophecy. Bellatrix's laugh turned maniacal. Then you'll die. Ron roared, Protega, as curses flew from multiple wands. The hall erupted in a cacophony of colored lights. Harry darted behind a shelf, yanking Hermione with him. Glass orbs exploded overhead, releasing ghostly whispers into the air. Neville deflected a hex, determination etched on his face. Ginny fired a stunning spell that clipped one Death Eater, sending him crashing into a row of prophecies. Luna weaved away from a cursed flame. Malfoy advanced methodically, flicking his wand. Shelves buckled, toppling fragile orbs onto the floor in a rain of glass. Surrender, Potter. Harry answered with a reductor curse that Malfoy sidestepped. Another Death Eater lunged from behind, forcing Ron and Hermione to duck. Ron hurled a trip jinx that knocked the masked figure flat. Bellatrix cackled, launching a barrage of twisting, bright green bolts at Neville, who scrambled away, face pale. Glass shattered all around them, the voices of prophecies echoing in a ghostly chorus. The entire hall felt like it was collapsing into chaos. Harry's scar flared with such intensity he almost dropped to his knees. Through the haze of pain, he sensed Voldemort's presence, distant but pressing, as if waiting. A Death Eater cornered Ginny, pinning her with a barrage of stunners. She grimaced, deflecting too, but a third hammered into her shield, cracking it. She stumbled. The masked figure's wand whipped around for a final strike, but Harry unleashed a potent stunner from the side, slamming the Death Eater out cold. He dashed to Ginny, helping her up. You okay? She nodded, breath ragged. Thanks. Let's finish them. Hermione crouched behind an overturned SHLF, wand dancing as she fired hexes at Bellatrix, who cackled. Such a bright little mudblood. Come out and play. Another volley of green energy sizzled the air, forcing Hermione to duck. Harry's rage flared. He left Ginny's side, sprinting to intercept Bellatrix. He cast a silent bombarda that blew a section of shelf to smithereens, forcing Bellatrix to vault away. She landed gracefully, eyes glinting. "Ooh, the famous Potter. Show me your best." Harry's wand aimed right at her. Stupefy, she dodged, releasing a shrieking curse that tore a chunk of stone from the floor. The shockwave threw Harry back, rolling across shattered glass. Bellatrix advanced. "You're nothing without your precious Dumbledore." He cut her off with a savage flick that conjured shadow-like tendrils snaking toward her ankles. The Death Eater howled in surprise, momentarily entangled. Harry pressed his advantage, heart thunderous, channeling raw power. The system blared in his head, synergy surging with each spell. Bellatrix slashed the shadows away, eyes narrowing. "Dark magic, Potter." She laughed madly, how deliciously ironic. Harry didn't respond. He lunged, unleashing a combination of stunners that hammered her shield. Her cackle faltered. Then Lucius Malfoy reappeared, sending a curse that forced Harry to break off. Bellatrix regained her footing, sneering. Across the hall, Ron and Hermione fought side by side, driving back two Death Eaters with well-coordinated blasts. Neville, bruised and panting, blasted another masked figure who tried to flank them. Luna danced between hexes with surprising agility, firing silver beams that disarmed one Death Eater. Chaos reigned, orbs smashing left and right. Malfoy roared, "Now!" A cluster of Death Eaters surged forward, concentrating spells. Ron's shield shattered under their combined assault, sending him tumbling. Hermione shrieked his name, rushing to help. Neville staggered from a glancing hex to his side, dropping behind cover. Ginny crawled to his aid. Harry found himself cornered by Malfoy and Bellatrix, the prophecy orb clenched in his fist. His arm shook from the strain of so many curses deflected. Malfoy snarled, "Hand it over, boy, or your friends die." Behind them, Hermione cradled Ron, her face twisted with worry. He was conscious but dazed. Luna and Ginny struggled to keep two other Death Eaters at bay. Neville, wounded, fought to stay upright. They couldn't hold out much longer. Bellatrix smirked, leveling her wand at Hermione. "Tick-tock, Potter." Harry's heart pounded. He felt the shadow magic coil in his chest, the system's whisper urging him to use more. "Do it. Protect them." He glanced at the orb in his hand, the swirling prophecy that started this all. If he gave it up, Voldemort might triumph. If he didn't, his friends were cornered. Adrenaline flooded his veins. "I won't let them die." Taking a breath, he flung the prophecy orb upward. Malfoy's eyes tracked it in alarm. Bellatrix screeched, "No," but it was too late. The orb shattered on the stone floor with a tinkling crash, releasing a ghostly voice that filled the air, echoing Trelawney's prophecy. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born as the seventh month dies, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." A hush, a whirling wind of magic, then the voice faded. The prophecy was gone. Bellatrix shrieked in fury. Malfoy's face twisted with outrage. "You fool." But Harry's mind was ablaze with the prophecy's final line, "Neither can live while the other survives." He was the only one who truly needed to hear it. Now Voldemort couldn't claim it. The tension snapped like a thunderclap. Bellatrix lunged, shrieking curses. Malfoy joined in, eyes blazing with lethal intent. Spells roared across the hall. Harry, fueled by white-hot determination, unleashed a torrent of magic. Shadows coiled from his wand, forming a shield that absorbed the first wave of curses. He let out a fierce cry. Protega Maxima. A shimmering barrier erupted, forcing Bellatrix and Malfoy back. Glass shards swirled in the magical storm. Hermione and Ginny dragged Ron and Neville away from the crossfire. Luna hovered near them, wand trembling but raised. Harry advanced behind his shield, sweat pouring down his face. "You're not leaving here with the prophecy," he snarled. "It's done." Malfoy spat. "We'll kill you, Potter. The Dark Lord will find another way." Bellatrix twisted her wand, trying to slip around the edges of Harry's barrier. "Crucio!" she screamed, beams of red light crackling. Harry's magical shield flickered, absorbing the brunt, though pain ripped through his scar. He braced himself, pushing forward. Each step felt like treading through hurricane winds. Bellatrix's curse hammered at his shield again and again, but he refused to yield. A single slip, and she'd destroy him or turn on his friends. The system pulsed inside him, fueling his spells. He roared, slashing his wand downward and unleashing a wave of raw magical energy. Bellatrix dodged, but Malfoy took the brunt, flying across the hall to slam into a shelf. "Now," Harry hollered. "Everyone run." Neville and Ginny half-supported Ron, limping toward the exit. Luna scurried behind, covering them with hexes. Hermione lingered near Harry, eyes wide with both terror and awe at the power he was channeling. He grabbed her hand. "Go." She hesitated. "Harry," he pressed her wand arm. "I'll be right behind you." Reluctantly, she rushed off to help the others. Bellatrix hurled another wave of curses, shrieking with unbridled rage. Harry bared his teeth, deflecting them. The entire hall threatened to collapse from the roiling magic. Shelves toppled, orbs shattered, ghostly voices filled the air in a chorus of doom. He whipped his wand in a final, desperate arc, sending an explosive jinx that cracked the floor beneath Bellatrix's feet. She stumbled, letting out a high-pitched wail of fury. Before she could recover, Harry spun on his heel and bolted after his friends. They tore back through the twisting corridors, ignoring the spinning door puzzle that tried to trap them. Luna used a reductor curse to blast one door open. Ron grit his teeth against the pain in his side, leaning heavily on Ginny. Hermione dragged Neville, whose leg was bleeding from a stray hex. Harry brought up the rear, scanning for pursuing Death Eaters. Behind them, enraged shouts echoed, but the labyrinth of the Department of Mysteries bought them precious time. They found the lift, hammered the button, and crammed inside. The metal grate slammed shut, and the cage rattled upward. Bellatrix's distant scream of frustration was the last sound they heard before the doors closed. They staggered into the Ministry atrium, breath ragged. The fountain glowed eerily under the torchlight. Relief mingled with dread because if Death Eaters were on their heels, they needed an immediate escape. The main flow network station was near the massive fireplace at the far end of the hall. Ginny gasped, "We can't go back to Hogwarts that way, can we?" Harry realized she was right. Umbridge would be there, possibly guards. They had no safe path home. Panic flickered in his chest. "We might have to apparate." But half of them weren't even of age, and that would trigger alarms. Suddenly, the fireplace roared green, and several figures stepped out. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Tonks, Mad-Eye Moody, and Sirius Black. They took in the battered group, wands raised. Sirius's eyes blazed with concern and relief. "Harry." Harry's chest constricted. "Sirius, you got my message?" He nodded, scanning the group's injuries. "We scrambled as soon as we confirmed Death Eaters were inside. Are you all right?" Mad-Eye scowled. "Where are the Death Eaters?" "Department of Mysteries," Harry managed, coughing. "We destroyed the prophecy. They're furious. Might be coming up any second." Kingsley barked, "We'll block them, you lot. Get out of here, flow to Grimmauld Place, hurry." Tonks gently guided Ron and Neville, each wincing. Luna and Ginny followed, still trembling from the fight. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. "Come on." But Harry turned to Sirius, voice tight. "Let me help. I can fight." Sirius cupped Harry's shoulders. "You've done enough. Let the Order handle the rest." He spared a glance, eyes flicking with pride. "Go. Now." Harry swallowed, then nodded. He pulled Hermione into the flow, calling out, "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." They whirled away in a flash of green. The last thing he saw was Sirius turning with wand in hand, prepared to confront the Death Eaters. They tumbled into Grimmauld Place's kitchen, half collapsing from exhaustion. Ron groaned, pressing a hand to his ribs. Ginny knelt by him, wand out to attempt a healing spell. Neville sank against a chair, pale and trembling. Luna hovered beside Hermione, wiping blood from her friend's forehead with a cloth. Harry slumped against the wall, heart pounding like a drum. Within minutes, Mrs. Weasley and Lupin burst into the room, alerted by the whoosh of the flow. Their horrified exclamations filled the space, and they set to healing and scolding the battered students all at once. Harry tried to speak, but exhaustion pulled at him. Lupin's voice cut through. "Is the prophecy," Hermione answered between gasps, "destroyed?" Lupin exhaled in relief. "Then Voldemort can't get it. That's something." Mrs. Weasley fussed over Ron, tears in her eyes. "My boy, what were you thinking?" Ron managed a pained grin. Saving the world, Mum. Harry forced himself upright, ignoring the throbbing in his ribs. What about Sirius and the others? Are they? A swirl of green flames erupted in the fireplace. Tonks and Kingsley emerged, supporting a limping Sirius. Moody stumbled out last, growling curses under his breath. They looked battered but triumphant. Sirius locked eyes with Harry, relief flooding his face. We drove them back. No sign of Voldemort himself. He must have stayed away when he realized the prophecy was gone. Harry sagged, relief warring with bone-deep exhaustion. His friends were safe. The prophecy was destroyed. Voldemort had lost that chance. But the war was far from over. They spent the night nursing wounds. Mrs. Weasley and Lupin patched everyone up with potions and spells. Hermione clung to Harry whenever possible, trembling with delayed shock. He held her, murmuring reassurances. Even Ron, Ginny, and Neville, though in pain, wore expressions of grim satisfaction. They had faced Death Eaters and survived. In a quiet moment, Sirius pulled Harry aside. His gray eyes gleamed with mixed pride and fear. That was reckless, Harry. Harry set his jaw. I couldn't let them take the prophecy. Sirius's face softened. You did what you had to. Thank you for trusting me enough to follow through. He took a shaky breath. Just be careful with that power you're wielding. Tonks said she saw some dark magic from you tonight, shadowy stuff. That's not ordinary defensive spells. Harry's gut twisted. He remembered the swirl of shadows he'd summoned, the rush of power. I won't lie, Sirius. There's something I've discovered, and it's making me stronger. But I promise I'm in control. Sirius hesitated, looking torn between worry and relief. Finally, he squeezed Harry's shoulder. All right. Just remember who you are. Then he pulled Harry into a rough hug. They parted, and Harry felt a sting of tears. He quickly blinked away. The war had escalated, but at least he wasn't alone. Back in the living room, Hermione, Luna, Neville, Ginny, and Ron were dozing on various couches. The adrenaline crash hit them hard. Harry sank into an armchair, mind spinning with fragments of the prophecy's words. Neither can live while the other survives. He was truly bound to Voldemort now. And the system? It gave him a chance to tip the scales, if he walked that knife's edge. Hermione stirred awake, eyes half-lidded. She reached for Harry's hand. We did it, right? He nodded, though a hollow feeling gnawed at him. We won, for now. She scooted closer, resting her head on his shoulder, voice hushed. I'm proud of you. That was terrifying, but you kept everyone alive. Harry stroked her hair, mind drifting to the horrors in the Hall of Prophecy. His gaze flicked to Ginny, lying on another couch, and Luna curled in an armchair, and Neville dozing with a healing bandage. They'd risked their lives tonight because of him. He vowed never to let them down. Hermione tilted her face up. Impulsively, he kissed her, a gentle press of lips that tasted of relief and sorrow. They lingered for a breath, hearts pounding quietly in the aftermath of battle. When they broke apart, she offered a faint, reassuring smile. Her eyelids drooped. We should sleep. Tomorrow, everything changes, doesn't it? He exhaled slowly. Yeah. The world knows Death Eaters attacked the Ministry. Fudge can't deny it anymore. She squeezed his hand, then drifted into a fitful sleep. Harry remained awake a while longer, staring into the flickering shadows cast by a dying fire. The prophecy was gone. Voldemort's plan had failed. But the final line about him and Voldemort echoed endlessly. Neither can live while the other survives. He closed his eyes and felt the system's quiet hum. I'm not done growing. If this was only the beginning, then he'd need every ounce of power. He'd face the darkness again, and next time, he'd be ready to finish it. Morning dawned with chaos in the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet screamed headlines about a Death Eater incursion at the Ministry, listing the damage to the Department of Mysteries. Eyewitness accounts placed Harry Potter and several unidentified accomplices at the scene, valiantly fighting. Fudge, cornered by evidence of Voldemort's supporters, had no choice but to admit something was amiss. In the midst of the furor, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the rest returned to Hogwarts, escorted by Order members. Umbridge, humiliated by her failure to stop them from leaving, was stripped of much of her authority. Dumbledore quietly resumed control, though tensions still simmered. After all, The wizarding world had awakened to a war raging just beneath the surface. Within the walls of Hogwarts, whispers spread like wildfire. Harry had fought Death Eaters. He wasn't a liar. He was a hero. Some looked at him with awe. Others with trepidation, noticing the colder gleam in his eyes. The DA members found new respect among classmates who realized how close they came to losing everything. Dumbledore summoned Harry for a talk. They met in the headmaster's office, Phoenix trilling softly. Dumbledore eyed Harry with profound sadness and quiet admiration. "I owe you an apology, Harry, for keeping you in the dark. I wanted to protect you from the prophecy's weight." Harry stood firm, remembering the orb's final words. "I heard it, Professor. I know. Voldemort and I, it ends with us." Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. "I had hoped to spare you that knowledge, but it seems fate had other plans." He inclined his head. "Thank you for keeping it from Voldemort's grasp." Harry nodded curtly. "What now?" "Now," Dumbledore said quietly, "we prepare. The Ministry can no longer deny Voldemort's return. The Order will move openly. Hogwarts, however, remains in danger. We must stand united." Harry's gaze flicked away. He wanted to demand more transparency, but he also recognized that Dumbledore was bearing the weight of an entire war. Instead, he said, "I'll be ready, sir. I won't let him win." Dumbledore's eyes held a spark of hope. "I know you won't." That night in Gryffindor Tower, Harry sat by the fire with Hermione. She leaned against him, warmth easing the lingering aches of battle. Across the room, Neville quietly read herbology book, still recovering but more determined than ever. Ron and Ginny spoke in hushed voices, bonding over shared scars. Luna had gone back to Ravenclaw, but she'd left a note pinned to the board. "We fought well. Don't let the Raxperts get you down." Hermione stirred, voice tentative. "Harry, about that power you used. It reminded me of the shadow conjurations I read in that old text. You looked different." He closed his eyes, exhaling. "I won't deny there's something. A system of magic that's helping me grow stronger. It's not exactly standard, maybe it flirts with dark magic, but it's my best chance to protect everyone." She studied him carefully, conflict in her gaze. "Just promise me you won't lose yourself in it. Power can be corrupting." A faint smirk curved his lips. "I promise. I have too much to fight for." He leaned in, pressing a lingering kiss to her temple. She sighed, content for the moment. They watched the flames dance, flickers of light in the darkness. War raged beyond the castle walls, but for a precious few minutes, they found solace in each other's company. Harry's thoughts drifted to the next inevitable showdown with Voldemort. He'd grown powerful enough to fight off multiple Death Eaters, but was it enough for the Dark Lord himself? The system hummed quietly, unreadable, as though waiting for the next crisis. Harry's resolve was ironclad. If the prophecy demanded he face Voldemort, then that was exactly what he'd do, no matter how terrifying the prospect. He'd gather allies both living and from the shadows, and he'd stand unafraid. Because for the first time, the wizarding world saw the truth. Harry Potter was no liar. He was a force to be reckoned with. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Shadow Monarch's Growth. A bright winter sun cast long shadows across the Hogwarts grounds. Frost sparkled on the grass, and the lake rippled with icy reflections. Though the immediate threat at the Ministry had passed, a new tension blanketed the school, one that whispered of conflict yet to come. Word had spread of Harry and his friends' intervention at the Department of Mysteries, and after that night, the wizarding world's illusions were shattered. Voldemort was back. No one could deny it any longer. Despite the victory, uncertainty gnawed at Harry. He'd destroyed the prophecy, but its words still echoed in his head. Neither can live while the other survives. It had become an unbreakable tether, connecting him to Voldemort in a way he couldn't outrun. And deep down, he sensed the system stirring at every turn, pushing him toward more power, more dominion over the shadows. Morning in the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling overhead reflected a pale winter sky. Students clumped in small circles, talking in hushed voices about the new reality beyond Hogwarts. The Auror's mobilization, heightened security, rumored disappearances. Ron sat beside Harry, shoveling eggs onto his plate. So the prophet claims the Ministry's finally cleaning out the last of those Umbridge decrees. Blimey, if they'd just listened to you from the start. Ginny sipped her pumpkin juice, rolling her eyes. Better late than never, I suppose. A few seats away, Hermione read a thick defense tome, occasionally glancing toward Harry with concern. Her hair fell over one shoulder, and her quill tapped nervously against the page. She'd been watching him more closely these days, clearly noticing the dark circles under his eyes, the quick flashes of something grim in his expression. She reached over and touched his hand. "You all right?" Harry mustered a tight smile. "Yeah. Just tired." In truth, he'd spent part of the previous night in the Forbidden Forest, practicing with the system. He hadn't told anyone, not even Hermione, what exactly he was doing out there. The memory of swirling shadows and the cold whisper of Ray's shadow soldier clung to him. So far, he hadn't used that particular skill on any creature, but temptation lurked at the edge of each encounter. Hermione seemed about to press further when a mild commotion at the entrance drew their attention. Students parted to let Professor McGonagall through. She strode purposefully to the staff table, but not before sending Harry a meaningful glance that practically screamed, "Come see me later." He guessed it was about advanced defense training or the reformation of the DA in an official capacity now that the Ministry was less hostile. Ron watched her go, raising an eyebrow. "Think she's got news?" Harry shrugged. "We'll find out soon enough." Outside, near the greenhouses. Cold air stung Harry's cheeks as he stepped onto the frosty courtyard. The day's classes hadn't yet begun, so he took a moment to walk alone, lost in thought. Under his winter cloak, he felt the subtle humming of the system, a constant reminder that he could level up, become stronger, if only he pushed a little harder. Footsteps crunched behind him. He turned to find Daphne Greengrass, arms folded under her Slytherin scarf. The faint lines of tension around her eyes suggested she'd been wrestling with her own troubles. She cut to the chase, voice low. "Word is, you faced a bunch of Death Eaters at the Ministry, and won." Harry studied her guarded expression. "Yes. We had help from the Order, but yeah, we got out alive." Her gaze flicked away. "That's more than some can say. My father, let's just say the Malfoys, aren't the only pureblood family under scrutiny now. Slytherin House is a mess. Students whose parents are in deep with Voldemort think we should all follow suit. Others want no part of it. I'm caught in the middle." Harry felt a pang of sympathy, remembering how she'd argued with Malfoy. "What do you want from me?" Daphne let out a breath, white vapor pluming in the cold. "I'm not about to grovel, Potter. But if it's true you're building up some hidden group to stand against the Dark Lord, I want in, on my terms." Surprise flickered through him. The system's old quest about forming alliances nudged his memory. "You realize that if you side with me, you're basically opposing anyone in your house who's loyal to Voldemort." She gave a humorless laugh. "Better that than letting Malfoy's cronies dictate my life. Besides, I've got my own reasons." She extended a gloved hand. "Truce?" Harry stared at the offered hand. For a moment, he recalled Cedric's outstretched palm once upon a time, how fleeting such alliances could be. But he also sensed this might be crucial. "Truce," he agreed, clasping her hand briefly. A faint swirl of the system's aura flared in his mind, as if acknowledging a new bond. Daphne nodded curtly, stepping back. "Fine. Let's keep this quiet. I don't want to paint a target on my back just yet." "Understood," Harry said. He watched her depart, feeling a swirl of conflicting emotions, relief that another potential ally was on board, and worry about what lines she might be willing to cross. Later, McGonagall's office. Harry sat in a stiff-backed chair across from McGonagall's imposing desk. Stacks of parchment teetered precariously near the edges, and a tray of half-finished letters indicated the flurry of administrative tasks that had overtaken Hogwarts in the wake of Umbridge's downfall. McGonagall peered at him over her square spectacles. "Potter, I'll be direct. With the Ministry finally acknowledging you-know-who's return, we have leeway to do what should have been done before: train students in practical defense. Dumbledore has entrusted me to oversee advanced classes for those who volunteer." Harry's heart jumped. Like an official version of the DA? Her stern lips twitched. "Something like that. However, it must be strictly supervised. No more skulking in secret rooms. The headmaster wants it done properly this time." He considered the request. "Having official support might be a relief. I'll help however I can." McGonagall nodded. "We'll coordinate schedules so it doesn't conflict with your studies. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley will assist as well, I'm sure. Let's keep the group small but committed. The war outside is escalating. These students need real skills if they're to stay alive." Harry swallowed the surge of adrenaline. I understand. She hesitated, a flicker of warmth in her eyes. Good. You've come a long way, Potter. Don't let that drive consume you entirely. Remember, you're still a student. He forced a smile. Yes, Professor. Thank you. Walking out, he felt both gratitude and a strange pang. If only she knew exactly how far I'm willing to go, he thought grimly. The shadows whispered at the back of his mind. That evening, the unofficial, Advanced Defense Group. They met in an old dueling hall near the base of Gryffindor Tower, a dusty chamber lined with protective wards. McGonagall had given them the space after dinner hours. About 20 students showed up. The original DA Corps Neville, Ginny, Luna plus a handful of older Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Even 2 Slytherins, including Daphne Greengrass, appeared at the back, watching warily. Hermione and Ron greeted people, taking down names. Harry stood at the front, trying to hide a swirl of mixed pride and apprehension. This was far from the hush-hush gatherings of last year. Now the staff openly supported them. But it also meant more eyes on him. Hermione stepped forward, voice carrying, "All right, everyone. Welcome. We're here to build on what some of us learned last year and prepare for the threats we know are out there. Professor McGonagall has authorized more advanced spells than we'd normally see in the curriculum." Ron cleared his throat. "We'll still keep it safe. No deadly curses, obviously." His gaze flicked toward Harry, who nodded. Harry moved to address the group. "Let's start with formation dueling. We won't always fight alone in a duel. Sometimes you'll have to coordinate with someone. Pair up. We'll do rotational drills." The hall broke into motion. Spells crackled as pairs practiced advanced blocking techniques and combos. Ginny teamed with Neville, guiding him through a trick to chain hexes. Luna practiced a floating maneuver with a 6th-year Ravenclaw, bright stunners lighting the walls. Daphne hovered near the fringes until Harry paired her with Seamus. Before long, the hall buzzed with the excitement of real training. Hermione guided some advanced disarming combos, occasionally smiling at Harry. He returned it, warmth blooming. They'd come so far since that clandestine meeting above the Hog's Head nearly 2 years ago. After a while, Harry noticed Ron wincing, apparently still nursing bruises from the Ministry showdown. Hermione nodded for him to take a breather. Harry decided to roam the hall, offering pointers. When he reached Daphne and Seamus, they were locked in a quick exchange of stunners. Daphne's posture was crisp, her wand movements sharp. She slammed a disarming spell that nearly toppled Seamus. Harry nodded. "Nice technique. Add a short verbal feint before your cast. Might throw off an opponent's timing." She gave a curt nod, expression neutral, but there was a hint of grudging respect in her eyes. "Thanks." Seamus groaned, rubbing his elbow. "Yeah, she's already terrifying, mate." Harry suppressed a grin. "Keep at it." He moved on, eventually ending up beside Hermione, who glanced at him with both fondness and faint concern. "Everything all right?" He shrugged, voice low. "I'm fine. Just my mind's all over the place." She placed a hand on his shoulder, warmth radiating through his robes. "We'll figure it out, Harry." He returned her gaze, letting the moment linger. Then he resumed instructing a few others, forcing himself to focus on the present rather than the swirl of dread in his gut about the future. Midnight. Gryffindor Common Room. The session wrapped up successfully, leaving everyone exhausted but invigorated. Harry tried to sleep, but adrenaline still hummed. So he slipped down to the common room, expecting emptiness. Instead, he found Ginny sprawled on a couch, staring at the dying embers in the fireplace. She glanced up. "Couldn't sleep?" He shook his head, settling in a nearby armchair. "You too?" She sighed. "I keep thinking about the Ministry. How close we came to losing someone, or multiple someones." Her voice quivered. Harry remembered her near disabling stunner, how he'd stepped in at the last second. "We made it out," he said gently, "and we're stronger now." She nodded, eyes on the embers. "I know, still rattles me sometimes. But hey, if we have to fight again, I'm ready." Her tone carried a fierce undertone that made Harry smile. "I believe you." He hesitated, then asked quietly, "Is everything else okay? You seemed a bit off tonight." Ginny half laughed, looking anywhere but at him. "Off?" He tilted his head. "You can tell me." She hesitated, fingers drumming on the couch. "It's silly." Just seeing you and Hermione together. And not just her, sometimes I feel you connect with so many people in ways I can't. Daphne, for instance, that Slytherin, or even Luna in her own way. You draw people in. Harry blinked. This conversation was unexpected. I don't know what to say. A corner of her mouth quirked. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just notice. You're like a magnet, Harry. People rely on you, or they're attracted to you for some reason. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's dangerous, but you can't help it. Warmth and mild embarrassment burned his cheeks. It's not intentional. I know, Ginny said softly. She stood, walked over, and perched on the arm of his chair. That night at the Ministry, I realized we might not all come back. And if I lost you without telling you that I care, she swallowed, then leaned in and pressed a light kiss to his cheek. Surprised, Harry opened his mouth to speak, but she stood quickly, her face flushed. That's all. Just, good night, Harry. She moved up the stairs without waiting for a response. He sat there for a moment, heart thudding. A magnet indeed. Life had grown complicated, and the swirl of connections around him felt both comforting and nerve-wracking. Hermione was the closest to him, yet he couldn't deny there were flickers of other feelings from people like Ginny and maybe one day even from someone as unexpected as Daphne. He shook his head, raking a hand through his messy hair. Focus on the war, he muttered, ignoring the confusing swirl in his chest. But sleep was even further away now. Forbidden forest before dawn, the crisp night air stung Harry's lungs as he crept among tall pines. He'd left the castle with the invisibility cloak wrapped around him, sneaking out under the star-strewn sky. The forest's hush pressed in, broken by the rustle of unseen creatures. He found a secluded clearing dotted with moss-covered stones. This was the same spot he'd visited repeatedly, a place to train in the shadows. With a murmur, he summoned the system window. Name: Harry James Potter. Level 3, Express, 25%, Shadow Summoning, LV 2. Raise Shadow Soldier, Basic. He summoned a swirl of darkness at his fingertips. A shadowy wolf formed, flickering with purple embers in its eyes. The creature pressed its intangible muzzle to his hand, bound by his will. He could sense its primal eagerness. Over the weeks, controlling it had grown easier, almost second nature. He inhaled. Scout the perimeter, he whispered. The wolf darted off, vanishing into the undergrowth with barely a sound. Through the faint link, Harry sensed flickers of the forest, the hush of sleeping acromantulas deeper in the trees, the distant steps of centaurs who kept their distance. All safe. The shadow wolf returned, tail swishing, seeming proud of its silent patrol. Harry nodded, heart pounding with a strange satisfaction. The system's power let him command an extension of his own magic. A soldier in the shape of pure darkness. Part of him felt uneasy about how natural it was becoming. He concentrated, letting the shadows swirl into a second creature. A hawk-like shape that flapped ghostly wings. Sweat trickled down his temple as he maintained both forms. The hawk soared into the clearing overhead, purple eyes scanning the night. The corners of Harry's vision glowed with the system's notifications. Shadow Summoning. Skill Proficiency plus 3%. He gritted his teeth, pushing the skill further. 2 shadow minions at once tested his limits. The hawk let out a silent cry, while the wolf circled below. Harry's wand hand trembled, but he refused to relent. If he could command multiple shadows, it would give him a massive edge in future battles. A twig snapped. He whirled, dissolving both minions instantly. His wand shot up. A tall figure emerged from behind a tree, wand raised in caution. Pale moonlight revealed the angular features of Draco Malfoy. For an instant, they stared, tension crackling. Harry's mind raced. If Malfoy saw the shadow creatures, it could jeopardize everything. Malfoy opened his mouth, eyes narrowing. You really are messing with dark stuff, Malfoy said, voice shaky with shock and a flicker of fear. I thought I saw something out here, but I didn't believe. Harry lifted his wand. You followed me? Malfoy sneered, though his voice quivered. I have a hunch you're not the squeaky clean hero everyone thinks. Maybe you're just another brand of dark wizard. Harry fought the rising panic. Get lost, Malfoy. You have no idea what's going on. Malfoy hesitated, gaze darting to the faint swirls of shadow that still clung to Harry's aura. You're playing with something dangerous. Even my father used to say that dabbling in unknown dark arts is a fool's errand. His lip curled. Maybe you're more like us than you realize. Rage flared. Don't compare me to Death Eaters, Harry growled. I'm using this power to fight against your precious Dark Lord. Sure, Malfoy said, eyes glinting. Just remember. Once you cross into the shadows, you can't come back. He backed away a step, wand still raised. Consider this a warning, or maybe a promise. If you do anything that threatens the school, I'll see you pay. Harry laughed harshly. Don't pretend you're some righteous guardian. You've threatened this school more times than I can count. Malfoy stiffened. Then, with a swirl of his cloak, he vanished into the darkness, leaving Harry's heart pounding. The forest felt colder, the echo of Malfoy's words lingering. Harry exhaled shakily, gazing at his empty hands. The system thrummed, as though urging him onward. The line between dark and light is razor thin. If Malfoy started spreading rumors about Harry summoning shadows at night, it'd cause a scandal. But ironically, Malfoy might keep quiet. Maybe he saw an advantage in letting Harry's secret fester until the perfect moment. Cursing under his breath, Harry slipped back toward the castle. The hawk and wolf flickered at the edges of his mind, awaiting his call. One day, he told himself, this power will save everyone. But a question stalked him through the dark. At what cost? Next day. Hogwarts corridors. The rumors started subtly. A few Slytherins snickered behind their hands when Harry passed. A younger Ravenclaw gave him a wide berth. He overheard a muttered conversation. He's dabbling in something weird. I heard from a Slytherin who saw him do it. His stomach churned. Clearly, Malfoy was sowing seeds of suspicion. On top of that, the war demanded everyone's attention, and no one had time to chase half-baked gossip. Still, it stung. Daphne Greengrass intercepted him after potions, pulling him aside. Malfoy's running his mouth. Claims you're experimenting with unknown magic at night. She arched a brow. Is it true? Harry set his jaw. You know I'm not working for Voldemort. I'm doing what it takes to fight. She nodded, expression taut. Just be careful. You don't want to give anyone an excuse to brand you a dark wizard. He huffed, stepping away from the swirl of students. Thanks for the heads up. They locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. She might not fully trust him, but she wasn't out to betray him either. Hermione's pause. Brief, from her spot in the library, Hermione watched Harry across the shelves. He leaned over a massive tome on advanced conjuration, brow furrowed in concentration. The circles under his eyes worried her. Something had shifted since the night they'd destroyed the prophecy. He was more driven than ever, sometimes distant, as if balancing on a precipice. She remembered the swirl of dark shapes in the Ministry when he fought Bellatrix, how shadows had coiled around Harry. He'd grown powerful, yes, but there was a haunted look in his eyes at times, like he was carrying more than just the weight of the prophecy. She chewed her lip, remembering Ginny's quiet confession that she, too, was concerned for Harry. And then there was Daphne Greengrass lurking on the edges, eyes following Harry with an unreadable intensity. He's at the center of everything, Hermione realized, heart twisting. And I'm scared he'll burn himself out. Summoning her courage, she closed her book and approached him. If he was going to drag himself to the brink, she'd be there to pull him back. Near the library windows, Harry stared at an old text on abyssal conjuration, mind racing with half-formed ideas. The book's language was archaic, describing the binding of ephemeral entities. Every page reeked of the same moral warnings. Power demands a price. Hermione's voice broke his focus. Harry? He looked up, startled. She stood close, her warm brown eyes full of concern. Hey, he said quietly. She tucked a stray curl behind her ear. You've been more withdrawn lately. Is there something you want to tell me? He swallowed, not sure how much he could share. I'm just pushing my magic to the next level. This war isn't waiting. Her eyes glistened with unshed worry. I understand that, but don't lock me out. Don't lock us out. That path can be lonely and dangerous. His chest clenched. He gently touched her hand. I promise I won't do anything that crosses the line. She studied him, seeing the conflict swirling beneath his forced calm. Finally, she sighed, leaning up to brush a feather-light kiss on his cheek. Okay. But if you need to talk, I'm here. He nodded, a rush of gratitude and guilt warring inside him. She left, giving him space. He stared after her, feeling the system's silent hum. If only it were that simple. Hagrid's hut. Afternoon, an unexpected invitation came from Hagrid, asking Harry to join him for tea. Entering the cozy hut, Harry found an unusually somber Hagrid, massive hands fiddling with a chipped teapot. Fang dozed in the corner, tail thumping lazily. "Ari," Hagrid said, voice gruff, "I been hearin' things. Rumors that you're dabblin' in, well, some dark conjuration. Students say you're summoning shadows." Harry stiffened. "I guess word travels fast." Hagrid's gaze was both pained and protective. "I ain't accusin' ye. But I worry. Ye've always had a big heart, no matter the trouble. Don't let dark magic twist it, all right?" Heat flared in Harry's chest, a mix of frustration and affection. "I'm still me, Hagrid. I just can't stand by when Voldemort's out there." Hagrid took a shaky breath. "Ye lost so much already. I'd hate to see ye lose yourself too." He reached over, giant hand engulfing Harry's shoulder. "Just be careful. And remember, we're here for ye." Harry nodded mutely, emotion clogging his throat. In that moment, he felt the weight of the unconditional care Hagrid offered, the same acceptance that had welcomed him into the wizarding world as a lonely boy. He vowed not to betray that faith. Nightfall. Gryffindor Tower. In the common room's glow, Harry sank onto a sofa next to Hermione. A hush enveloped them. Most students had gone to BD. Only the crackle of the dying fire accompanied their soft conversation. Hermione's palm rested on Harry's knee, her touch gentle. "You've been carrying this for so long." He exhaled, letting his head tip back against the cushions. "Feels like everything's on my shoulders. Voldemort, the prophecy, the DA, and now these rumors." Her eyes shone with empathy. "No matter what, you're not alone. Even if you're exploring magic that I might not fully understand, I trust you. Just promise me you'll come back, Harry. Don't vanish into the darkness." A lump formed in his throat. He turned, cupping her cheek. The firelight danced across her features. "I won't vanish," he whispered. Leaning in, he kissed her softly, a tender moment that momentarily banished the looming war. She sighed against him, arms draping around his neck, pulling him closer. For a few seconds, the world narrowed to just warmth and quiet comfort. When they broke apart, his heart pounded. He could still taste the uncertain tears on her lips. "Hermione," he murmured, "I thank you." She pressed her forehead to his. "We'll face it together." He wrapped an arm around her, letting the flickering shadows on the walls hold no power over him. At least for tonight, her presence was enough to keep them at bay. A new dawn morning arrived, bringing new anxieties. Owlpost soared into the Great Hall, dropping letters and newspapers. Students buzzed about the war's latest developments. Skirmishes near London, the Ministry urging calm, Dumbledore quietly reasserting control of Hogwarts. Harry scanned the headlines. Azkaban break-in, rumored Dementors sighted in northern counties, Muggle attacks increase. His gut twisted. It never ends. He folded the paper and looked at Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Each wore the same worried expression. "Time to step up our training," he said quietly, "and keep an eye on each other." They nodded. Neville, passing by, gave him a firm nod of agreement. Luna floated into a seat, humming softly but eyes serious. Across the hall, Harry glimpsed Daphne, who offered a slight tilt of her head in acknowledgement. Even Malfoy stared, expression unreadable. The system flickered at the edge of his vision. No immediate quest. Merely the silent assertion that conflict brewed, and Harry stood in the middle, harnessing a force that could tip the balance. He pressed a hand to his chest, inhaling steady. He'd keep forging forward, building alliances, mastering the shadows, safeguarding those he cared for. Because whether the world labeled his power dark or not, Harry had a promise to fulfill. Protect his friends, destroy Voldemort, and ensure no one else suffered Cedric's fate. If that meant embracing the mantle of a shadow monarch, so be it. He'd wield it in the name of those who still believed in him, from Hermione's gentle kiss to Hagrid's unwavering faith. And somewhere in the cold distance, Voldemort stirred with equal determination, the prophecy's final line echoing through the darkness. Neither can live while the other survives. The war had just begun, and Harry Potter was done bowing to fear. He stood from the table, eyes shining with quiet resolve, and headed to his first class, leaving behind the murmurs of rumor and admiration. The path ahead was shadowed, but he carried enough light both in power and in love to carve a way forward. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Dungeon Break Catastrophe. A frosty wind howled over the battlements of Hogwarts, signaling an unusually bitter start to December. Inside the castle, life pressed on classes, revision sessions, and the newly sanctioned Advanced Defense Program. But beneath the routine lay a simmer of dread. Nightly reports from the outside world spoke of odd magical disturbances and unexplained disappearances. Every new headline hammered home the truth that the war was no longer a distant rumor, it was here, on everyone's doorstep. Harry sensed the change more acutely than most. The system's interface occasionally flickered with new updates or cryptic warnings. His scar prickled at random times, as though Voldemort's presence ebbed and flowed in tune with a gathering storm. Even so, he devoted himself to training not only with Hermione, Ron, and the rest of the defense group but also, in secret, with the shadows that had become his to command. He never forgot Malfoy's warning in the forest. The rumor mill had cooled somewhat, yet Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was about to erupt. Something that might expose his powers to the entire wizarding world whether he wanted it or not. Grimmauld Place. An emergency meeting. A few weeks into December, Harry and Hermione were whisked away to Grimmauld Place one cold Saturday morning, accompanied by Ron and Ginny. The hastily arranged portkey landed them in the musty front hall with a sharp yank. They staggered into the kitchen, where Sirius, Tonks, and Kingsley waited, their expressions grim. Remus Lupin arrived moments later, setting down a battered suitcase. "We've got trouble," he said quietly. "Reports of we're calling it a dimensional anomaly, have cropped up in Muggle London." Tonks raked a hand through her pink hair. "It's wild, Harry. People are calling it a freak phenomenon. Swirling lights, cracks in the sky, and now creatures are pouring out, attacking any wizard or Muggle in reach." Sirius slammed a fist on the table. "It's like a tear between worlds. The Ministry is in chaos. Some are calling it a hoax. Others want to send orders en masse. But that's just the half of it." He slid a Daily Prophet clipping across the table. Harry skimmed the article. Mysterious rift in London. Ministry officials struggle to contain magical beasts. Wizards were glimpsed battling monstrous forms near the Thames at night. The official word was investigation, but eyewitness accounts spoke of giant shadow lizards, gargoyle-like creatures, and twisted abominations. Hermione leaned over his shoulder, jaw tight. "It reads like something out of a dark fantasy," she said. Kingsley cleared his throat. "Dark fantasy or not, the threat is real. The creatures seem to spawn endlessly from a central rift. That's why we're here. We need a rapid strike force. Dumbledore approves, and the Order is mobilizing. We could use you." Ron blinked. "Us? But we're still students. Students who fought Death Eaters at the Ministry," Tonks countered. "We can't drag the entire DA out onto the streets, but you four can hold your own, if you're willing." Harry exchanged a look with Hermione and Ginny. All three nodded. "We'll do it," Harry said. "Just tell us where." Sirius grinned, though worry tugged at his eyes. "Let's gear up, then. We leave tonight." Near the Thames. Nightfall. A biting cold wind cut through Harry's cloak as he followed Sirius, Tonks, and Kingsley along the deserted embankment road. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny trailed close behind. The city lights reflected on the river's dark surface, but an oppressive hush had settled over this section of London. Police barriers blocked traffic, leaving the streets eerily empty. In the distance, a faint purple glow pulsed against the sky. They passed a row of shuttered shops and turned onto a wide avenue. That's when Harry saw the rift. Suspended in the air near a bridge arch was a swirling tear of violet and black energy, large as a bus. Around it, shimmering motes of light leaped out, coalescing into monstrous shapes with glistening fangs or claws. A group of ragtag Aurors hurriedly erected wards on the sidewalks while Muggle-repelling charms shimmered overhead. Harry glimpsed a battered team from the Department of Magical Accidents, their expressions frantic as a fresh wave of twisted beasts emerged from the rift. The beasts had elongated limbs and hollow eyes that glowed with malevolent light. "This is madness," Ron muttered, swallowing nervously. Tonks flexed her wand hand. "We'll split up. Kingsley coordinates with the Auristo contain the perimeter. The rest of us push in, take out the creatures, see if we can close this thing at its source." Sirius gave Harry a tense nod. "Stay close. Watch each other's backs. We don't know how these monsters fight. Harry's heart hammered. He gazed at the swirling tear. This is almost like a dungeon break from the system. The idea rattled him. Was this phenomenon connected to his powers? Or just another escalation of dark magic under Voldemort's influence? He swallowed the urge to question it now there was no time. The first wave they advanced under the flickering glow of street lamps. Hermione conjured a shield to deflect a screeching creature that lunged from behind a parked car. Harry stunned it, but it took 3 consecutive hits before it dissolved into black sludge. Ginny hurled a hex that tore through another beast's twisted form. Ron and Sirius teamed up to blast 2 more. Tonks soared overhead on a broom, raining down curses at clusters of monsters scuttling along the bridge. Their piercing shrieks echoed off the stone arches. Every few seconds, a fresh ripple of violet energy spat out more creatures. Harry's adrenaline spiked. This is endless. His wand spat red and white sparks as he blasted a group trying to flank them. A monstrous figure like an armored boar charged from the side street, tusks dripping with black ooze. Harry's shield held, but cracks spread across it from the impact. "Hermione," he shouted. She responded with a cutting curse that sliced deep into the boar's flank. It bellowed, staggering. Sirius leapt in with a final stunner, and the beast collapsed into smoky fragments. The group pressed on, hearts pounding. That's when Tonks yelled from above, more on the rooftops. Everyone looked up to see half a dozen smaller winged creatures perched on the ledges, their spindly forms reminiscent of gargoyles. They sprang into the air, diving at lethal speeds. Harry gritted his teeth, wand whipping in a wide arc. Protega Maxima. A radiant dome spread overhead, deflecting the diving gargoyles in a shower of sparks. Ginny immediately followed with a barrage of stunners, forcing them back. The creatures shrieked, swirling around the rift. The entire scene resembled a macabre carnival of shadows. People in the distance peered from behind wards, terrified. Aurors struggled to maintain the protective boundary. It was clear the monster tide was escalating. The system's warning amid the chaos. A sudden chime echoed inside Harry's mind. Dungeon break event detected. Quest: seal the rift or destroy the dungeon core. Reward: failure. Catastrophic damage to Muggle London, countless casualties. Harry's breath caught. Dungeon break. So it was related to the system somehow. Or at least recognized this phenomenon as a dungeon. The choice was stark. Seal the rift, or find a core that anchored it. Either way, if they failed, the wave of monsters would overrun London. He glanced around. The Order was pinned down fighting wave after wave. They'd never manage a direct assault on the rift. But maybe I can. He remembered the system's power, the shadows he commanded. If he used them at full force, would it be enough? His gut twisted. Using the shadows openly would reveal his secret to everyone serious, the Aurors, the public. But the alternative was letting these abominations run wild. With a deep, shaky breath, he made his decision. No choice. Hermione. Ron. Cover me. He shouted. They nodded, uncertain, but formed up to defend him from a new cluster of lizard-like beasts slithering across the street. Harry closed his eyes, summoning every ounce of focus. Darkness pulsed at the edge of his vision. System, let me conjure the full legion. The shadows on the pavement lengthened unnaturally, swirling around Harry's feet. Purple-eyed shapes rose from the gloom. A wolf, a hawk, then half a dozen humanoid silhouettes with faint, flickering outlines. They bowed as if receiving silent orders. Gasps echoed around him. Aurors paused mid-spell, gawking. What the? Sirius muttered in disbelief. But Harry was past hesitating. He directed his conjured shadows toward the biggest cluster of monsters. Go, he commanded. A swirl of inky forms raced across the ground, colliding with the horde. Sharp, fluid movements ended in shrieks as the abominations found themselves torn apart by living darkness. In seconds, an entire flank was cleared. Harry staggered from the effort, breathing hard. I can't slow down now. He concentrated again, letting more shadows swirl up into knight-like warriors that stomped on serpentine beasts or shielded wizards from overhead attacks. Their presence turned the tide, but also drew every eye. Hermione stared, wide-eyed, deflecting a random slash from a surviving monster. Harry, what is this? He didn't have time to answer properly. My power, he managed, face set. I'll explain later. Surging forward with the monstrous horde partially contained by Harry's Shadow Legion, the Aurors found a foothold. Tonks swooped down, mouth agape. Merlin's beard. Harry, you're controlling them? He nodded curtly. They're on our side. Let's push to the rift. Kingsley, regaining composure, shouted for his squad to advance. Ron and Ginny backed up Sirius, who hammered powerful curses at a swarm of spider-like creatures leaping off the rooftops. Hermione stayed near Harry, gaze flicking between his conjured minions and the rift overhead. They pressed closer to the swirling tear. Each step brought a wave of thick dread. The air crackled with unstable magic. The city lights seemed to dim as they neared. The twisted creatures came in frenzied waves, each more desperate. Harry's summoned shadows matched them blow for blow. He forced his way through the carnage until the swirling portal was just beyond a battered fountain. Violet lightning arced from the rift, scorching the pavement. A massive shape began to emerge, a monstrous centipede the size of a bus, with metallic chitin and barbed mandibles. Hermione gasped. We have to stop that, whatever it is. Harry clenched his wand. Leave it to me. He gestured for his Shadow Legion to encircle the beast. A half-dozen Shadow Knights lunged, swords of darkness biting into the centipede's carapace. It screeched, thrashing violently, but the shadows held, grappling it in place. Harry braced himself. Summoning that many minions at once drained him. Every nerve felt ablaze with the system's magic. Gritting his teeth, he poured power into a single devastating spell. Bombarda Maxima. A thunderous explosion rocked the air, slamming into the centipede's exposed underbelly. Chitin shards flew, and the beast collapsed in a dying wail, disintegrating into black ash. The ground trembled from the impact, bits of debris raining down. Murmurs of shock rippled through the onlookers. Harry swayed but remained standing. The core. Inside the rift the swirling tear flickered, as if destabilized by the centipede's defeat. For a brief moment, Harry caught a glimpse of something on the other side, a dark, misty chamber teeming with monstrous shapes. He felt a tug, like the system was urging him forward. Destroy the dungeon core, the quest said. Harry, what's happening? Hermione asked, helping him stay upright. He wiped sweat from his brow. I think the source is inside the rift. I need to go through, close it from there. What? Ron exclaimed, joining them. Ginny stared in horror. Sirius, catching the conversation, whirled around. No way. We can't just let you vanish in there alone. The swirling portal crackled again. Another wave of creatures threatened to spill out, but the Aurors and the Shadow Legion momentarily held them back. If Harry didn't close it soon, it would keep spewing horrors indefinitely. I have to, Harry insisted, eyes fierce. This is the only chance to stop it at the root. Otherwise, we'll be fighting forever. Hermione grabbed his arm. I'm going with you. Ron and Ginny echoed the sentiment, but Harry shook his head. It's too risky. I'm not even sure humans can survive in there. This is connected to my magic. Please, trust me. Sirius looked torn, jaw clenching. We can't lose you, Harry. Harry's chest tightened. We'll lose many more if I don't do this. Keep the creatures from flooding out here. If I fail, at least give people time to evacuate. Before anyone could object further, Harry steeled himself and sprinted forward. The swirling air crackled around him, lightning dancing across his robes. With a final leap, he plunged headlong into the rift. A twisted realm, he landed hard on slick, black stone. The air was thick with sulphurous fumes, lit by an eerie violet glow emanating from cracks in the walls. Above him, the rift's swirling aperture shimmered like a window. He could see the faint silhouettes of his friends outside, tiny, far away. Then the portal behind him stabilized, continuing to funnel new beasts out. A savage hiss echoed off the jagged pillars rising around him. Harry rose to his feet, calling out several shadow wolves. They prowled ahead, sniffing for threats. The place felt like a warped labyrinth of obsidian. Broken arches, twisted corridors, and unnatural sculptures jutted from the ground. The system's notification flickered in his mind. Dungeon environment. Core chamber. Objective. Destroy the core to seal the dungeon break. A roar from the side made him spin. A minotaur-like creature thundered into view 8 feet tall with blazing red eyes. Harry's wolves lunged, but the Minotaur swatted one aside. Harry fired a chain of stunners, staggering it. Before it could recover, he summoned a Shadow Knight that lopped off the beast's horn with a single slash. The creature crumpled with a bellow, dissolving into dark motes. So far, so good, he thought, panting. But that was just one. The corridor beyond seethed with monstrous shapes. I've got to find the core fast. Deeper into darkness he pushed onward, hacking through throngs of lesser beasts. His Shadow Legion expanded with each victory, enabling him to maintain a front line of swirling black knights and wolf-like creatures. They marched through the labyrinth, battered by clawed fiends, giant wasp-like monstrosities, and slithering serpents larger than the Hogwarts Express. The synergy with the system guided his spells, letting him tear through foes with ruthless efficiency. The deeper he went, the more the environment warped. Strange runic symbols glowed on the walls, pulsing like a heartbeat. Harry's breath grew ragged, his magical core stretched by the relentless summoning. Yet every step hammered home a singular thought. Must seal the dungeon. Must protect them. Finally, a gateway opened onto a massive chamber. The ceiling towered out of sight, purple lightning flickering across bone-like columns. At the center hovered a pulsating crystal orb as large as a man, swirling with chaotic energy. Harry felt an intense pull. This must be the core. Monstrous guardians prowled around it, each bristling with spines and claws. Dungeon core detected. Sub-boss guardians. 4. Harry steeled himself. 4 sub-bosses. Right. He raised his wand and summoned every ounce of shadow magic he could muster. Knights, wolves, hawks, an entire legion formed behind him in a swirl of darkness. Their purple eyes glowed with the same fierce determination that burned in Harry's chest. Charge! He commanded, voice echoing. The Shadow Legion roared forward. The guardians responded with shrieks, pouncing to meet the charge. Sparks flew as claws met shadow blades. Harry waded in behind his minions, firing curse after curse. One guardian, shaped like a serpent with wings, spat black flame at the legion, forcing them to scatter. He ducked behind a pillar, panting. The system's interface blinked a warning. Mana drain, critical. Using Shadow Legion at full strength requires more energy. Recommendation: absorb defeated foes to replenish Shadow Pool. Harry grimaced. Absorb defeated foes. This was a new aspect of the system he'd barely explored. But time was short, and he had no moral qualms about draining these abominations. Closing his eyes, he willed the shadows to consume the battered remains of lesser monsters scattered around. Threads of darkness snaked out, devouring the fallen fiends, fueling his own power. A surge of renewed energy coursed through him. He stumbled but caught himself, adrenaline spiking. Now, fully recharged, he rejoined the fray. His wolf pack pinned one guardian, a spindly horror with blade-like limbs. Harry launched a hex that tore through its torso, scattering it into dust. Another guardian, a hulking troll-like beast, swung a massive club at the knights. 2 shattered, but the rest swarmed, hacking it down. The winged serpent roared overhead, spitting more black flame. Harry conjured a swirling shield of shadows to block it, then unleashed a volley of stunners that hammered the serpent's scaled body. With a final shriek, it crashed to the floor, dissolving into ash. The last guardian, a horned demon with fire dancing on its hide, hurtled at Harry directly. He braced himself. Confringo! A fiery blast collided with the demon. It staggered, roaring. Before it could recover, a Shadow Knight slid behind it and drove a blade of pure darkness through its heart. The demon froze, then crumbled into embers. All 4 sub-bosses lay defeated. Harry stood, chest heaving, as the system chimed. Sub-bosses destroyed. Dungeon core vulnerable. Final blow. The swirling orb at the chamber's center pulsed faster, cracks beginning to spiderweb across its surface as if reacting to the Guardian's defeat. Lightning arced from it, scouring the floor. Harry approached cautiously, raising his wand. A powerful wave of force slammed him backward, some final protective measure. His Shadow Legion shielded him, absorbing the brunt of the blast. Darkness flickered. Half his minions dissolved from the strain. Come on, just one more push. He funneled the last of his magic into a single, concentrated sphere of light at the tip of his wand. The swirling energy glowed with a mixture of shadow and raw wizarding power, his unique fusion. With a roar, he hurled it straight at the core. The orb crackled, resisting for a split second. Then the sphere impacted, and an ear-splitting shatter resounded through the chamber. Fractures spread in a brilliant cascade of purple light. The core exploded in a shockwave that knocked Harry off his feet, ripping through walls and pillars. He hit the ground hard, head spinning, darkness creeping at the edges of his vision. Yet through the chaos, he felt the intense surge of the system awarding victory. The chamber collapsed around him, every monstrous presence vanishing as if cancelled out. The swirling rift overhead flickered, then stabilized into a calm swirl of bluish light. Dungeon core destroyed, dungeon break sealed. Reward: Shadow Monarch title fully acknowledged. Level up. He glimpsed text in his mind, but his consciousness wavered. The entire realm seemed to fade in a swirl of color. With the last bit of awareness, he saw the portal snap close behind him. I did it. Back in London moments later, a swirl of energy deposited Harry on the same street near the Thames, his body still prone from the aftershock. He coughed, eyes fluttering open to see Hermione and Ron kneeling over him, frantic. Ginny hovered behind, tears streaming. Sirius and several Aurors formed a protective circle, wands drawn. He slowly pushed himself upright, every muscle screaming in protest. The air was clearer, the rift above the bridge completely gone. No new monsters emerged. The only remnants were scattered ashes and battered Aurors dealing with stragglers. By all appearances, the threat had vanished. Hermione let out a sob of relief, hugging him. You're alive. We saw the rift vanish, thought maybe you were gone too. Harry groaned softly, patting her back. I'm okay, he managed. Sealed it. Ginny hovered close, eyes red. She touched his arm. We were terrified. Ron let out a shaky laugh, offering Harry a hand to stand. Blimey, mate. You always gotta do everything the hard way? Harry nearly collapsed, but the adrenaline coursing through him kept him upright. His wand shook in his grip. Nearby, Sirius approached, gaze brimming with both awe and worry. Harry, that power, those shadows, you... He couldn't finish the sentence. Harry clenched his jaw. I'll explain. But first, let's make sure the city is safe. Aftermath. As dawn approached, the streetlights revealed the extent of the damage, cratered pavement, scorched sidewalks, and battered wards. But no more monsters poured from the sealed rift. Ministry officials arrived in droves, setting up illusions and memory modifications for muggles who witnessed the chaos. The Aurors worked to contain the last pockets of creatures that had scattered around the city, but the biggest threat was gone. Harry sat on a broken curb, exhaustion weighing on him. The system hummed softly in the back of his mind, awarding him new skill points and a Shadow Monarch title. He half wanted to collapse. Yet relief and dread mingled. He'd saved countless lives but shown the wizarding world a terrifying display of dark-tinged power. Hermione gently dabbed a healing salve on a cut on his forehead. We need to get you to Madame Pomfrey. Your arm looks terrible. He glanced down to see dried blood on his sleeve. Probably a cracked bone from the final blast. Still, physical pain took a backseat to the turmoil in his head. It'll heal, he murmured. Ginny, Ron, and Sirius approached, each wearing stunned expressions. Around them, the battered remains of the Order regrouped. Kingsley was already reporting to a shell-shocked official from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. People cast Harry wary looks, uncertain whether to cheer or fear him. Sirius finally cleared his throat. Harry, that was something else. I've never seen magic like that. You effectively commanded an army of shadows. Harry swallowed, not meeting his godfather's eyes. I know. Ron tried to inject humor. Bit overpowered, that's all. You basically outdid half the Auror office in one go. Hermione gave Ron a glare for making light of it, then turned back to Harry. However it works, you saved lives. Their acceptance eased the knot in Harry's chest, but he could feel the tension from the onlookers. He sensed Moody's magical eye fixed on him from across the street, and a group of young Aurors whispering as they stole glances. They're asking themselves if I'm the next Dark Lord or the savior they need. He forced himself to stand. Let's go home. We'll figure out everything else later. Sirius nodded, patting him gently on the shoulder. Yeah, we'll handle the official statements. You rest. Hogwarts. The next day they returned to Hogwarts under Dumbledore's escort. The headmaster's gaze held a quiet mix of gratitude and worry. Word traveled fast. A catastrophic tear had opened in London, magical creatures attacked, and Harry Potter unleashed unprecedented shadow magic to save the day. By breakfast in the Great Hall, every eye turned to Harry. Whispers swelled, some in admiration, others in unease. Even the staff table looked tense. McGonagall's lips were pursed tight, while Flitwick cast him sympathetic glances. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny flanked him protectively. Neville, Luna, and other DA members offered encouraging nods. Across the hall, Daphne Greengrass watched him with narrowed eyes, then gave a tiny nod of acknowledgement. Malfoy sneered but said nothing. The entire school waited for Harry to speak or do something. Hermione touched his arm. "Are you okay?" He exhaled, forcing a small grin. "I will be." Truth was, the entire wizarding world had just seen a fraction of what he could do. Some would hail him as a hero, while others would label him a walking threat. The burden of that knowledge weighed heavily, but as he met Hermione's eyes, and then glanced at Ron, Ginny, and the rest, he remembered why he'd risked everything. To protect them. Dumbledore's office later that morning, Harry was summoned. The circular office brimmed with quiet tension, the whirring silver instruments on the shelves overshadowed by the presence of several key figures. Dumbledore stood behind his desk, expression grave. McGonagall and Snape were there, as well as Moody. All turned to face Harry the moment he stepped in. Moody's magical eyes spun, fixating on Harry. "You gave quite a display last night, Potter." Snape's lip curled, though not entirely in contempt, it might have been grudging curiosity. Shadow conjuration at that scale is unheard of. Even the darkest spells rarely produce such tangible minions. Harry folded his arms, exhaustion draining his anger. "I used what I had to save lives." Dumbledore lifted a hand, quieting the room. "Harry, no one disputes the heroism of your actions. You prevented unimaginable devastation. For that, we are profoundly grateful." He paused, leaning forward. "But the manner of your magic raises questions. If you have tapped into something akin to necromancy or binding spells, the Ministry will demand answers." McGonagall's eyes were tight with concern. "They're already pressuring the headmaster to clarify your capabilities." Harry's chest tightened. So this was the official fallout. He forced himself to speak calmly. "I discovered a source of magic that is unique, an interface that grants me the ability to summon shadows, among other things. It isn't tied to Voldemort, and it's not standard necromancy. I don't know where it came from exactly, but it's only for defense." He tried to keep his voice steady, skipping the finer details. "I won't use it for evil." Snape's expression was unreadable. Moody grunted. Dumbledore gazed at Harry over half-moon glasses, something like weary acceptance in his eyes. "Very well," the headmaster said gently. "I trust you. But the Ministry may not be as understanding." Harry nodded, tension thrumming. "I'll deal with them if I have to." McGonagall cleared her throat. "We will stand by you, Potter. And truth be told, the public outcry might be muted by relief. You did stop the monsters." A ghost of a smile touched Dumbledore's lips. "Yes, quite. For now, return to your classes. We shall navigate the Ministry's inquiries together. And, Harry," he added, eyes kind, "thank you." Harry gave a small, grateful incline of his head. Then he left, feeling both heavier and lighter at once. The wizarding world had glimpsed his secrets. There was no going back. "I'll make them see I'm not a Dark Lord." He repeated it like a mantra. Tensions and triumphs in the aftermath of London's dungeon break, as Harry privately called it, the wizarding world reeled. The Ministry, still battered by post-Umbridge chaos, had no formal charge to level against Harry, partly thanks to Dumbledore's influence, partly because public opinion favored the boy who'd single-handedly sealed a monstrous tear in reality. Yet not everyone was comfortable with the scale of Harry's power. Rumors swirled that he'd made a deal with the devil, or that he harbored a fraction of Voldemort's soul. Some were in awe. Others were quietly terrified. Through it all, Harry's circle of friends closed ranks around him. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny wouldn't let the gossip drag him down. Neville, Luna, and many in the DA only grew more loyal, seeing him as a beacon of hope against Voldemort's looming shadow. Hagrid offered a tearful bear hug, praising Harry for saving innocent muggles. Fred and George boisterously tried to retell the story with comedic flair. Even some Slytherins, like Daphne Greengrass, gave Harry a measured respect, though Draco Malfoy lurked in corners, expression dark, as if trying to figure out how best to exploit the situation. Harry managed, day by day, leaning on the people who mattered. Through advanced defense lessons, he taught others to push themselves, determined that no one would be helpless if another rift or crisis emerged. He introduced new techniques, albeit normal spells, not his shadow conjuration, while Hermione assisted with the theory. Ties within Hogwarts seemed to strengthen despite the underlying tension of war. Quiet moments one evening, after a particularly intense training session, Harry found himself in the room of requirement with Hermione and Ginny, finishing up some organization for the next class. Ron had left early with a headache. The magical space was once again a practice hall, dummies stacked in a corner. Ginny paused, setting down a crate of spellbooks, her eyes flicking between Harry and Hermione. They were close, shoulders brushing, quietly exchanging notes. An awkward hush spread. Hermione cleared her throat. Ginny, do you need help with that?" Ginny gave a small, resigned smile. "No, I'm fine. Just thinking about everything." She hesitated, then gently placed a hand on Harry's arm. "I want you to know, if you ever need someone else to talk to, someone not your girlfriend but still, you know, who cares, I'm here." Her eyes shone with sincerity. Hermione's cheeks heated, but she didn't protest. She just observed them, a faint flush creeping up her neck. Harry realized the tension between them was different now. Less about jealousy, more about each person grappling with big emotions in a war-torn world. He managed a small smile, placing his free hand over Ginny's. "Thanks, Gin." The moment stretched, a swirl of unspoken feelings in the air. Then he pulled both girls into a sudden, impulsive group hug. It was quick, awkward, and a bit messy, but it ended in shaky laughter that broke the tension. Hermione's eyes sparkled with relief, while Ginny gave an embarrassed grin. They separated, each turning away to gather their things. None of them were quite ready for a deep conversation about complicated emotions, but they were forging a path forward, one step at a time. Looking ahead, by the end of that week, the official fallout from the dungeon break had mostly settled. The Muggle public wrote it off as a bizarre weather phenomenon and freak accidents, thanks to thorough obliviation squads. The wizarding population, however, couldn't ignore the truth. Monstrous rifts were possible, and if not for Harry Potter's extraordinary powers, the devastation would have been unthinkable. Harry took a solitary walk around the lake, letting the winter chill clear his thoughts. The system occasionally chimed with new quest prompts or skill upgrades. Yet he knew in his bones that this was only a taste of what Voldemort might unleash. If the Dark Lord learned of these rifts, or the powers swirling in the shadows, a bigger catastrophe might follow. Footsteps crunched behind him. He turned to see Hermione, hugging her cloak tightly. She offered a wry smile. "Figured I'd find you here." He slid an arm around her, warmth flaring. "I was just thinking about what's next. The war's not stopping. Voldemort won't just sit idle." She leaned into him. "Then we keep going, keep training. Keep your shadow powers ready for whatever comes, and we support each other no matter what anyone says." He gazed at the sun dipping behind the towers of Hogwarts, reflected in the lake's icy surface. "You're right," he whispered. "As long as we stand together." In the quiet hush of that winter dusk, they shared a soft, lingering kiss, a promise of hope in a world shadowed by war. Harry felt the flicker of the system within him, a silent vow that he'd use every resource, light or dark, to protect the people who mattered. And if the wizarding world now saw him as the Shadow Monarch, then he would wield that mantle to guard them all, unwavering and unafraid. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Shadows and serpents. Thin streams of gray sunlight streaked across the snow-covered Hogwarts grounds. December had given way to January's chill, and though the holiday spirit lingered in the decorated corridors, the air vibrated with a nervous energy. Classes resumed in full swing. The Ministry's official acceptance of Voldemort's return cast a shadow over every lesson, every conversation. The castle itself seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the next threat. And in the midst of it all, Harry carried a heavier burden than ever. He'd sealed a catastrophic rift in London through powers that alarmed and amazed the wizarding world in equal measure. Now, half the students treated him like a legendary savior. The other half whispered rumors of dark magic. Professors remained polite but watchful. Even his closest friends struggled to reconcile the Harry they'd always known with the godlike force they'd witnessed. Back at Hogwarts. A brewing storm, great hall, breakfast. The enchanted ceiling showed a muted winter sky. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny ate beside Harry, occasionally trading concerned glances. Across the hall, students craned their necks to glimpse him. Some whispered, others stared, but no one dared approach except for the occasional younger Gryffindor, who asked in hushed tones if Harry really could summon armies from shadows. Hermione set down her cup. "Harry, your fan mail's piling up," she said quietly, gesturing to a small stack of letters next to his plate. "Most of it's supportive. Some are borderline worshipful." Ron snorted. "Bloody weird, if you ask me. You're not a Quidditch star, no offense. These letters read like you're Merlin reborn." Harry stiffened. "I never asked for this. I only did what needed to be done." Across the table, Neville nodded in sympathy. "We know that, Harry. But people are complicated. They saw your shadows, and it's as if they can't decide whether to be grateful or afraid." Ginny sipped her tea. "And with the war ramping up, they're desperate for a hero." She paused, eyes flicking around the hall. "Or they need a scapegoat if something goes wrong." Harry forced a thin smile, changing the subject. "Any updates on the next defense session?" Hermione brightened. "Professor McGonagall wants us to expand the advanced group. We'll have official sign-ups this week. Quite a few older students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are interested." Ron grinned. "We're basically official instructors now, mate. Feels odd." Harry gave a half nod. "Better that everyone learns to fight. Voldemort won't wait." Even as he spoke, a mild twinge radiated from his scar. It wasn't the searing agony of before, more like static, a sense of something shifting in the distance. "He's active," Harry thought, plotting. Ties within Slytherin corridor. After lunch, Daphne Greengrass approached Harry in the corridor, her Slytherin robes immaculate, expression unreadable. Several other Slytherins lingered behind her, uncertain whether to stand by or retreat. She cut to the chase in a low tone. "Potter, I want into your advanced sessions, officially." Harry glanced at her, recalling their earlier uneasy alliance. "Daphne, if you join, that means you're openly training with me and the others. Are you ready for the pushback from your house?" Her chin lifted. "If I was worried about popularity, I'd cling to Malfoy's coattails. But I have more sense than that." She paused, studying him. "Besides, you and I both know the war isn't about house rivalries anymore." Hermione and Ron were nearby, exchanging a quick look. Hermione stepped forward. "We'd be glad to have you, Daphne. But you need to follow the same guidelines: no cursing classmates, no subterfuge. We're here to defend Hogwarts." Daphne nodded, undeterred. "I can handle it, and thanks." As she walked away, a cluster of Slytherins murmured behind her. Malfoy lurked in the background, fists clenched, shooting Harry a venomous glare. Clearly, not all Slytherins approved of Daphne's choice. But she didn't look back. Ron released a breath. "You think we can trust her?" Harry watched her retreating form. "I trust her enough to stand against Voldemort. That's all that matters right now." Darker overtones. The Forbidden Forest, midnight, the forest's edge. The chill night air stung Harry's cheeks as he ventured beyond the Hogwarts grounds. His invisibility cloak fluttered in the wind, revealing glimpses of snow-laden trees. Once more, the system urged him toward secrecy for further mastery of the shadows. He stepped into a moonlit clearing. Pine needles crunched underfoot. The distant hoots of owls set an eerie backdrop. Keeping his wand at the ready, he mentally commanded the system. Shadow summoning. Shadows rippled at his feet, coalescing into a half-dozen wolf-like silhouettes with glowing purple eyes. They bowed, awaiting orders. Harry winced at how natural this felt, recalling how he'd unleashed an entire legion in London. "And I'll do it again," he reminded himself, "if that's what it takes." He set them to patrol the perimeter. If he could maintain multiple summons for longer and in different formations, it might help in future battles. The wolves darted away, silent as ghosts. A crack of a branch made him spin. A tall figure stepped out from behind a tree. A centaur with chestnut hair and a grave expression. "Harry Potter," the centaur said, voice deep. "You wander where you should not." Harry dipped his head in respect. "I'm only training, not harming the forest." The centaur eyed the swirling shadows. The forest speaks of your power. Strange omens swirl. Tread carefully, or the darkness may consume more than monsters. With that cryptic warning, the centaur vanished into the undergrowth. Harry exhaled. Even the centaurs recognized the shifting balance of magic. I have to keep control. I can't afford to lose myself to the shadows. Yet in the back of his mind, the system's quiet hum resonated, reminding him how easy it would be to slip further into that well of power. Tension at the edge the next morning, potions class. Snape's cold drawl cut through the dungeon air as he glided among the rows of bubbling cauldrons. The class had just started, focusing on a complex antidote recipe. Harry stirred counterclockwise, careful not to meet Snape's eye. But it was futile. Snape paused behind him, black robes sweeping the floor. Potter, your technique remains sloppy. He leaned closer, voice barely above a whisper. Though I hear your other skills more than make up for it, summoning armies of shadows, are we? The remark dripped with equal parts sarcasm and morbid curiosity. Harry's grip on the ladle tightened, but he forced calm. Something like that, sir. Snape sneered. Such raw power often leads to arrogance. See that you don't drown in it. He turned and strode away, leaving Harry's cheeks burning. Ron glanced at him sympathetically from the next table. Hermione, across the room, frowned, but there was little she could do. Snape's right about one thing, Harry told himself. I can't let it go to my head. He buried the flare of resentment and focused on finishing the potion. A wintry dance, relief and reflection weekend, Hogwarts courtyard. A rare social event gave the students something besides war to talk about. A small winter dance in the Great Hall, organized by McGonagall to lift spirits. Simple decorations, enchanted icicles, and lively music replaced the usual tension, if only for one night. Harry wasn't particularly eager to attend, but Hermione insisted it would be good for everyone to unwind. She wore a winter blue dress that brought out her eyes, and he couldn't help smiling when he saw her in the torchlight of the courtyard. He wore dress robes, a more updated style than his disastrous fourth-year attempt. Any regrets? She asked, slipping an arm through his. He chuckled softly. About the dance? No. About the state of the world? Plenty. She gave him a playful swat. Just for tonight, focus on us. They stepped into the transformed Great Hall, greeted by delicate snowflake charms drifting from the ceiling and floating lanterns casting gentle glows. Students mingled, laughed, tried to pretend the war wasn't overshadowing their every move. Luna danced with Neville, both giggling at each misstep. Ron attempted to ask a Ravenclaw girl to waltz, stuttering all the while. Ginny chatted with some older Hufflepuffs, glancing at Harry now and then with a knowing smile. Harry and Hermione found a corner to dance, swaying slowly to the music. He rested his forehead against hers, inhaling the cinnamon scent of her hair. For a fleeting moment, the horrors of rifts and Death Eaters faded. Thank you, he murmured, voice low. She tilted her head. For what? For reminding me I'm more than just a weapon, he said, eyes shining with gratitude. When I'm with you, I feel human. Her cheeks flushed. She gripped his hands tighter, letting the rhythm guide them. You'll always be Harry to me. They danced until their feet ached. Outside, a light snowfall dusted the windows. Around midnight, the music slowed, and many students drifted off to bed, bright-eyed and flushed from the rare joy. Harry walked Hermione back toward the Gryffindor common room, arm around her waist. But the respite was brief. In the corridors, waiting near a statue of a one-eyed witch, stood Draco Malfoy. He wore a scowl deep enough to carve stone. Malfoy's voice sliced through the hush. Enjoying your fan club, Potter? Dancing while the rest of us face the consequences of your reckless power? Hermione's hand tensed in Harry's. He sighed, stepping forward. I'm not sure what you're on about, Malfoy, but I'm tired. Move. Malfoy sneered. I hear talk. The Ministry is investigating that fiasco in London. Some think you caused the rift. Conjured it yourself so you could play hero. Don't be ridiculous, Hermione snapped. He saved. Malfoy cut her off, eyes glinting. I don't trust him. Nor should anyone. Potter's meddling in magic beyond him, and eventually, it'll swallow all of us. He stepped aside with a mocking bow. Enjoy the rest of your evening, O mighty Shadow Monarch. Harry clenched his jaw, but Hermione tugged him away. He's baiting you. He let out a shaky breath once Malfoy was out of sight. but the words stuck in his mind, dredging up the fear that maybe this power could turn on him. Hermione squeezed his hand, as if to remind him he wasn't alone. They parted with a soft kiss at the dormitory staircase, the night's earlier joy dimmed by the lingering echo of Malfoy's barb. Ominous signs. Hagrid's warning next day, late afternoon. Hagrid had requested a meeting by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry found him waiting near the massive trunk of an ancient oak, Fang at his side. The half-giant looked anxious, tugging at his beard. "Ari," Hagrid said quietly, "I been hearin' rumors from me connections, 'bout bigger trouble comin'." Harry's heart pounded. "You mean Voldemort?" Hagrid shook his head. "Not just him. Rumblings from the forest creatures, and from folk overseas. They say more dimensional rifts are appearin'. Maybe not as big as the London one, but enough to cause trouble." A chill that had nothing to do with winter snaked down Harry's spine. "More dungeon breaks," he whispered. The system had shown him one. Who was to say there weren't others forming worldwide? Hagrid sighed, patting Fang's head. "I dunno if it's special powers that can fix 'em all, but the Ministry sure can't handle a dozen of these at once. Be ready, Ari." Harry nodded grimly. "I will be." As he trudged back toward the castle, snow crunching underfoot, he wrestled with the weight of responsibility. Am I destined to be the magical world's fix-it man for every rift? If so, how many times can I push myself before something breaks before I break? Bitter cold. Academic and personal pressures following weak class halls. Between advanced defense lessons, ordinary classes, and attempts at a normal teenage life, Harry found himself stretched thin. A certain restlessness gnawed at him like he was waiting for another crisis. The system's interface provided no immediate quest, but the looming threat of more rifts was enough. One afternoon, he sat in the library with Hermione, trying to focus on Transfiguration homework. Instead, he kept glancing at a tome about interdimensional theory. Hermione noticed. "You won't solve everything alone in one day," she said gently. He closed his eyes. "I know. But if more rifts open, how am I supposed to be in all places at once?" She reached across the table, lacing her fingers with his. "We'll find a way. Research, coordination with the Order, maybe the Ministry will step up, too." He gave her hand a grateful squeeze, but doubt lingered. If the Ministry can't step up, it might fall to me again. Slytherin turmoil. One evening, near the dungeons, Harry had been checking on a reported hex outbreak in the dungeons, likely a prank by restless students, when he heard raised voices echoing off the stone walls. He rounded the corner to see Daphne Greengrass in a heated argument with Pansy Parkinson and a couple of Malfoy's cronies. Pansy sneered. "You think training with Potter will make you important? You're betraying your blood status, Greengrass." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Betrayal would be letting the Dark Lord run rampant. You're the traitors to any decency left in this house." One of the boys stepped forward threateningly, wand half drawn. "Watch yourself. Malfoy won't forget this." Harry cleared his throat, stepping from the shadows. "Everything all right here?" They whirled, startled. Pansy's face twisted with disdain. "Potter, mind your own business." Daphne lifted her chin. "I can handle this," but her tense posture betrayed nerves. Harry gave the Slytherin bullies a hard stare. "Stand down. We're not dueling in the corridors." For a second, Pansy looked ready to spit curses, but she backed off with a scowl. "This isn't over, Greengrass," she hissed, then stalked away with her companions. Daphne let out a shaky breath once they were gone. "Thanks, but I didn't need saving." Harry shrugged, crossing his arms. "I know, but I'm not going to let them corner you either." She studied him, still keyed up from the confrontation. "I knew I'd lose friends if I joined your side. Didn't think they'd get so bold." Harry sighed. "If Malfoy is stirring them up, it'll only get worse, but if you ever need help." She cut him off with a quiet snort. "Don't treat me like a damsel, Potter. I can fight." A pause, then softer. "But, thanks." Their gazes held for a moment. He nodded, then watched her turn and walk into the Slytherin common room. The tensions in that house were clearly fracturing along lines of loyalty, some pro-Death Eater, some neutral, a few leaning toward Harry's camp. The pressure was building. The bite of winter. A failed ambush later that night, Hogwarts corridors. Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, the halls dimly lit by flickering torches. As he passed a deserted corridor, a sudden hex zipped past his shoulder. He spun, cloak slipping. Another hex shot from the darkness. He dodged, heart pounding. Who's there? A masked figure emerged from behind a statue, wand raised. Cloaked in black, face obscured by a simple white mask. The figure lunged, firing a silent stunner. Harry deflected it with a flick of his wand, adrenaline surging. Petrificus totalis. Harry retaliated. The intruder sidestepped, agile. A swirl of spells followed, lighting the corridor in brief flashes. Harry recognized some Slytherin-like flourishes in the intruder's technique, but nothing definitive. They were skilled, but not unstoppable. He feinted, then blasted them with a wordless Expelliarmus. The masked wand flew away, clattering on the stone floor. The figure cursed under their breath, turning to flee. Harry tried to grab the mask, but the assailant twisted free and sprinted down the hall. He gave chase, but they slipped through a secret passage behind a tapestry. By the time he found it, they'd vanished. He stood there, chest heaving, staring at the spot. Someone just tried to ambush me or test me. Footsteps approached Hermione, breathless, wand in hand. Harry, are you okay? I heard spells. He nodded, mind racing. I'm fine, but someone in a mask attacked me. Her eyes flashed. Another Death Eater infiltration? He considered it, but something felt off. Not necessarily. Could be a student loyal to Voldemort or Malfoy's group. They were good, but not at Death Eater level. Hermione bit her lip. We have to tell Dumbledore. Harry agreed. As they headed to the headmaster's office, though, dread pooled in his gut. Whoever that was, they weren't just pranking. They wanted to harm him or at least gauge his response. Headmaster's listening ear. Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore listened, fingers steepled, while Harry explained the ambush. Hermione stood beside him, arms folded protectively. Fawkes the Phoenix let out a soft trill in the background. When they finished, Dumbledore's expression grew grim. It seems tensions within the school are nearing a boiling point. I can increase patrols, but if a student is truly intent on violence, we must be vigilant. Please, Harry, exercise caution. Harry nodded, muscles taut. I will. But do we have any idea who it could be? Dumbledore shook his head, sadness tinging his voice. Not yet. There are many forces at play, both inside and outside Hogwarts. Students with ties to the Dark Lord, others who fear your power, or both. Hermione glanced at Harry, silent concern in her eyes. We'll watch each other's backs, she said softly. Dumbledore's gaze held warmth. That is the best course for now, and remember, help can be found in the most unexpected places. Harry managed a small, appreciative smile. Yeah, if only I knew where. Personal doubts. Gryffindor boys' dorm, past midnight. Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy of his four-poster bed. Ron's snores rumbled from the next bed over. Moonlight filtered through the window, painting silver stripes on the floor. He closed his eyes, summoning the system interface. Name: Harry James Potter. Title: Shadow Monarch. Acknowledged. Level: 3. Express. 67%. Shadow Summoning. LV. 2. Raise Shadow Soldier. Basic. Each stat line pulsed with potential. He'd gained new abilities from that London rift, but exploring them risked drawing more suspicion. Is it worth the cost? People already fear me. A pang of guilt jabbed him. If he hadn't had those powers, countless people would have died in London. But Malfoy's words echoed in his head. Eventually, it'll swallow all of us. He shivered, rolling onto his side, letting the exhaustion take him. I won't let that happen, he vowed, clenching his fist. I'll use these shadows to protect, never to destroy. And if a new crisis comes, I'll be ready. Even as sleep pulled him under, the faint whisper of the system reminded him. Power demands sacrifice, Harry Potter. Choose wisely. Quiet voices in a snowy hallway. Next day, between classes. Harry and Ginny strolled along a corridor overlooking the snowy courtyard. Students hurried past, busy with textbooks and winter cloaks. Ginny had asked Harry to walk her to Charms. Her brow was furrowed with worry. She glanced up. I heard about last night, the masked intruder. He nodded. Yeah. They got away. She bit her lip, eyes darting around as if to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Listen, Harry, I know Hermione's your rock, and I don't want to overstep, but if you ever need someone else to talk to, I'm here. No judgments. I'm not clueless about your powers or how they might be eating at you. Warmth flickered in his chest. He gave her a tentative smile. Thanks, Jin. I appreciate it, truly. She hesitated, as though debating whether to say more. Finally, she steeled herself, leaning up to press a soft kiss on his cheek. Just, remember you have opiums, yeah? His pulse quickened. He exhaled softly, I won't forget. Before the moment could deepen, the bell rang, signaling the next class. She hurried away, cheeks pink. Harry lingered, confusion and gratitude swirling. My life's complicated, he thought wryly, resuming his path. A gathering. Change in the air. The advanced defense class, evening. Word of the masked attacker spread, fueling a charged atmosphere in the newly expanded defense group. Students from multiple houses, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and even a handful of Slytherins filled the practice hall. Professor McGonagall oversaw from the sidelines, trusting Harry, Hermione, and Ron to lead. Harry stood at the front, arms folded. All right, everyone. We're stepping up spells tonight. The threat out there isn't waiting. We need to handle ourselves if something goes wrong inside these walls, too. Daphne Greengrass and several Slytherins took positions without complaint, ignoring the stares of those still wary of them. Luna and Neville paired up, practicing a layered shield technique. Hermione directed some Ravenclaws in conjured barrier charms. Ginny sparred with a Hufflepuff, trading stunners and counters. Harry circulated, offering corrections. The tension in the air buzzed. Nobody doubted the stakes anymore. A hush fell whenever Harry approached, remnants of awe or fear from the London incident. He tried to ignore it, focusing on imparting practical knowledge. Near the end, Daphne asked Harry for a demonstration of a particular disarming chain. He complied, smoothly disarming a practice dummy with a pivoting motion. She nodded thoughtfully, then repeated it with impressive fluidity. She lowered her wand, catching his eye. Not bad, she remarked, a hint of a smile. Your instruction style is less dramatic than your actual combat. He shrugged. This is a classroom, not a battlefield. She gave a small snort. For now. An emergency at midnight. Late that night, Gryffindor common room. The fire crackled low in the hearth. Harry dozed in an armchair after a grueling day, Hermione resting her head on his shoulder. The common room was quiet. Most had gone to bed. Suddenly, a loud rapping came from the portrait entrance. Ron poked his head inside, anxiety etched on his face. Harry, Hermione, come quick. McGonagall needs us. They sprang up, hearts pounding. In minutes, they were in the headmistress's deputy headmistress's office, where McGonagall was hurriedly throwing on a cloak. Professor Flitwick and several prefects milled about, looking alarmed. What's happened? Hermione asked, breathless. McGonagall's voice trembled slightly. Patrolling Aurors on the outskirts of Hogsmeade found something. They're asking for urgent reinforcement. Ron swallowed. Another rift? McGonagall didn't answer directly. We're not sure, but it's severe enough that they requested you, Harry, specifically. Harry felt dread coil in his gut. I'll go. Hermione grabbed his hand. I'm with you. Ron nodded as well. But McGonagall placed a gentle hand on Ron's shoulder. Mr. Weasley, I need you here. Gather advanced defense students. Prepare them in case something spills into the castle. Miss Granger, you may accompany Harry if he insists. Harry hesitated, scanning Hermione's resolute expression. She wouldn't back down. All right, let's go. Hogsmeade at the brink. They apparated just outside Hogsmeade's wards. Moonlight revealed a cozy village blanketed in snow except for the half-dozen Aurors gathered by a barrier near the outskirts, wands lit and faces taut with fear. Professor McGonagall and Flitwick escorted Harry and Hermione, while two Aurors nodded in grim greeting. Merlin's beard, one Auror muttered. Look, he pointed to a clearing behind the three broomsticks, where the snow hissed and steamed around a swirling patch of deep purple light. The air around it distorted, forming a half-open portal. Jagged shapes poked through a monstrous claw, then a half-formed beast that dissolved in the flicker. It was as if a rift tried to form but wasn't fully stable. Hermione paled. That's almost like the London Rift, but smaller. Harry's scar tingled. The system pulsed with recognition. Another dungeon break, but incomplete. He swallowed, stepping forward. Get back. I'll see if I can contain it. McGonagall grabbed his arm. Potter, be careful. He nodded, then extended a hand. Shadows flickered around his feet. The Aurors gasped, stepping back, but none tried to stop him. They knew he'd handled this before. Shadow summoning, Harry whispered. A swirl of black knights emerged, forming a protective ring around the half-formed portal. Any creature that tried to push through faced immediate strikes from blade-like limbs of living darkness. Hermione stood at Harry's side, wand raised. For a moment, it worked. The monstrous arms retreated, the rift pulsating uncertainly. Then a surge of raw magic blasted outward, shattering the ring of knights. Harry staggered, shielding Hermione as half of his shadow minions disintegrated. He grimaced. This rift is unstable like it's fighting itself. A savage hiss erupted from the portal, and a serpentine creature materialized, half in, half out. It had obsidian scales, multiple glowing eyes, and a maw filled with needle-like fangs. The moment it materialized fully, it lunged at the nearest Auror. Stupefy! Hermione cried, catching it in the flank. The serpent reeled but kept coming. McGonagall blasted it again, forcing it back. Harry's shadow knights reformed, attacking from all sides. Still, the serpent writhed, releasing a cloud of toxic-looking gas. Aurors yelled, scrambling for cleansing spells. Harry coughed, eyes burning. He directed more shadows to pin the serpent's tail. One well-placed slicing curse from Hermione severed the tip, causing it to shriek. End it, she shouted. Harry concentrated, summoning every bit of power he could muster. Confringo! A lance of fiery light struck the serpent's head, splitting it in a burst of dark ichor. The creature collapsed, dissolving into thick, black smoke. Silence fell, broken only by ragged breathing. The rift flickered, still partially open, though no new beasts emerged. Aurors stepped back, warily. Hermione gripped Harry's arm. Can you seal it? Harry exhaled unsteadily. It's not fully formed, so maybe it'll collapse on its own. Even as he spoke, the swirling patch crackled, then shrank, folding inward until it vanished in a faint pop. The air shimmered with residual static. The snowdrifts settled, leaving no sign of the portal, just charred ground and a lingering smell of sulfur. A growing crisis. The Aurors exchanged troubled looks. One of them, a grizzled veteran, finally said, "Thanks, Potter. That might have become another London if it stabilized." Hermione rubbed her eyes. So these smaller tiers are popping up? How often? The Aurors glanced at each other. This is the second one this week in the broader region. We've heard rumors of more abroad. Harry's shoulders sagged. It's getting worse. McGonagall put a hand on Harry's shoulder. We owe you another debt, Potter and you, Miss Granger. But we need a strategy if these anomalies keep appearing. Flitwick spoke up, voice squeaky with concern. Indeed. Hogwarts can't rush out for every incident. Harry stared at the scorched earth, a hollow feeling in his gut. I can't be everywhere at once. And these dungeons, these rifts are accelerating. He glanced at Hermione, who met his gaze with steely resolve. We'll find a way, she said quietly. Though Harry nodded, inwardly he felt the noose tightening. If Voldemort exploited these rifts, or if they continued on their own, the magical world might be plunged into chaos no one could control. Aftermath and reckoning. They returned to Hogwarts in the small hours before dawn, exhausted. Hermione accompanied Harry to the Gryffindor common room, where they collapsed into a sofa near the dying fire. She leaned against his shoulder, neither speaking for a long time. The castle's silence pressed in. Finally, she broke the hush. Harry, you can't shoulder this alone. We need the Order, the Ministry, maybe even foreign wizarding governments. There must be a bigger solution. He closed his eyes, a dull ache throbbing in his temples. You're right. But we don't have time for them to get organized. Each day we wait, more rifts could form. She snuggled closer, voice trembling. I'm scared for you. For all of us. That serpent, it was just one creature. What if something like the centipede in London appears again? Harry stroked her hair absently. Then I'll do what I must. A shadow of worry flickered in her gaze. I know you will. That's what frightens me, the toll it's taking. He sighed, resting his cheek against her hair. Let's try to get some rest. We'll talk with Dumbledore, plan something. In the dim glow of embers, they dozed off together, the hush of the common room lulling them into brief, uneasy sleep. Tomorrow would bring more questions, more challenges. And with each new tear in reality, Harry felt destiny closing in a road of shadows and serpents, where only relentless courage could forge a path forward. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Into the Abyss. Twilight brought another biting chill that settled over Hogwarts like a shroud. Despite the patches of snow gleaming on the castle grounds, an unspoken tension weighed on everyone's minds. Reports of more fragmented rifts in remote wizarding regions had spread, fueling rumors that something far darker than Voldemort's usual terror campaign was afoot. And for Harry, the worry gnawed deeper every day. He'd barely had time to recover from the late-night ambush by a masked student in the aborted rift in Hogsmeade when a new crisis struck with terrifying suddenness, one that drove him and his closest friends into a forbidden corner of magic and a domain beyond the reach of ordinary wizardry. An unexpected curse. A crisp Tuesday morning began with normal classes and the usual swirl of gossip. But halfway through charms, screams erupted from the corridor outside. Harry and Hermione rushed out to find a small group of students clustered around Neville, who lay sprawled on the floor, eyes unfocused and limbs twitching as if struck by a powerful hex. Professor Flitwick appeared moments later, squeaking for the crowd to disperse. Harry dropped to his knees, heart pounding. Neville's skin had a sickly pallor, his mouth moving soundlessly. There was no visible sign of an attacker, no immediate culprit to blame. "Stand back," Hermione said softly, pressing her wand to Neville's chest. "Renervate." A weak glow passed over Neville, but he barely stirred. His eyes rolled back, and his breathing turned shallow. Flitwick tried a series of diagnostic spells, his brow furrowing more with each one. By the time Madame Pomfrey arrived, Neville had slipped into a comatose state, unresponsive to every typical counter-curse. Harry clenched his fists at his side. Neville, one of the bravest, kindest people he knew, brought down by some unknown hex or curse in the middle of school corridors. It felt like a personal blow, a sick echo of the masked ambush he'd faced. And something about the dark residue clinging to Neville's aura made Harry's scar prickle. By late afternoon, the news spread. Neville was taken to the hospital wing, fully comatose. No standard remedy or healing spell worked. Madame Pomfrey told Harry, voice trembling, that the curse resembled no dark magic she'd seen, and it was draining Neville's life force slowly. Dumbledore arrived in a swirl of solemn urgency, conferring with Pomfrey and Flitwick behind closed curtains. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Luna hovered outside, hearts pounding. When Dumbledore finally emerged, his expression was grim. "It is a powerful, unconventional curse," the headmaster said quietly. "Professor Flitwick suspects it may stem from the same dimensional magic that created the rifts. We cannot treat it with normal potions or spells." Harry's stomach twisted. Dimensional magic like the dungeons he'd faced. Had some fragment of that unnatural realm wormed its way into Hogwarts? Or was this a deliberate act by someone harnessing that power? Luna stood pale but resolute. "What can we do?" Dumbledore met Harry's eyes, then glanced at Hermione. "I believe the cure, if it exists, must be sought beyond our usual means. We know little of these rifts. But there may be a deeper root, something akin to retrieving an antidote from inside the very dimension that spawned the curse." Hermione swallowed hard. "You want us to find a cure in a dungeon?" Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Madame Pomfrey can slow the curse's progress for a while, but not indefinitely. Neville's condition will worsen if we do nothing. This is beyond normal healing." He pressed a slip of parchment into Harry's hand. "I've discovered a reference in the Hogwarts library, an old text that mentioned a hidden dungeon of healing. Or so it was once called. It predates our modern knowledge of magic. If it's real, it might house a source powerful enough to counter rift-born curses." Harry stared at the parchment. A few cryptic phrases and runes were scrawled. "Where is it?" Dumbledore sighed. "We only have half the directions. The rest is lost to time. But I suspect you, Harry, might find it. The system you wield, this might be one of its hidden gateways." A hush fell. The old wizard's eyes shone with sorrow and faint hope. "Time is short, my boy. Will you attempt it?" Harry didn't hesitate. "Yes, whatever it takes to save Neville." Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Luna all nodded in silent agreement. A dangerous plan that evening, The great hall felt subdued. Whispers circulated of Neville's illness, speculation mingling with fear. Some blamed the new darkness creeping into the castle. Others shot wary glances at Harry, as though expecting him to be at the center of every crisis. After dinner, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny convened in a quiet alcove near the room of requirement. Luna joined them, lips pressed together in determination. The parchment from Dumbledore lay on a conjured table, revealing fragments of runic instructions. Hermione pointed to a string of ancient symbols. These match references to old healing wells rumored to exist centuries ago, a place of deep cleansing magic, but no verified record remains. Ron scratched his head. So it's a story? Some legend about a hidden domain that can cure any curse? Ginny frowned. We've seen how real these stories can turn. Rifts, dungeons, it's all been myth until now. Harry glanced at the system prompt flickering at the edge of his vision. New quest. Cure the coma curse. Objective. Locate the hidden dungeon of healing and obtain the curative essence. Reward. Failure. Neville Longbottom's condition becomes irreversible. He swallowed. I won't let Neville die. Quietly, Luna placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll find it. Hermione exhaled, scanning the runes again. The text mentions an entryway, in a place of mirrored twilight, near a threshold of tears. Could that be the Black Lake at dusk? Or perhaps the Chamber of Secrets entrance? We need more clues. Ron looked uneasy at the mention of the chamber. Harry's scar gave a faint twinge of memory of the basilisk, the dark tunnels. Let's search systematically, he said. I'll see if the system can track any hidden entrance around Hogwarts. We can also cross-reference areas known to have dimensional anomalies. The forest, the lake, even the old catacombs. They split tasks. Hermione and Luna scoured the library's restricted section for additional references. Ginny conferred with Dumbledore about wards near the lake. Ron patrolled the corridors, quietly investigating any sign of leftover curses or masked prowlers. And Harry sank into the room of recurement, focusing on the system, trying to sense any resonance with the runic directions. A flicker of a clue late that night, after hours of fruitless searching, Hermione and Luna rushed into the room of requirement, breathless. Harry stood from a conjured bench, anxious. Hermione thrust an ancient tome forward. We found a footnote referencing a twilight grotto beneath the lake's far edge, accessible only under a partial lunar alignment. She flipped pages rapidly, showing a faded illustration of a cavern opening behind underwater rocks. Luna pointed to the swirling lines that might represent a spiral staircase. This might be the entrance to some deeper dimension. The text calls it an echo of the lake, leading to a hidden labyrinth. Harry's pulse quickened. So that's where we start. The question is, does it open from inside Hogwarts, or do we have to dive beneath the lake? Hermione bit her lip. Diving is an option, but the text also mentions illusions. Perhaps the rift is out of phase unless we use certain runic incantations. At that moment, Ron and Ginny burst in, panting. Ginny clutched a strip of parchment. Dumbledore says the wards around the lake show faint dimensional instability. It's small, not a full rift, but enough to hide an entrance. Then that's it, Harry said, adrenaline surging. We go to the lake. We find that grotto. If we're lucky, it leads to the hidden dungeon of healing. Lucky, Ron echoed with a half-laugh, because our track record with dungeons is so reassuring. Despite the tension, Harry managed a grim smile. We'll be careful. Let's do it tomorrow at dusk. Meet at the boathouse. Hermione, can you manage a bubble head charm if we have to swim? She nodded. Of course. Just be ready for the worst. They parted ways to grab a few hours of rest, hearts hammering with equal parts dread and determination. Neville's life depended on them. Descent under the lake dusk arrived with swirling clouds and a wind that rippled the lake's dark surface. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny gathered at the boathouse in warm cloaks. Luna stood by as well, though she'd been asked to remain behind with Dumbledore's astral communication mirror in case they needed backup. Be safe, she said softly, hugging each of them in turn. She pressed a small cameo pin into Harry's hand, an odd trinket that reputedly warded off negativity. He thanked her with a tight nod, face set in resolve. Hermione cast bubblehead charms, then tested a simple gillyweed variant to ensure they could breathe underwater if needed. Wands lit. They waded into the icy shallows. The wind bit through their robes. Ginny shivered, gripping her wand. Let's find that grotto quickly. Ron tried a shaky joke. At least there's no giant squid trying to kill us, I hope. They submerged. The cold stabbed like knives, but Hermione's spell and the gillyweed mixture let them function. Visibility remained murky, swirling with algae and silt. Slowly, they swam around the lake's rocky perimeter. The flicker of Lumos spells revealed spires of lakeweed swaying in the current. Minutes stretched, tension coiling in Harry's chest. Then Ginny tapped his shoulder, gesturing frantically. Past a cluster of submerged boulders lay a faint shimmer in the water, a circular distortion in the rock face. Harry's scar twinged. This must be it. They approached warily. The distortion rippled like liquid silver. Hermione pressed a hand against it. At first, nothing happened. Then the runic incantation from the parchment glowed faintly under her wandlight, and the silver swirl parted. The group exchanged determined nods, then slipped through. The twilight grotto they emerged into a large, air-filled cavern beyond the distortion. Water drained off them in rivulets, revealing a damp stone floor. The chamber glowed with an eerie purple luminescence from crystals embedded in the walls. Above, the vaulted ceiling dripped with stalactites. Ron coughed, clearing water from his throat. Blimey, we're definitely not in the normal castle plumbing. A short tunnel led deeper into darkness. Harry's footsteps echoed as they ventured forward. The entire place pulsed with a subtle energy akin to the rifts he'd felt before. The system in his mind chimed softly, as if acknowledging the presence of a dungeon. Sure enough, a ghostly text flickered before his eyes. Hidden dungeon detected. Realm of healing waters. Special condition. Only those seeking pure healing may proceed. Hermione tilted her head. Did you see that, Harry? He nodded grimly. The system acknowledges this place as a hidden dungeon. Ginny shuddered at the unnatural hush. Let's not waste time. Neville's running out of it. They pushed onward. The narrow tunnel opened into a labyrinth of stone corridors, each faintly lit by glowing crystals. Water trickled from the walls into shallow channels along the floor. The echoes of dripping echoed through the gloom. A labyrinth of illusions. Before they could get far, they reached a fork. 3 identical passages stretched out. Hermione tried a location charm, but it fizzled in the charged air. Ron groaned. Really? Classic labyrinth scenario? Ginny raised her wand. Let's pick one. We can't stand here forever. They chose the middle passage. After a few minutes, it curved back on itself, spitting them out near the entrance. A trick passage, Hermione muttered, frustrated. They tried the left passage next, winding around until they found themselves in a small, circular room. The door behind them sealed with a scrape of stone. Strange runes glowed on the walls, and a swirling illusion of a woman in flowing robes materialized in the center. She spoke in a voice like rushing water. Hearts weighed by self-interest cannot proceed. Cast aside illusions or remain trapped. Harry stiffened. We come seeking a cure for a friend. There's no self-interest. But the illusion flared, casting images that tested them. For Harry, a vision of unstoppable shadow power shimmered. A reality where he commanded entire armies, revered by all. For Ron, an image of personal glory overshadowing his siblings. For Hermione, the lure of infinite knowledge. For Ginny, a future of unbridled freedom from the war's burdens. Their illusions flickered in the chamber's glow, mesmerizing, each promise tugging at hidden desires. Hermione snapped out of it first, shaking her head. No, this is not what we want. She flung a stunner at the illusion, but it passed through harmlessly. Harry forced himself to breathe, ignoring the swirl of shadowy soldiers bowing before him. That's not me. He clenched his wand. We're here to save Neville. That's all. He turned to the vision, eyes blazing. I reject your illusions. A bright gold glow erupted from his wand tip, colliding with the illusory woman. The entire chamber shook, runes flickering out. The illusions vanished. The stone door slid open again, and a corridor beckoned them forward. Ron let out a shaky breath. That was intense. Ginny's lips quivered. Let's keep moving. We're not stopping until we find that cure. Deeper trials. They pressed on through more corridors, each hazard testing them. One was a swirling pit of water that forced them to conjure ice bridges. Another was a murky area where echoes of their worst fears haunted them from the shadows. But they pushed through, united by their goal of saving Neville. At last, the corridor opened into a grand cavern lit by waterfalls that glowed a soft turquoise. The rush of water filled the air, cascading into crystal pools below. The scene was unexpectedly beautiful, a stark contrast to the labyrinth's earlier gloom. In the middle of the cavern rose a platform of smooth stone, and upon it, a large basin brimming with shimmering liquid. A faint hum emanated from it, a soothing melody that seemed to promise restoration. Hermione gasped. Could this be the waters of purity? Harry approached, heart pounding. The system chimed. Dungeon objective reached. Sacred basin of healing. Collect the waters of purity to cure dimensional curses. He nearly sagged with relief. We found it. Ginny stepped to the basin, carefully scooping a small vial from her pack. She dipped it into the shimmering water. The liquid glowed silver blue. This has to be the cure we need, she whispered. Ron grabbed another vial. Better fill more than one. They carefully collected the glowing water. Harry felt the warmth of it, like gentle magic sliding over his skin. The tension in his chest eased, as if the place itself exuded healing energy. But the moment they finished filling their vials, the waterfall's glow flickered. A tremor shook the cavern. Shadows twisted across the walls, and from behind the waterfall, a colossal shape emerged, something akin to a serpentine guardian, its scales glistening with runic markings. Hermione's grip on her wand tightened. Of course there's a guardian. The serpent hissed, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. This was no ordinary beast, its aura radiated the same dimensional energy as the rifts. Harry braced himself, letting shadows coil around his feet. We protect the vials at all costs. Final guardian. The serpent lunged with a roar, tail whipping across the platform. Ron barely leapt aside, cursing as he nearly toppled into a pool. Ginny fired a reductor curse that glanced off the creature's runic scales. Hermione conjured chains of light to entangle it, but they snapped under the serpent's thrashing. Harry summoned his Shadow Legion. Half a dozen knights formed in an instant, swords raised. They attacked the serpent's flank, but it spat a beam of dark energy that obliterated two knights. The serpent's runes glowed, fueling it with power. Blood pounding in his ears, Harry advanced. Stupefy. The serpent reeled, but the curse only left a faint scorch on its scales. The beast retaliated with a sonic shriek that sent them stumbling. Hermione cried out, a gash on her arm from a flying shard of stone. Ron cursed, pinned under a chunk of fallen rock. Ginny scrambled to help him. The serpent charged again. Move! Harry shouted, sending a wave of shadow-laced magic that collided with the guardian's face. It howled, twisting back. Another knight leapt in, slashing at its underbelly. Sparks flew as sword met runic scale. Harry shot a glance at Hermione, who clutched her bleeding arm. She nodded shakily, wand raised. Together, they unleashed a combined blasting hex aimed at a crack in the serpent's armor. The beast bellowed, staggering as cracks spread across its runes. Ron pulled himself free, panting, while Ginny hurled a final stunner at the serpent's exposed flank. The combined spells converged, tearing through the serpent's scales. With a monstrous roar, it collapsed, dissolving into a wave of shimmering dust that rained down on the cavern floor. Silence, except for the roar of the waterfalls. Then the system prompt appeared. Dungeon Guardian defeated. Reward. Path unlocked, return to entrance. Harry sagged, exhaustion overtaking him. Hermione knelt to check the vials, relieved they were intact. Ron rubbed his bruised shoulder, wincing. Ginny sank to her knees, adrenaline shaking her limbs. They had obtained the healing water and survived the labyrinth's final guardian. Neville could be saved. Return and relief. A swirling portal appeared at the edge of the platform. No words were needed. They limped toward it, vials in hand, hearts pounding with relief. Stepping through, they found themselves back on the rocky ledge beneath the Black Lake's surface, where they'd first entered. The watery distortion parted, depositing them in the lake's shallows near the boathouse. They stumbled onto shore under the moonlight. Waiting anxiously were Dumbledore, Luna, and a few others. When they saw the battered group, vials clasped in trembling fingers, relief washed over the watchers like a wave. Get Neville this water quickly, Harry rasped, before the curse worsens. The hospital wing night's final hours found the group, bruised and soaked, gathering around Neville's bed. Madame Pomfrey hovered, eyes wide at the softly glowing water. Dumbledore gently lifted Neville's head while Hermione poured a few drops of the shimmering liquid onto his lips. The effect was immediate. Neville's breathing steadied, color returned to his cheeks, and the dark lines around his eyes receded. After a tense minute, he stirred, eyelids fluttering open. A collective sigh of relief swept the room. Ginny let out a shaky laugh, tears in her eyes. Ron grinned, massaging a bruised rib. Harry closed his eyes, letting the weight on his heart lift. Hermione's hand found his, giving a comforting squeeze. Neville blinked, disoriented. What happened? Harry smiled down at him. Long story, mate. But you're okay now. Rest. Dumbledore thanked them all, voice thick with emotion. You've done a great deed. Neville's life is saved, and I dare say we've learned more about these dimensional anomalies. Harry couldn't ignore the swirl of questions in his mind. Who cast that curse on Neville? Why are these hidden dungeons appearing more frequently? But for now, the crisis had passed, and his friend was safe. A moment of quiet hours later, dawn's pale light crept through the hospital wing windows. Neville slept peacefully. Hermione bandaged her arm, ignoring Harry's worried glances that she see to her own rest. Ginny, Ron, and Luna hovered, sharing the story in hushed voices. At one point, Hermione nudged Harry to step outside for fresh air. They quietly slipped into the corridor. She winced slightly from her arm, which still stung. Harry guided her to a nearby bench. He brushed hair from her face. You should lie down. She shook her head with a tired smile. Not until I make sure you're not about to do something reckless like hunt the masked attacker right this minute. He managed a small laugh. Maybe tomorrow. They leaned against each other in the quiet hall. Students would soon fill these corridors, chattering about classes and breakfast. But for a brief, precious moment, it was just them, bound by the shared triumph and the scars it left. Hermione's voice dropped to a whisper. Harry, you used your shadows again, channeling some dangerously powerful spells. I saw the toll it took. Are you really okay with it? He exhaled, searching her worried brown eyes. I won't lie. It's scary. But seeing Neville awake is all the reminder I need that it's worth it. That I can use this power to help, not hurt. She let out a breath, resting her head on his shoulder. Then we'll keep you grounded, Ron, Ginny, me, everyone. You don't have to carry it alone. He closed his eyes, pressing a light kiss to her temple. In that moment, a swirl of relief and gratitude filled him, relief that they'd succeeded, gratitude for friends who refused to let him sink into the darkness. Dawn of new resolve later that morning, word of Neville's recovery spread. Whispers turned to excitement, then to more rumors about how Harry and his friends must have braved another impossible dungeon. For some, it stoked their awe. For others, it deepened suspicion that Harry Potter was playing with forces beyond comprehension. But Harry walked through the corridors with his head high, arms around Hermione and Ron, acknowledging curious stares with a nod. Ginny winked at him from a distance, a subtle grin that reminded him of their close call. Luna offered a smile of quiet pride. Daphne Greengrass, spotting them in the hallway, gave Harry a faint, respectful nod, acknowledging yet another crisis resolved. In the hospital wing, Neville dozed peacefully, cheeks no longer hollow, the curse undone by the waters they'd retrieved. The entire ordeal felt both triumphant and ominous, an affirmation that while the shadow powers could save lives, there were greater dangers lurking just beyond the edge of reality. That night, Harry returned to bed in Gryffindor Tower, bone-deep tired. Yet his mind refused to settle. The system lingered at the periphery of his vision, awarding him new progress for completing the quest. Quest complete. Cure the coma curse. Reward. +1 level, unlocked. He tried to check the newly unlocked entry, but fatigue overwhelmed him, and his eyelids drooped, dragging him into a dreamless sleep. Tomorrow, he would face the next wave of challenges. The masked attacker, the creeping presence of more rifts, and the uncertain alliances forming in Hogwarts' shadows. For now, he let the hush of midnight cradle him, Hermione's parting words echoing. You're not alone. And in that fleeting moment of calm, Harry allowed himself to believe it. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, The Battle of Two Dark Lords. Frost still rimmed the edges of the castle windows, but a charged current of anticipation now rippled through every corridor in Hogwarts. Whispers of the masked attacker mingled with talk of the hidden dungeon Harry and his friends had conquered to save Neville. More ominously, rumors buzzed about Voldemort's movements. He had grown bolder, launching strikes in remote wizarding locales with new, monstrous allies. Some claimed these freakish creatures were the byproduct of dimensional rifts. Others insisted they were conjured by the Dark Lord's twisted magic, empowered by newly discovered arcane sources. Either way, one thing was certain. A storm was brewing, a confrontation that threatened to erupt into open warfare. Harry felt the weight of it every waking moment like a clock ticking down. And at Hogwarts, the masked threat still lurked, a silent dagger poised to strike again. Growing divisions in the castle breakfast, Great Hall. The hall bustled with uneasy chatter. Some students who used to gawk at Harry with awe now approached him with direct pleas. Could you help protect my family if the war spreads? Others cast frightened glances, as if he were a living embodiment of volatile magic. Ron buttered a slice of toast, muttering darkly about the Daily Prophet's newest headline. Mysterious magical creatures rampage through Somerset, Ministry helpless? Ginny flicked her eyes at the Slytherin table, where Daphne Greengrass and a small group quietly conferred. Daphne says half of Slytherin is in disarray. Some families fully embraced Voldemort. Others want no part of it. Tensions are near breaking. Hermione nodded, tapping her quill on the Prophet's front page. It's not just Slytherin. I overheard a Hufflepuff last night panic about her Muggle relatives. The entire wizarding world feels on the brink. Harry forced down a bite of eggs. Brink of war, brink of meltdown. The thought repeated like a grim mantra. A warning in the corridor midday, between classes. Rushing to advanced defense practice, Harry nearly collided with Draco Malfoy lurking near a statue of Gregory the Smarmy. Malfoy's usual sneer was gone, replaced by a taut scowl. Potter, he said quietly, casting a wary glance over his shoulder, we need to talk. Harry tensed, wand hand twitching. What's this about? Malfoy hesitated, as if struggling against his own pride. There's rumors that my father is planning something big. The Dark Lord's orders. They want to strike here, at Hogwarts, to break Dumbledore's stronghold. A chill passed through Harry, and you're telling me because. A flicker of emotion crossed Malfoy's face. Fear, uncertainty, maybe regret. Because if the school falls, none of us are safe. Even Slytherins like me who aren't fully devoted. It's bigger than house loyalties. Harry studied him. You've threatened me, undermined me, and now you expect me to believe you're tipping me off out of the goodness of your heart? Malfoy's jaw clenched. Call it self-preservation. You and your blasted shadow powers might keep this place standing, and I'd rather not be on the losing side. Though suspicion burned in Harry's gut, he recognized raw desperation. Fine. If you hear anything concrete like times, details tell me. Malfoy let out a breath. Watch your back, Potter. The moment the Dark Lord deems you a real threat, he'll come at you with everything. Then he slipped away, leaving Harry's thoughts spinning. So it begins. An increasing onslaught of rifts later that day, Headmaster's office. A tense meeting convened with Dumbledore, McGonagall, and several Order members. Sirius, Tonks, and Remus joined via flow, their faces etched with concern. We have sightings of at least 5 new rifts across Britain, Tonks reported, her hair a grim shade of deep maroon. Most are small, but each time they spawn unusual creatures that vanish or rampage. Kingsley, standing behind her, added, our oars are stretched thin dealing with Death Eater raids and these new threats. We can't be everywhere. Dumbledore's gaze settled on Harry. Unfortunately, we must assume Voldemort is encouraging these rifts, harnessing their anomalies to sow chaos. We need a strategy, or the war might spiral out of control. Harry swallowed. I can seal them, like before, but if 5 appear at once, I can't handle them solo. Sirius's face hardened in the flow flames. We'll form teams to handle smaller breaks. But if a major one opens, we'll need you, Harry. Remus nodded. We can't keep letting you risk your life alone, though. We must share the burden. Harry nodded, heart pounding. Right. Let's coordinate. We'll do what it takes to protect Hogwarts and everyone else. Behind his determined words, a whisper of doubt. If Voldemort truly orchestrates a large-scale dungeon break, do we have enough power to stop him? Advanced Defense pushing the limit Hogwarts Dueling Hall, evening. The Advanced Defense group had ballooned to nearly 30 members, each working feverishly under Harry's and Hermione's guidance. Wands clashed in practice duels, conjured shields lit the room, and scattered illusions tested their nerve. Daphne Greengrass sparred with a Ravenclaw, deflecting curses with surprising agility. Ron and Ginny oversaw a group learning advanced binding spells. Luna offered calm advice to a jittery Hufflepuff. Despite lingering mistrust between houses, a tenuous unity formed under the threat of war. Harry prowled between the pairs, offering tips. He felt the system thrumming, eager for more conflict. Soon, he told himself, there will be real battles. I need them ready. He called for everyone's attention. We'll practice formation dueling next, coordinated defense. If a major attack hits the school, we fight as teams, not lone heroes. They formed circles, rotating through stances. Hermione demonstrated a layered Protega technique. Ginny combined reductor curses with a partner's stunner. Harry conjured illusions for them to face. Illusions shaped faintly like the rift monsters he'd battled. Despite exhaustion and fear, the group pressed on. A flicker of pride warmed Harry's chest. We're forging something strong here. Yet beneath the practice, the specter of real violence loomed. Everyone present knew that soon, their spells might be tested against Death Eaters or nightmarish creatures from beyond. A Mask Falls corridor after practice, Harry dismissed the advanced group for the night, watching them disperse. As he turned to go, a faint prickling on his neck alerted him someone was watching from the shadows. He spun, wand at the ready. A hooded figure stood at the corridor's far end, face hidden. Immediately, Harry recalled the masked ambusher from before. Show yourself, he snapped. The figure hesitated, then reached up to pull back a hood revealing Pansy Parkinson. She seemed torn between anger and something else. Harry glared. Why attack me before? What do you gain by cursing Neville? She flinched, eyes darting. I didn't cast the curse on Longbottom. Confusion and fury churned in Harry. Then who did? Pansy's lips twisted. Someone else in Slytherin, I suspect, loyal to the Dark Lord. They meant to test your reaction, see how you'd counter a dimensional curse. She paused, voice trembling with equal parts disdain and fear. I only confronted you that night to gauge your shadow powers. Malfoy might act tough, but some of us are more extreme. They want to push you over the edge or find your weaknesses. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. And you're telling me this because? Her face contorted. Because maybe I don't want the entire school destroyed if the Dark Lord's plot goes haywire. Maybe I'm no saint, but I'm not suicidal either. Harry stood rigid, mind racing. Another puzzle piece. Multiple Slytherin students jockeying for Voldemort's favor, using sabotage and test curses. Fine, he ground out. Any more you can tell me? Pansy glared but relented. They call themselves the Serpent's Hand. They're small, but dedicated. My guess? They'll try something big soon, especially if the Dark Lord moves. Harry's scar twinged. You realize you might be in danger for telling me? She huffed. I'll handle myself. Just end this war quickly. I've had enough. She turned on her heel and fled, leaving Harry stunned. Another unexpected confession from a Slytherin he used to dismiss as a petty bully. The lines were blurring, and nothing felt simple anymore. Signs of Voldemort's approach. Gryffindor common room, late night. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny huddled in front of the fireplace, discussing Pansy's revelation. The firelight danced across their tense faces. Serpent's Hand, Ron echoed. So there's an actual group inside Hogwarts serving Voldemort's interests? Ginny frowned. Daphne never mentioned them, but maybe she doesn't know. Or maybe she suspected but didn't confirm. Hermione rubbed her temples. This infiltration could be behind Neville's curse and the masked ambush. We need to track them down. But how, with everything else going on? Harry let out a slow breath. We keep our eyes open. The next time they move, we'll be ready. And if Voldemort's planning a direct strike on Hogwarts, they might coordinate from within. Ron winced. Just brilliant. An inside sabotage plus an outside assault. Then we fortify, Harry said, voice low. We have the advanced defense group. We warn Dumbledore. If Malfoy or Pansy provide more intel, we use it. Hermione touched his shoulder. And you take care of yourself. You look dead on your feet. He forced a small smile. I'll rest soon. But if Voldemort's truly coming, I can't let my guard down. The flicker in Hermione's eyes showed she understood his burden. Ginny, too, wore an expression that mixed admiration and concern. In that moment, the small, harem dynamic he never intentionally sought glimmered Hermione's unwavering closeness, Ginny's fierce devotion. They were part of the reason he refused to back down. A grim summons next morning. Owl Post, the fluttering wings of the Morning Post, brought a black enveloped letter to Harry's plate. He stiffened the instant it landed, an icy dread crawling up his spine. Hermione and Ron exchanged worried looks. Harry opened it, half expecting a curse. Instead, neat, spiky handwriting read, Harry Potter, your presence is demanded at the graveyard of Little Hangleton tonight, midnight. We have matters to settle once and for all. Lord Voldemort. A hush fell around the table. Ginny's hand flew to her mouth. Is he's challenging you? Hermione's face paled. A direct invitation for a duel? That's madness. Likely a trap. Ron muttered, he wants to provoke you, isolate you. Harry's scar gave a dull throb. So, he's done lurking. This might be the big confrontation Malfoy warned about. Silence weighed heavy. The entire Great Hall felt distant. Harry read the letter again, feeling anger stir. This place, Little Hangleton, was where Voldemort regained his body, where Cedric died. A place of nightmares. Hermione covered his hand. You can't just walk into his trap. He set his jaw. I'm not an idiot. I'll bring backup, but if Voldemort demands a confrontation, ignoring it might bring the fight to Hogwarts' doorstep anyway. He's giving me a chance to meet him on my terms. Ron's eyes flicked to Hermione, then back to Harry. Mate, you can't do this alone. Harry's gaze hardened. I won't. But we also can't bring an army. The letter implies a personal duel. If we show up with half the order, he might unleash those rifts. Ginny inhaled shakily. So a small group, then. Make it an infiltration, or an ambush, something. Hermione nodded, fear shining in her eyes. All right. Let's plan carefully. No one ate breakfast that day. Preparations for a showdown. Early evening, Hogwarts grounds. Word got to Dumbledore, who urged caution but offered what help he could. The final plan was set. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny would apparate near Little Hangleton, joined by Sirius, Tonks, and Remus in disguise. They'd keep a perimeter while Harry confronted Voldemort. The Advanced Defense Group and Dumbledore would stay on high alert at Hogwarts, ready to respond if a larger-scale assault came. Harry's chest felt tight as he triple-checked his wand. This is it. The prophecy's words echoed. Neither can live while the other survives. Sooner or later, it had to come to this. Hermione stood close, her hand on his arm. We come back together, she whispered, tears threatening. He nodded, pressing a quick, intense kiss to her lips, ignoring the stares of a few passing students. Let them talk. He might not have many opportunities left if this went badly. Ginny lingered behind Hermione, eyes brimming with worry. She grabbed Harry's sleeve. Be careful, she whispered, and on an impulse, he kissed her cheek, gratitude and a swirl of confusion flooding him. Ron watched quietly, looking pained but resolute. Nothing more needed to be said. They parted to gather gear, hearts hammering with the knowledge that by midnight, the wizarding world could change forever. Little Hangleton. A place of nightmares. Midnight, the graveyard. They arrived in the gloom of Little Hangleton's graveyard, stepping through a swirl of fog. Headstones jutted like broken teeth from the earth. The moon cast pallid light on rows of eerie crypts. Harry's scar throbbed the moment his feet touched the ground, memory upon memory flooding back. Sirius, Tonks, and Remus flanked the perimeter, hidden behind tombstones. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny crouched near Harry, wands at the ready, scanning the darkness. A hush fell. No sign of Death Eaters, no monstrous rifts yet. Then, from behind a tall monument, a figure glided forth. Voldemort. Cloaked in shadow, red eyes burning like embers. He raised a lipless mouth in a cruel smile. Harry Potter. We meet again, back where I rose from the cauldron of death, fitting. Harry's heartbeat thundered. The entire world narrowed to the snake-like visage of the Dark Lord. You want me? I'm here. Voldemort's laugh echoed across the cemetery. So bold. And I see your little friends scuttle in the shadows. I expected no less. Ron snarled, stepping forward. We're not letting you fight alone, you snake-faced. Harry lifted a hand, calming him. He wants me. Let's not give him the excuse to wipe us out in one volley. Voldemort inclined his head mockingly. Indeed, I have come for you, Harry. Your shadow power intrigues me. Rumors swirl that you sealed dimensional rifts. A skill that could be harnessed. Or extinguished. Lightning crackled overhead, an unnatural swirl of clouds forming. Harry recognized the sensation of dimensional energy. A tear, or at least the beginnings of one, rumbled in the sky. He's opening a rift above the graveyard? Voldemort sneered, wand raised. A demonstration of new power. The rifts no longer appear by chance. I have found a way to summon them at will. Hermione gasped. He's controlling them? Voldemort's eyes gleamed. An ancient magic rediscovered, synergy with my Horcrux Nala. Soon, the wizarding world will drown in horrors while I ascend. Harry's scar blazed. He clenched his wand. You'll kill innocents for your twisted ambition? Voldemort spat. Spare me the moralizing. Let us see if your vaunted Shadow Monarch title can stand against the true Lord of Darkness. The battle erupts with a flick of Voldemort's wand. Curses rained down. Harry barely conjured a shield in time, diving behind a tilted headstone. Ginny and Ron sprang apart, returning fire. Hermione, hands shaking, launched a volley of advanced hexes. Their spells blazed across the moonlit graveyard. Sirius, Tonks, and Remus emerged, joining the fray. Bolts of green, red, and purple arcs lit the fog. The air buzzed with raw magic. Overhead, the swirling tear spat out vicious creatures, half-formed beasts that shrieked and flailed before hitting the ground. Harry's scar felt like it might split. He forced down the pain, summoning a swirl of shadows at his feet. His knights formed, eyes glowing purple. They lunged at the nearest monstrous fiends, hacking them down. Hermione helped cover them with well-timed shield charms. Across the graveyard, Voldemort glided like a specter. One curse from him slammed Sirius into a tomb, dazing him. Remus roared, launching a blazing hex that Voldemort batted aside effortlessly. Tonks tried to flank him, but a serpent-like monster spat black goo, forcing her back. Ron cursed, slicing another monstrous insect in half. There's too many. Ginny twirled her wand, blasting a cluster of smaller beasts that scurried from the edges. We can't hold them off forever if that rift stays open. Harry realized this was exactly Voldemort's plan. Unleash a continuous wave of creatures, wearing them down. We need to close that rift or face an endless horde. He locked eyes with Hermione, who nodded. Go, she mouthed, motioning to the swirling tear above. But doing so meant leaving the others to face Voldemort's curses. Before Harry could move, a pillar of flame erupted from Voldemort's wand, forcing them to scatter. Harry threw a wall of shadows up to absorb the inferno, but it cracked under the onslaught. Voldemort's cold voice slithered across the stones. Your puny army cannot stand against me forever, Potter. Harry's heart pounded. With no time to second guess, he dashed behind a row of gravestones, weaving through the chaos. If I can disrupt the rift from this side. Head to head with Voldemort, Voldemort anticipated his move. He appeared in a swirl of black smoke, cutting Harry off. Going somewhere? Harry pivoted, unleashing a chain of stunners. Voldemort deflected them with bored ease, retaliating with a slicing curse. Harry's shadow shield blocked it, but sparks showered them both. I see you've grown in skill, Voldemort hissed. But you are no match for a true master of death. Harry gritted his teeth. You talk too much. He summoned a swirl of shadow knights to flank him. They rushed Voldemort from multiple angles, swords raised. Voldemort snapped his wand, conjuring a wave of roiling darkness shaped like serpents that devoured the knights one by one. Harry seized the moment to slip behind an obelisk, launching a silent confringo at Voldemort's back. Voldemort half-turned, cloak whipping, deflecting the blast with an elegant twist. Stone shards rained down. The Dark Lord's grin widened. You've tapped into a domain beyond normal wizardry, Potter. But you remain an amateur. He flicked his wand, and a greenish beam spewed forth. Harry dodged aside, the killing curse scorching a tomb behind him. Adrenaline roared in Harry's veins. This was raw, savage combat, no time for fear. He poured magic into a combined elemental/shadow-laced water from the damp ground swirling into a blade. He hurled it at Voldemort, who snarled as it cut across his robe. A thin line of blackish blood seeped out. Voldemort's eyes blazed. Impudent whelp. They exchanged more lethal spells, each refusing to yield. In the corner of his vision, Harry saw Ginny blasting another monstrous fiend near a half-collapsed crypt, while Hermione fended off conjured serpents to protect Ron. Sirius and Remus battled Death Eaters who suddenly apparated at the graveyard's edge. Clearly, Voldemort had reinforcements. We're outnumbered. This ends badly unless I close that rift. A desperate risk. Harry's moment came when Voldemort paused to cast a wide-scale necrotic wave that forced Hermione and Ron back. Summoning all his nerve, Harry teleported, via a shadow step skill he'd tentatively practiced, to a vantage behind a tall mausoleum. The rift churned overhead, dropping more beasts. He clenched his wand, focusing on the system's synergy with dimensional closures. If I sealed the dungeon in London, maybe I can forcibly seal this tear. Quest. Seal the Dark Rift. Condition. Resist the Dark Lord's interference. High chance of catastrophic backlash. Harry swallowed hard. High risk or not, we have no choice. He raised both hands, wand and an outstretched palm, channeling shadow magic upward. A swirling vortex of black and purple light formed, trying to anchor the rift's edges. Immediately, excruciating pain lanced through his scar. The tear rebelled, as if it had a will of its own fueled by Voldemort's presence. Voldemort sensed it. He whirled, voice echoing with raw fury. No, you do not. He lobbed a savage barrage of curses at Harry. Time seemed to slow. Hermione hurled herself in front of one, blocking it with a shimmering Protega that shattered on impact, tossing her aside with a cry. Ginny sniped another curse from the flank, forcing Voldemort to pivot. Ron tackled a Death Eater trying to hex Harry from behind. Every second they bought, Harry poured more power into sealing the rift. The howling wind whipped around them. Thunder crashed, swirling vortex intensifying overhead. In the distance, the monstrous creatures shrieked, cut off from reinforcements. Voldemort let out a blood-curdling scream, launching a final wave of dark energy at Harry's exposed flank. He'll kill me before I finish. Standoff. Dark Lord versus Shadow Monarch. At that crucial instant, Harry felt something shift within him. The system flared, offering a desperate option. Skill unlocked. Dimensional Overload. Temporarily amplify shadow synergy to neutralize a major rift. Extreme risk to user's vitality. No time to hesitate. He invoked it. Shadows surged from Harry's form, intensifying in swirling arcs. The ground beneath his feet cracked. The rift overhead buckled, as if an invisible hand gripped it. Voldemort's dark blast collided with Harry's swirling aura, meeting head-on. The graveyard erupted in a storm of black and purple lightning. Stones shattered, dust billowed. Allies and enemies alike were flung aside by the shockwave. Harry's vision blurred. He felt the raw agony of the magical clash tearing through him, but he clung to the singular purpose. Close the rift. Stop Voldemort. Lightning flared, and for a heartbeat, he glimpsed Voldemort's twisted features contorted in rage. Then a final burst of shadow-laced energy slammed into the rift, collapsing it in a deafening thunderclap. Aftermath and escalation. When the dust settled, the swirling tear was gone, leaving only starlit sky. The monstrous creatures disintegrated into ash. Death Eaters stumbled or fled. Sirius, Tonks, and Remus regained their footing, capturing 2 stragglers. Ron, battered and limping, helped Ginny stand. Hermione lay unconscious near a broken headstone, breathing shallow but alive. In the center of the devastation, Harry knelt on cracked earth, shadows flickering around him like dying embers. Blood trickled from his nose, every muscle quivering from the catastrophic clash. Voldemort stood across the rubble, cloak tattered, one arm severely burned. Hatred burned in his crimson eyes. You dare. Harry forced himself upright, ignoring the agony. Leave, now. Voldemort hissed, glancing around at his scattered Death Eaters. He sneered at Harry, voice trembling with fury. Very well. We shall meet again, Shadow Monarch, and next time, your precious school will not be so fortunate. He vanished in a swirl of black smoke, his remaining followers apparating away. Silence fell, broken only by the ragged breathing of the battered defenders. Ron stumbled to Harry's side. "Harry, Merlin, you're a mess." Harry tried to speak, but dizziness overwhelmed him. Darkness edged his vision. He felt strong arms, Sirius's, maybe Remus's, catch him before he collapsed. The last thing he heard was Hermione's faint cry. "Harry." A return to Hogwarts Infirmary next day. Sunlight filtered through tall windows. Harry woke to find himself in a bed, body aching from head to toe. Madame Pomfrey stood over him, muttering about constant life-threatening foolishness. A wave of relief filled him. He was alive, at least. Hermione perched on a nearby chair, her arm bandaged but her eyes shining with concern. "Hey," she whispered, voice thick with emotion. He managed a wan smile. "Hey." She took his hand. "You closed the rift." Voldemort retreated. Ron, limping on a bruised leg, chimed in from another bed. "You basically outdueled him, Harry. It was insane." Ginny stood by the door, tears in her eyes. "We all thought we lost you at that last blast." Harry closed his eyes, recalling the swirling energies, the raw terror. "We survived, that's what matters." Dumbledore arrived, face lined with relief. "You performed a great service, Harry. The wizarding world owes you. But I fear Voldemort will not rest after this. You hurt him, humiliated him. He will retaliate." Harry nodded slowly, mind heavy. "I know. New reverence and new fears." Within days, news spread that Harry Potter had faced Lord Voldemort in a direct battle and sealed yet another rift in the process. Much of the wizarding population hailed him as an undeniable champion. Some even said, "The chosen one." Public opinion soared, overshadowing the murmurs of fear that once labeled him a dark mage. But in the shadows of Hogwarts, not everyone rejoiced. The Serpent's Hand presumably lost momentum but wasn't eradicated. The masked attacker's identity remained uncertain. Malfoy and Pansy retreated into cautious neutrality, while Daphne pressed forward with the advanced group, helping unify students who wanted to stand with Harry. The toll on Harry in the quiet nights that followed. Harry wrestled with the cost of his victory. The system displayed a stark message. Major quest complete. Confront the Dark Lord, rift sealed. Immediate danger averted. Next stage. No clarity about the future, only an ominous sense that Voldemort's next move could be even deadlier. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, along with Luna and Neville, now recovered, stuck by him. The harem dynamic grew a bit more pronounced in private. Hermione's steadfast closeness, Ginny's fierce devotion, even small moments of comfort from Luna. Harry tried to navigate these emotional currents carefully, drawn to each in different ways, but always reminded of the bigger war overshadowing personal desires. Glimpses of what's coming. A week after the battle in the graveyard, Harry stood on a Hogwarts balcony at twilight. Snow dusted the stone railing. The lake below reflected the last rays of sun. He wore a thick cloak, but the cold still stung. Hermione found him there, slipping under his arm for warmth. "Penny, for your thoughts." He exhaled a cloud of vapor. "Just bracing." Voldemort didn't vanish into the night to lick his wounds quietly. "We bruised him, and he'll lash out." Hermione nodded, resting her head on his shoulder. "Then we prepare. We have alliances forming. Dumbledore, the Order, the advanced group. We're not alone." He leaned his cheek against her hair. "I know. It's just, the next time might be bigger, bloodier. He's discovered how to manipulate rifts. If he conjures a massive one in the middle of a city." She placed a finger on his lips. "Don't dwell on that. We'll do what's necessary, together." Warmth filled his chest. "Thanks." She smiled up at him softly. "Now, come inside before you catch a cold. Ron's back with that cursed locations map from the library. We can see where else the Serpent's Hand might be operating." Harry glanced once more at the fading light, a swirl of grim determination settling in. He'd confronted Voldemort in raw combat and lived enough to earn a reprieve. But the war was far from won. Slipping inside with Hermione, he steeled himself for the final battles to come. Voldemort had labeled him the Shadow Monarch, a rival Dark Lord in some twisted sense. If that was how it had to be, so be it. Harry would wield any power necessary to keep his world safe. In the half-lit corridors of Hogwarts, He caught glimpses of tension and hope in every face. A fierce certainty gripped him. Voldemort would strike again soon, and next time, the fate of the wizarding world might hang on a knife's edge. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. A new dawn. Winter winds swept through the spires of Hogwarts, carrying with them the promise of imminent conflict. It had been only a week since the graveyard battle, yet each passing day felt like a slow countdown to war. The wizarding world buzzed with tension. Voldemort's retreat at Little Hangleton did not signify defeat. If anything, it heralded a vicious new stage. Rumors abounded of him amassing dark creatures, forging new alliances, and plotting the ultimate strike. Meanwhile, the infiltration within Hogwarts, the so-called Serpent's Hand, remained a festering wound, ready to bleed chaos from the inside. Harry felt it all in the marrow of his bones. The system remained quietly alert at the edge of his vision, as though waiting for the final test. There was an inevitable sense of destiny looming. Neither can live while the other survives. A final confrontation drew close, one that would determine the fate of the wizarding world, and perhaps even of the dimensions that lay beyond. Yet despite the oppressive gloom, Harry had forged an unbreakable circle of allies. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, Neville, even new friends like Daphne Greengrass stood ready with the advanced defense group. Sirius, Remus, and Tonks tirelessly rallied the Order of the Phoenix, while Dumbledore coordinated with the Ministry at last. And for all the swirling rumors about Harry's shadow powers, a great many wizards now saw him as their brightest hope, the boy who had become more than the prophecy's pawn, the Shadow Monarch, who could challenge the darkest forces on their own ground. Below the quiet hush of Hogwarts, final preparations were made, wards were strengthened, and hearts were steeled. The rumblings of war early morning found Harry in the headmaster's office, staring at a large map pinned to the wall. It showed Britain and parts of Europe, dotted with colored pins representing rifts and Death Eater activity. Hermione and Ron stood beside him, wands in hand, as if even in this moment of planning, they expected to fight. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but urgent. Reports confirm that Voldemort has summoned a monstrous host somewhere in the north. The details are sparse, but it appears he intends an open assault on Hogwarts itself. Hermione's eyes widened. He's attacking here? Dumbledore nodded gravely. All evidence suggests so. The wards are strong, but we must be ready for a direct siege. Voldemort's threat, those rift-spawned creatures, could undermine our defenses in ways we haven't anticipated. Ron exhaled, turning to Harry. So it's happening, soon. Harry felt the system's subtle hum intensify. He could practically smell the conflict on the horizon. We'll stand our ground. Hogwarts is the last bastion. Voldemort wants to break it, demoralize everyone. We can't let him. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to them all. Summon your allies. I've already notified the Ministry, the Order, and allied enclaves. If Voldemort means to bring an army to our gates, we shall respond in kind. This time, the entire wizarding world will see the final showdown. Harry sensed a swirl of conflicting emotions. Terror, resolve, a faint flicker of excitement. It ends here. An insider's confession that afternoon, Daphne Greengrass intercepted Harry by the clock tower courtyard. Snow dusted the worn stones, and the air crackled with the hush of impending storm. She wore Slytherin robes but carried herself with quiet determination. I have to tell you something, she said, voice hushed. We found a coded note in the Slytherin common room. Someone from the Serpent's Hand is planning to disable part of Hogwarts wards from inside right when Voldemort's forces arrive. Harry froze. Who? She shook her head, brow furrowed. No names were mentioned, but it references a key that can sever the castle's magical lines. They'll do it just before the assault. A chill that had nothing to do with winter spread through Harry. We need to stop them, or the wards will crumble from within. Daphne nodded. I'll help. Not all Slytherins want to see Hogwarts fall, no matter their family's affiliations. Harry set a hand on her shoulder, grateful. I'll speak to Dumbledore. We'll watch every known ward nexus. If we can catch the traitors, we might keep Hogwarts standing. For a moment, Daphne's eyes flickered with respect and something else. Potter, good luck out there. He gave a curt nod, then rushed off, mind whirling with the sense that they were juggling 1,000 threats at once. The calm before battle night fell. Tension pulsed through every corridor. The advanced defense group gathered in the transformed dueling hall, each face grim. Ron and Ginny double-checked supply crates of potions. Luna quietly distributed charmed talismans for protection. Neville, still bearing faint scars from the coma curse, mustered a determined smile. Hermione sorted teams for defending various points around Hogwarts. The gates, the courtyard, the astronomy tower, and the Great Hall. Harry stood before them, voice steady despite the tremor in his stomach. "We've trained for this. We stand as one, no matter what strikes. Defend your positions. Watch each other's backs. If you see the wards failing, signal immediately." Everyone nodded, a hush falling. Even the usual banter was absent. This was war. Harry exchanged a look with Hermione, who gave him a small, resolute nod. "We're ready," that nod seemed to say. When the meeting ended, Harry pulled Hermione aside. She wore a worried expression but tried to smile for him. He brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Stay safe," he whispered, voice catching. "I can't lose you." She pressed her forehead to his, eyes shining with unshed tears. "You won't? Just promise me the same." They shared a brief, desperate kiss, ignoring the swirl of watchers around them. Then, with hearts pounding, they parted to finalize preparations. The siege commences just before dawn. A rumble like distant thunder spread across the horizon. The wards around Hogwarts vibrated. Alarms chimed from the castle's highest towers. Students and staff snapped to attention, scrambling to positions. Through high windows, Harry glimpsed shadows gathering in the distance, an army of figures cresting the hills, flanked by monstrous shapes that shouldn't exist in the normal world. Voldemort's assault was here. Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerged onto the main courtyard, leading a team of the Advanced Defense Group. Ginny commanded another group at the front gates, while Luna and Neville protected younger students in the Great Hall. Dumbledore and the faculty ringed the ramparts, wands at the ready. The Order of the Phoenix and a contingent of Aurors formed ranks near the castle entrance. From the castle walls, Harry watched the approaching host. Death Eaters in black cloaks marched in formation, serpentine banners flapping. Interspersed among them were twisted creatures that slithered or stomped, the spawn of half-open rifts swirling overhead. The sky itself churned with unnatural clouds. High above, a colossal tear threatened to form like a swirling purple vortex. If it opened fully, more monstrous abominations would pour out. Hermione's breath caught. "He's opening a massive rift right above Hogwarts." Ron muttered a curse. "We handle this here and now." Dumbledore's voice, amplified by magic, echoed across the grounds. "Defenders of Hogwarts, stand firm." A hush. Then the front ranks of Death Eaters unleashed a barrage of curses. They arced overhead, colliding with shimmering wards. Sparks rained down. The war had begun. Clash at the gates. Ginny's group at the main gates engaged first. Stunners and hexes crisscrossed the air. A swarm of monstrous hounds broke away from the Death Eaters, slamming into the gates. Spells from the defenders battered them, though a few managed to scale the walls, forcing close combat. Ginny fought with fierce skill, disarming one Death Eater with a well-placed Expelliarmus, then blasting a hound with Reducto. Meanwhile, on the ramparts, Aurors and staff hammered the attacking lines below. Professor Flitwick conjured shimmering ribbons of magic that tangled entire swaths of Death Eaters. McGonagall animated stone gargoyles to lunge from the walls, tackling monstrous fiends. But the Death Eaters responded with savage cunning, lobbing dark curses that battered the wards. Each blow weakened Hogwarts' protective shell. The sky rift crackled, leaking more bestial silhouettes. The wards trembled dangerously. Dumbledore's voice boomed again, urging calm, but everyone felt the pressure mounting. They couldn't hold forever, not with that monstrous tear overhead. Battle in the courtyard. Harry and Hermione led their team across the courtyard to repel an infiltration squad that battered down a smaller side entrance. Ron followed with reinforcements. The air erupted in strobing lights and thunderous impacts. For each Death Eater felled, two monstrous rift creatures took their place, slashing, shrieking, forcing the defenders back. Shadows pooled at Harry's feet. He summoned half a dozen knights with a single breath. The sight drew fearful glances from defenders and attackers alike. Harry's fabled dark army. The knights clashed with serpentine fiends, steel meeting scaled hide. Hermione reinforced them with wide-range impediment jinxes, controlling the battlefield. Ron flung hexes at marauding Death Eaters, pushing them off the castle steps. A triumphant cry arose when the infiltration squad broke ranks, retreating. But the respite was short-lived. Overhead, the wards flickered. Something was undermining them from inside. Harry recalled Daphne's warning. The serpent's hand sabotage. He tore through the chaos, shouting to Ron, "Keep them off the steps. I have to check the ward lines." Hermione grabbed his arm. "I'm coming with you." He shook his head, pressing her hand softly. "No, our line collapses if you leave. Please, Myone, hold them here. I'll be back." She met his gaze, fear and trust intermingling. "Then be careful." A swift kiss, and she sprinted back into the fray, rallying the defenders. Harry dashed into the castle corridors, heart pounding. The sabotage within. He hurried to one of Hogwarts' ward nexus points, hidden in a corridor behind a tapestry. There, he found exactly what Daphne had warned of. A cloaked figure kneeling by the glowing runic lines that channeled protective energy through the castle. The figure recited incantations that caused the lines to sputter ominously. Harry aimed his wand. "Stop!" The saboteur whirled, mask falling to reveal an older Slytherin student. He barely recognized a girl with fierce eyes. She hissed a curse, forcing Harry to dodge. The corridor lit with the clash of spells. In her left hand, she clutched a black dagger inscribed with runes, the key to sever the wards. Harry deflected two stunners, summoning shadow tendrils from his free hand. They latched onto the dagger, wrestling it away. With a snarl, the saboteur tried to conjure a dark vortex, presumably to blow the entire nexus. But Harry unleashed a wave of raw shadow energy that pinned her against the wall. The dagger clattered to the floor, runes fading. She slumped, unconscious. The ward lines stabilized with a flicker. Harry exhaled, heart thudding. One saboteur down. Are there more? Just then, footsteps approached. Daphne appeared, panting. "I caught another one near the second nexus. McGonagall has them." Harry nodded. "Good. That might save the wards. Let's hurry outside. The battle's still raging." They bolted back toward the courtyard, guided by the roars of beasts and the clash of magic. Amidst chaos, a turning point outside, the fight had escalated to a frenzy. Explosions rattled windows. Stone fragments littered the courtyard. Half the advanced defense group scattered to hold different vantage points. Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna worked as a team to keep the monstrous tide at bay near the fountain. Ron and the Aurors engaged Death Eaters by the gates, pushing them back step by step. High in the sky, the rift widened, swirling with malevolent light. Bolts of purple lightning struck the ground, spawning more twisted shapes. Even from a distance, Harry felt the pull, like the dimension threatened to unravel reality around the castle. A Death Eater tried to hex Harry from behind, but Daphne blasted him aside with a quick stunner. "Go," she yelled. Harry rushed forward, shadows coiling around him. He focused on the monstrous tear overhead, just as he had done in London. But the energy was so intense, like a rift on the verge of full manifestation. "Can I even seal something this large?" As if sensing his hesitation, a chilling laugh echoed from behind a toppled statue. Voldemort strode into the courtyard, cloak billowing, eyes glowing scarlet. "Potter," he hissed. "Come to face me again." Harry's breath caught. The last time, he'd nearly died from the exertion. "But I have to stop that rift." He steadied himself, raising his wand. "This ends tonight." Voldemort's voice oozed contempt. "Indeed it does. Hogwarts will fall, its wards undone. And your pathetic Legion of Shadows won't save you." Lightning flashed overhead as the rift crackled, spitting out a massive, half-formed shape. The entire castle seemed to tremble. The final duel. Harry advanced, conjuring knights around him while Death Eaters pulled back, giving Voldemort space. Allies flanked the courtyard, forming a ring but keeping their distance from the Dark Lord's immediate wrath. Hermione, eyes fierce with worry, stood at the edge, prepared to intervene if needed. Voldemort opened the duel with a savage wave of necrotic magic, surging like black fire across the cobblestones. Harry commanded his knights to form a shield. They absorbed some of the impact, but half of them dissolved in the process. He retaliated with a chain of stunners and a potent elemental slash, mixing water from the destroyed fountain with shadow-laced energy. The arc hammered Voldemort's defenses, forcing him back a step. They circled each other, wands blazing. The courtyard flashed with curses that left scorched craters. Each time Harry tried to channel more power for the rift, Voldemort pressed the attack, launching a volley of lethal curses. The tension was suffocating. Every breath felt like a lifetime. At a corner, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny tried to keep monstrous spawns from interfering, but the swirl of the rift threatened to drop more abominations at any moment. The wards flickered again, hammered by external force. If they collapsed, the invasion would flood in. Voldemort grinned, sensing the defenders' desperation. Look how your precious fortress crumbles, Potter. Even your system can't rescue you from the inevitable. Harry's eyes burned. Watch me try, embracing the Shadow Monarch. The system flared in Harry's mind. Final confrontation. Stop the Dark Rift and defeat the Dark Lord. Warning. Accessing maximum shadow authority will provoke dimensional backlash. Confirm? Y.N. He knew the risk nearly draining his life to do what must be done. But the war ends here, or many more will die. Steeling himself, he mentally confirmed. Yes. A wave of pure darkness erupted around him, swirling into a tempest that cloaked the courtyard. Gasps rose from both ally and foe. Shadow soldiers spawned in droves, more than Harry had ever summoned. Knights, wolves, hawks, monstrous guardians of his own, a legion of living darkness answering his call. Voldemort's sneer turned to alarm. Impossible, your magic. Harry hurled the legion forward. They clashed with Death Eaters and monstrous rift spawn, forming a blockade. Freed from immediate attacks, Harry aimed his wand at the swirling tear in the sky. He began channeling every ounce of synergy he possessed, forging a giant seal of black runes that pulsed overhead. A colossal bolt of energy shot from the rift, heading for Harry. Voldemort capitalized on it, adding his own lethal curse to the beam. Hermione and Ron screamed warnings, but Harry stood fast, weaving the shadow seal to absorb the brunt. Pain shredded his nerves as the combined assault hammered him, but he refused to drop his wand. Lightning split the air. Chunks of castle stone fell, gargoyles crumbled. The Watchers shielded their eyes from the blinding collision. For a moment, it seemed Harry would be obliterated. Yet from behind him, voices rose: Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, Neville, the advanced defense group. They cast supportive spells, funneling energy to Harry's seal. Dumbledore, from the ramparts, channeled additional wards to buttress Harry's front line. A swirl of blues, golds, and purples joined the shadows. The monstrous legion Harry commanded roared with renewed strength. Voldemort shrieked in fury, hurling everything he had into the beam. Harry's bones rattled with agony, but the support from his friends and mentors gave him just enough purchase. Step by agonizing step, the shadow-laced magic pushed the combined onslaught back. Slowly, inexorably, the tide turned. The rift collapses with a last, shattering cry. Harry unleashed the final push. The seal soared upward, slamming into the swirling vortex. Energy crackled, the rift buckled, then collapsed in on itself with a thunderous roar. Purple lightning arced away into the clouds, leaving the starry night sky behind. The monstrous abominations spat out by the rift withered, turning to dust. Voldemort stumbled, cloak tattered, breathing ragged. A hush fell across the courtyard. For an instant, all that remained was the final standoff between the Dark Lord and the battered Shadow Monarch. Harry staggered forward, black mist drifting around him like smoke. He was dangerously spent, blood trickling from his lip, eyes blazing. Voldemort raised his wand again, insane rage twisting his features. Avada Kedavra! A bolt of green shot forth. Time slowed. Summoning the last of his magic, Harry conjured a swirling shadow barrier. The green bolt impacted with a blinding flash. The barrier cracked but didn't fully break. The curse rebounded slightly, grazing Voldemort's shoulder. He let out a hiss of pain, falling to one knee, stunned by the feedback. Panting, Harry leveled his wand. It's over, he rasped, though his body trembled on the edge of collapse. Surrender, or die. Voldemort's crimson eyes darted around, seeing his forces routed. Death Eaters lay bound or fled. The monstrous tide was gone. Hogwarts still stood. Slowly, the Dark Lord rose, face contorted with fury and fear. You may have won the day, Potter, but our battle transcends this mortal realm. Before he could finish, Dumbledore and a squad of Aurors arrived, wands aimed. Sirius, Tonks, and Remus formed a tight ring. Even Hermione and Ron staggered closer, battered but resolute. Nowhere to run. Voldemort snarled. "You can't hold me forever. My Horcruxes." He froze as Dumbledore's eyes flashed with fierce light. "In the months you spent unraveling dimensional secrets," Dumbledore said quietly, "we found and destroyed the last of your Horcruxes. You are mortal now, Tom." Voldemort's expression twisted into horror, then blind fury. He raised his wand for a final suicidal curse, but Harry, reading the motion, flicked his wand first. Stupefy. The red beam caught Voldemort squarely. He toppled, unconscious, wand clattering away. Silence. The dreaded Dark Lord, prone on the stone floor. The war ended not with a grand killing blow but with a final stunning curse, overshadowed by the knowledge that his immortality was gone. The entire courtyard exhaled as one. The aftermath roars of triumph and sobs of relief mingled. Aurors cuffed Voldemort in anti-magic restraints. The scattered Death Eaters were rounded up. The monstrous remains crumbled into harmless ash. The wards around Hogwarts, though battered, still stood. Harry sank to his knees, the black mist around him dissipating. The system's final message blinked. Final quest complete. The Dark Lord defeated, rifts sealed. Title achieved. Savior of Dimensions, ongoing saga. His vision swam. Then Hermione was there, cradling him, tears streaming down her face. Ron knelt beside them, face streaked with soot and exhaustion. Ginny hovered behind, pressed a trembling hand to Harry's shoulder. Luna and Neville joined, wide-eyed with amazement. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and countless others gathered, cheering or weeping. The greatest threat the wizarding world had ever known lay vanquished, dethroned not by ambition or cruelty, but by unity and by a boy who embraced the shadows to protect everything he loved. A new dawn in the days that followed, celebrations erupted. The Ministry, for all its past failures, proclaimed the end of Voldemort's reign of terror. The few remaining rifts across Britain collapsed without his foul magic sustaining them, and any leftover dimensional anomalies proved minor. Hogwarts spent weeks rebuilding shattered towers and repairing scorched courtyards, but morale soared like never before. Harry, however, found himself strangely numb at times, the adrenaline gone. He was hailed as a hero in every headline. The Shadow Monarch who saved us all, but he couldn't help recalling the cost in lives and the moral lines he'd skirted with his powers. He'd awakened a deeper magic, forging a new destiny, one that didn't end with defeating Voldemort. One sunny morning, Hermione led him by the hand to a restored courtyard. A statue commemorating the battle had been erected, a marble phoenix rising from rubble. Students paused to smile or wave at Harry, no longer in fear but genuine gratitude. She perched on a bench, pulling him down beside her. "You've been distant." He exhaled, leaning against her. "Just so many thoughts. The system, the shadows. Is it all over? Do I remain this unstoppable force?" Hermione's hand laced through his. "You're still Harry. You used that power to save us. I believe you'll know how to handle it going forward." He pressed his forehead to hers. "I hope so." She smiled, eyes shining. "And if not, I'll remind you you're only human. We all will." Their lips met in a soft, lingering kiss, a testament to love forged in the crucible of war. Closure and beginnings in the subsequent weeks. Trials were held for captured Death Eaters. Voldemort, stripped of Horcrux anchored immortality, languished in a magically sealed facility awaiting final judgment. The wizarding world inched toward reconstruction and healing. Hogwarts resumed classes, though the entire year had become a historical pivot point. Harry participated in some official ceremonies, though he disliked the spotlight. He found more comfort in the closeness of friends, quiet evenings with Hermione, playful Quidditch sessions with Ginny, and heartfelt chats with Ron, Neville, and Luna. The complexities of his relationships deepened. Each person shared bonds forged by crisis. The harem dynamic the rumor mill gossiped about remained more affectionate than explicit, but the warmth among them was undeniable, deep friendships with an undercurrent of romantic tension in places. For now, they navigated it with gentle acceptance. Daphne Greengrass quietly helped unify the reformed Slytherin house, distancing it from the old pureblood mania. She and Harry never became close friends, but they held mutual respect for each other's roles in saving the castle. A final glimpse. The system's whisper late one night. Harry walked alone through the corridors, guided by the faint glow of torchlight. He recalled how in first year, these halls felt magical and intimidating. Now, after all he'd faced, Hogwarts was both home and symbol of resilience. Reaching an empty classroom, he summoned the system interface, half expecting it to vanish now that Voldemort was defeated. Instead, a calm prompt appeared. Saga complete. The Fall of the Dark Lord. New saga unlocked. Cosmic Frontier. Accept Y.N. Harry huffed a soft laugh. The system had always teased grand possibilities, from hidden dungeons to cosmic threats beyond mortal ken. Not today, he thought. Let me rest. He dismissed the window. Another time, another war perhaps. He'd learned enough about destiny to know that tomorrow wasn't guaranteed. Right now, he wanted to live, to breathe, to enjoy the peace he had earned. With a final wave of his wand, he extinguished the torchlight and slipped back into the corridor. The hush of the castle at midnight no longer felt foreboding. Instead, it felt comforting, a place where the nightmares had been vanquished, at least for a while. As he returned to Gryffindor Tower, he spotted Hermione waiting in the common room, dozing lightly by the fire. A wave of affection warmed him. Gently, he touched her shoulder, and she stirred, offering a sleepy smile. He sat beside her, letting her head rest on his shoulder, the flicker of flames dancing over their faces. Tomorrow, they'd wake to a new dawn. No prophecy demanded Harry's life anymore. The rifts were sealed, the serpent's hand undone, Voldemort dethroned. He could finally just be Harry, powerful yet humble, the boy who lived and the man who chose love and unity over fear. The castle's silence felt like a promise of better days. Outside, the wind carried faint echoes of the final battle, but inside these walls, hope glowed like an unquenchable ember. The war was over, and though challenges would surely come again, Harry Potter had proved that even the darkest shadows could be wielded for the light. End of Chapter 10.